Let's see. Still says going live. Oh, it says we're live now. Hi, guys. Are we live? That's always the pressing question.
That's what it says on the app. Okay.
Yay! Hi. We should be live and we should be being heard. So that's good. Hey, guys. Welcome back to an Animorph stream. Daniel is back.
Yes.
Hi, Natty. Hi, Derprex. Hi, Laser. Hey, guys. Welcome. If I sound a little strange, it's because I'm still a little bit under the weather tonight, but I have so many fluids, so many supplement pills. I'm glad to have the distraction. And I'm losing my headphones.
So last night we read California Diaries, Amalia Book 2.
Yep. That one had a cute ending. That one was the first one that I was just like, aw, that's actually a sweet little ending.
Yeah.
Usually we don't get those in the California Diaries.
Yeah, usually it's like, and even though the world tries to open me up like a clam, I just shut myself off even tighter from the world.
Mm-hmm.
Why am I such a loser, Diary?
Honestly, this stream is
You get like all this flowery
point.
text, and then like you just get like this very. It's like flowery, and then when it gets to where it needs to go, it's like. It's so funny.
Yeah.
It's like, why am I such a dweeb?
Which I guess is accurate for a 13-year-old's diary, you know?
Pretentious, but straight to the point.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry, Natty. I'm glad we could be a distraction.
See, live chat. So far, we got 6 people.
Yay! Hey, everybody. While everybody's coming in, do you want to explain what we're reading as a preview to the stress of Animorphs?
So because we read back-to-back sad stories, or one sad and then one less sad. I decided I put it on Avery's Discord under the miscellaneous crafting, my fan fiction that I wrote on Wattpad when I was in my early 20s. So we're going to go ahead and read that and laugh at how awesome it is, just like that Imagine book.
I promise you your writing is not as bad as the Imagine book. The Imagine book is not as bad as Model Land, but very few things are going to be as bad as that Imagine book.
Yeah. It's not that bad, but who has a hardcover book? Not me.
Yeah. Hey, Ellery.
It'll get there. It'll get there.
Shop, nothing wrong with it. I just needed new tires. Well, I'm glad nothing's wrong with it. Car stuff sucks.
Well, it sucks that you feel like you're failing at your love life, but it's better to make an attempt than to be afraid and never make an attempt, Natty.
At least your fanfic wasn't at the dollar store. That's true. Your fanfic was not at the dollar store.
If my fanfic was at the 99, the Dollar General, Dollar Tree, Family Dollar, any of those, I would be like, oh my gosh. And then I would take a picture and be like, Avery, look. It's here. It's here.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was a pretty funny find. I was like, oh my god, I did not know this happened. How did I not know this happened?
All right, then. So it is a Power Ranger fan fiction. So to go with the theme of war stories that we're reading tonight. Oh, yeah. And then last book was pretty interesting.
Yeah, last book was fun.
So Marco, my son, Marco.
Marco started on his redemption arc.
Yes, we got a little insight into Marco, who most people at the beginning don't like, and then when you get to his book, you're like, oh, I feel like an ass now. He and the other Animorphs get captured by Visser 3, and then they end up meeting Visser 1, and Visser 1, who hates Visser 3, they're like, Visser 1 is literally mother in terms of she's the head in charge. and Visser 3 is like her drag daughter.
Yeah.
And so not wanting to be one-upped and losing their spot, Visser 1 and Visser 3 are shady towards each other. I'm guessing all the Vissers are shady towards each other, so they always try and cut each other off at the knees. So Visser 1, to make Visser 3 look stupid, decides to help the Animorphs in that book.
Yeah. I got a nail in one. Oh, my treads were low. Dirtbreck said good tires are important. My brain was refusing to read it as anything other than good times are important. And I'm like, well, yeah, they are, but.
Both are important. I remember I turned the corner and then I thought I hit something, but it was just my tire blew out. Ooh. And then I knew it blew out because then it was like.
Yep, I'll do it. My first time when I was 15 learning to drive, I took a corner too fast and hit a no parking sign and completely ran over it. And to this day, my parents won't let me forget it.
I mean, it did say no parking, so you did the correct thing and ran it over.
Yeah, I didn't park. They said not to park. I just ran it over.
Yeah. All right, oh yeah. If some of the topics pertain in these books, or the not my story, but in Animorphs or in California, ever get too close to home or too real or whatnot or too uncomfortable, Avery and I did put out new Phantom Investigator videos, which are a lot more lighthearted.
Yeah, those are fun.
So if you feel you need to step away, feel free to check those videos out, give them a thumbs up, give a comment for the algorithm, and join us when you feel like you've gathered yourself and feel comfortable again.
Yay. I know last night I couldn't get the kitten cam to work. It kept crashing OBS, and I was like, no, we need kittens. You don't understand. Maggie's really going through it, and Amalia's really going through it.
Oh, I know. I was like, wait, is this a Molly book or is this a Maggie book? Because there's a lot of Maggie talk here.
Yeah, and it was interesting to me because the whole point is like Maggie or Amalia has to learn to not take other people's problems on as her own. So it's like most of that book is all about Maggie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be fun though? The Real Housewives of Palo Verdes.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Maggie's I have one grip on the Hennessy and no grip on reality.
Bless Maggie's mom. She is just she would be a real housewife. She's really struggling.
I'm an open-minded person, but I have an expectation. That's Dawn's mom.
Never related to a book so hard. Yeah, they're getting real.
Dawn's stepmom. That's her tagline.
Yeah.
I'm an open-minded person, but I have an expectation coming.
Yep.
Let's see.
Okay, so you want to read? Let me get us to where we actually are, because I think this is still I'm still in the prologue. Let me get to the first actual chapter.
So in the prologue, we learn that there is this humanoid. He's not a human, but he's a humanoid. Who is on the search for a sword on a foreign planet, and then he runs into bandits, and then he stumbles into a cavern while fighting off the bandit leader, and then finds the sword that he was looking for, and then the sword possesses him. So that's where we are.
The Master Sword, Dirtbrex wants to know.
Oh, the Master Sword? No, I wish. It kind of is. It's more like a sword that's part of a collection, and it's basically telling this pirate dude to find all the other pieces of the treasure in order to bring true eternal peace to his planet. So I don't think it's a Master Sword. I think it's more of a collective effort sword.
Collective efforts of friends. The real sword was the friends we made along the way sword.
Yeah. That reminds me that every time I hear that saying, it reminds me of Phineas and Ferb where they're looking for the treasure of Battered, and then like Baljeet's like, maybe the treasure is the friendship and adventure we made along the way.
Yeah.
And then and then it just does like a record scratch, like, no, it's over there.
I love Phineas and Ferb. On a light note, I'm really enjoying my current experimental writing piece. Yay! Writing for fun is fun.
All right then. So we should, let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and get to reading. Now this chapter, I haven't had time. I had time to write my prologue, but I haven't touched this. So this chapter is very much in its original state.
Oh boy.
So, just have a good laugh with me. Because every now and again it's good to laugh.
Well, I'm sure it will be good. Or at least better than Imagines.
Sure. Okay. Within the vast darkness of space are bundles of stars appearing like lights on a Christmas tree. Out of nowhere, a stream of light streaks through the vacuum with the flotilla of solar galleons in pursuit. The sails periodically radiate outlines in hexagonal patterns as they gather energy from the nearby stars to power the galleons. Leading this pursuit, a tall and chiseled man with rugged facial hair, wearing war-torn clothes, complementing his physique. In contrast to his war-torn clothes are gauntlets adorned with translucent phylacteries. Okay, let me bother. So, I play a lot of D&D. So, I do get inspired every now and again to use vocabulary from there. So, a phylactery is like is anything that's able to hold or a spirit or a ghost or something in it. So like let's say you want to like put someone's soul into something. Mm-hmm. Like let's say this empty EOS chapstick. You would basically a phylactery is just something to hold it in.
Nice.
So most of the time they're gems or like crystals or things like that.
Very fun.
So it's just a gauntlet adorned with translucent crystals. Okay. His name is Trexar, once a revered military official from the Empire of Rashtrakhana. He is now feared for destroying entire planets in his pursuit of the most sacred treasures. Lower the sails, make sure our acceleration is at a steady increase. He calmly and assertively commands his troops as he confidently strides across the control room, examining the brightly lit screens, ensuring no errors. After obtaining his coveted sword, Madhuspata, pillaging a planet to obtain his gauntlets, his latest hunt involved the stream of light. However, this was no star or streak of energy, but an alien retreating with the sacred spirits of its planet. While Trexar is giving his orders, an athletic and intimidatingly beautiful young woman walks into the room. This is one of Trexar's children, his daughter Mikora. Ugh. God, I really need to work on my naming. Unlike her father, she is manipulative and underhanded, proving to be the coup de grace of many tyrants who rivaled her. Can you tell I was very pretentious with my wording back then? She stands side by side with her father, staring at the same screen. Are you done? All you do is give orders all day with that serious look on your face. When are we going to take a rest and enjoy something recreational? Trexar, being focused on capturing this alien, did not give a response, only a side glance, and turning his attention back on the screen. As the alien flew through the vacuum of space, the alien suddenly begins radiating, growing brighter and brighter. Ugh, that's a terribly worded sentence. Back aboard the galleon control room, Trexar's face is turning confused. wondering why the alien began to radiate, muttering to himself, "What is that alien up to?" He realizes what the alien is planning and quickly yells out orders to his hunt droid. "Ready the turrets. We must disrupt its concentration." He runs up the stairs of his dual-leveled control room and sits down at his controls. Hunt droids simultaneously push a few buttons and quickly type in controls. A few hunt droids begin to stand up and leave the control room to man turrets above the galleon. Cora rushes over to an empty control panel and begins to bring up a camera visual. Target in sight. Once Trexar's troops were positioned and ready, he adjusts his communication device. Commence fire. A shower of red beams shot at the alien. All it could do is evade the beams as it kept its concentration on the gathering energy. Seconds felt like minutes as tenseness ensues. Would the alien be shot? God, I was so... Finally, the alien gathered enough energy to glow. It glows so brilliantly that the galleons halt and the troops inside look away as to prevent a sensory overload. Following the flash, a thunderous sound and an aftershock so powerful, the flotilla of galleons stood dormant with no power. Trexar draws down his forearm quietly, only to be met with the dark room accompanied by nearby main sequence stars and no alien. "Father, our controls are temporarily down and our reserves are also unavailable." Trexar lets out his frustration by slamming down his controls as his board reply with a metallic vibration. Jeez. My writing is too flowery sometimes.
It's a
I don't know,
stylistic
chat. What do you
choice.
think? Is my writing too flowery for a Power Rangers fanfic?
I mean, I also enjoy a good flowery writing every once in a while, so...
After a successful escape, the alien ends up in Earth's atmosphere. However, due to the amount of energy it expended, it felt... How tired was I when I wrote some of these things? It fell unconscious, falling towards Earth. Entering Earth's atmosphere, the alien reverted back into its native form. Earth's gravity increased, pushing the alien down to Earth. The spirits, which he was entrusted to guard, began to fly out of an amulet he wore and began to push against Earth's gravity, which kept repelling the alien down. "Oh no, Lilo! Gravity's increasing on me!" It is not! It is too, Leo. Same thing happened yesterday.
Why do you have to be so weird?
The spirits quickly knew that their efforts to halt the fall were futile, so they began to envelop the alien to cushion its fall. I think it's so funny how I'll use like fancy words like envelop and then I'll use words like cushion.
Yeah.
Just as quick as the alien escapes, the alien crashes into a strange biome with a culmination of many different environments. Birds chirp, the sun gleams, and the last thing the alien could see was the sun in its eyes and a figure looming over. The alien awoke to notice it was lying inside a stone structure overgrown with vegetation and the soothing sound of a spring fountain. It sits up and looks around and hears a distinct sound. The sound, so smooth and welcoming, then enters the structure, coming from a beautiful woman in a flowing white dress, and a beautiful floral crown on her head. "Who are you?" The alien lay its eyes on this invitingly hospitable-looking woman. "Oh, thank goodness you're all right. Don't worry. I am Princess Shayla, Princess of the Floating Island, the Animarium. Might I ask who you are? You don't seem to be from this world." Princess Shayla. This is the only like there's little callbacks and references. Sorry. Sorry, I was reading the Dirt Breaks comment. "Why things so heavy in the future? Is there something wrong with that Earth gravitational pull?"
I love Back to the Future so much.
Listen. I mean, don't things that fall into from space into Earth, don't they normally turn into like, I don't know, fire or something? Don't they catch fire?
They typically catch fire when they're entering the atmosphere, yeah.
Yeah, so that's where I'm like, wait, what? Princess Shayla. Oh, Princess Shayla glides over and sits next to her alien refuge to listen. I am Quetzal. And you are right, I am not of this planet. I am from the distant planet of Natu Kasar. Kasar. That's how you say it. Natu
If
Kasar.
Chat can back me up
I'm
on this. If
so
you
far.
think your naming skills are out there, you should try reading Star Trek Corona, because that was 2 streams of just hell trying to just make sense of like the sci-fi words that were just like packed into run-on sentences.
No, because I literally put Sanskrit and Latin in this too. So
I mean, I respect the
okay.
research.
All right. Or should I say I was? What happened? Shayla reaches and softly grasps one of Quetzal's hands. It was left in ruins by a space pirate, Trexar. That name is ugly, but I'm gonna keep it because it's ugly. Quetzal keeps his focus on the floor as he uncomfortably retells his current experience with the shock stoicism. I was chased for a distance but managed to escape with. Careful as to not trust a foreign human he just met, Quetzal abruptly ends his sentence. What? What did you escape with? Quetzal was distrusting of Shayla, but the spirits he guarded were trusting enough to fly out of Quetzal's amulet. Princess Shayla is surrounded by how magical and pure the spirits are. Quetzal feels the relief as he now knows he can trust Princess Shayla. They are the sacred spirits of my home planet. My populace had temples dedicated to each of these spirits, which the spirits would visit. They would be given donums, and in return the spirits would beatus the populace, offering protection. Oh my gosh, why would I do this to myself? So much Latin. Prosperity and such. My familiam were custodes of these spirits for oh fuck, generations. Until Nunc, when Trexar ended up destroying many of the temples in search of these spirits, I was able to escape, but at the pretium of my planet in ruins. Because, not everyone speaks the same type of, English and stuff.
Yeah.
So I thought, let me make him a foreigner and give him, words that he says in Latin. And then he slowly learns English. Let's see. Shayla comforting Quetzal began to share a similar experience. I know much about losing practically everything. This floating island is the remains of the old kingdom of Animaria. Long ago, animals and humans coexisted side by side, and everyone lived in harmony, respecting the importance of nature. But a great evil force, known as the Orcs, caused destruction across the land. 5 ancient warriors fought against the Orcs and allowed me to escape with the help of my personal protector. He took me to the temple within the valley of the Wild Lord. Oh, jeez. Once there, I entered a long suspended sleep, waiting for the time when this great evil would return. Then the ancient warriors lifted the entire valley into the sky, creating the safe haven known as the Animarium. Whew, that's a mouthful. So what happened? Quetzal moved his eyes off the ground to meet Jayla, invested in her story. The Orcs returned, and I awoke, assembling a group of warriors known as the Wild Force Power Rangers. They worked together and eventually rid the world of the Orcs. Shayla stands up and walks over to the crystal clear spring, looking at her reflection. What a factum magnificum. Quetzal's mouth hangs open in awe. Shayla returns to Quetzal's side, curious of him. She smiles. Well, what of you, Quetzal? What do you plan to do if Trexor finds you? Her smile turns to genuine concern of her new friend's safety. I plan to leave, hoping he will lose my trail. Quetzal then stood up, trudging across the room. After taking a few steps, he falls to one knee. Shayla rushes over, placing both hands across Quetzal's shoulder. She worries of his condition. You must rest. You're not strong enough. Defatigatio is nothing. Hey, pizza. Quetzal slowly waves his hand in front of Shayla, struggling to stand. Shayla helps Quetzal back to where he was resting as they both sit on the stone cot. Shayla, in a tone of gentle maternity, offers to Quetzal, "Please let me help you. I know much about defending the earth. Let me train you to be ready to face Trexar. With my mentorship, you will be able to do more with those spirits than just guard them. You might be able to hone their true power and assemble your own team of rangers." You mentioned these rangers. Tell me more of where their power comes from. Quetzal stops resisting and sits to begin his training under Princess Shayla's tutelage. Ain't that funny? A princess teaching an alien about combat.
Amazing. I'm ready to get my phone. I will be right back. I'm still listening.
Okay. All right, chop. This is where the true story begins after this. He experienced firsthand how powerful Trexar was, and the spirits trusted Shayla that he realizes he needs help to prepare for the inevitable battle. 6 years later, yes, I do. I love time skips. I love a good time skip. Twin Falls. Picture it. Twin Falls, a city neighboring the famed Turtle Cove, home to an abundance of local businesses, an involved and wholesome community, and the beautiful twin waterfalls that gave the city its name. However, very few have ventured the long trek to the falls. In a house within the city, a young man was gathering supplies into a backpack. As he recites his mental list, he hears through the door of his bedroom, "Kyle!" What? He picks up his backpack and walks from his bedroom down the hall into the kitchen. "Yeah, Mom. Have you seen the water jug? Your sisters have their soccer game today. It's on the top shelf. Are you sure you don't need me to take Kari and Casey? You haven't had time to shower." Kyle opens the cupboard and starts filling the jug in the sink. "No, it's okay, sweetie. I promise to let you have the day to hang out with your friends." "Thanks. I really wanted to help Derek spend more time outside ever since his parents died." This is the lighthearted stuff, people. Mrs. Poulet looks at her son and touches the side of his face. "You've always been such a great friend to Derek." Kyle quietly hugs his mom, then helps her load up the family van and waves goodbye to his mom and siblings, seeing them drive away. He puts his backpack in the trunk and sits in the driver's seat of his van. He couldn't help space out. As he did the same. Coming out of that memory, goosebumps cover his arms. As he rubs them off with his hands, he turns the key and drives to pick up Derek. Meanwhile, sorry, I'm gonna let you scroll up.
Yep. Let's see.
All right, if everyone will turn their page to the part where it says "meanwhile."
Nope.
Whose sound? My sound or Avery's?
Oh, whose sound is off? Let's see. 1, 2. Mine's on. Can you sound check?
Mm-hmm.
Both of ours
Let's
seem
see.
to
Is
be
mine on?
on.
I'm pretty sure mine's on.
Sound cut for a moment. Is it? I assume that means it looks like it's back now. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
All right. Let me go ahead and read that back a bit. Okay. So he puts his backpack in the trunk. In the trunks. Daniel, come on, dude. In the trunk and sits in the driver's seat of his van. He couldn't help space out and thinking about the day Derek's parents died. He remembers the crowd of ambulances, fire trucks, and squad cars that surround the scene and the flood of people he had to push to get through. He remembers how cold that 80-degree weather felt and seeing his best friend sit in shock, so frozen as he did the same. Coming out of that memory, goosebumps cover his arms as he rubs them off with his hand. He turns the key and drives to pick up Derek. This is the lighthearted stuff, Avery.
Yeah.
Helping your friends cope with loss. We know plenty about that from Maggie. Not Maggie, Sunny.
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile, Derek was preparing his supplies, stuffing his knapsack in his living room, feeling excited to go out with his best friend. He called out in the direction of the kitchen. Uncle Danny, have you seen my hat? It's over here, mijo. Here. Derek's Uncle Danny pushes the hat onto his nephew's head. As his nephew adjusts his hat, you know, when we were kids, that used to be your dad's. Really? Derek grew tense and anxious to hear the word dad come from his uncle's mouth, but at the same time interested. Danny trying to help Derek through his grievance retells. He loved that hat so much. I remember one time I was so mad at him, I took it and made him think I threw it into the lake of Turtle Cove. He cried the rest of the day until your abuelita made me give it back to him. Hamburgers. I see plenty of hamburgers in the chat.
What's happening?
I don't know what the... No, I'm in the chat. There's like hamburger emojis.
Ah.
Okay. Derek cracks a smile, imagining the story in his mind, but then lets out a sigh and takes his hat off to examine it. Uncle Danny, I don't know if I should go hiking with Kyle and them. Derek, I think it's healthy for you to do more things with your friends. Every experience you share with them will make your friendship that much closer. Danny, pinching his fingers up to his eye, walks towards Derek and puts his arm over his nephew. Besides, you promised your friends. Honor that commitment, mijo. Okay. Derek looks to Danny wearing a comforted smile. All right, I got to go to work. Tell me all about it when you get back. Danny then gave Derek a hug and heads for the front door, being left alone with only the sun popping through the open windows. Derek stared at the tattered, carmine-speckled hat that he seldom would wash. Remembering the last drive he took with his parents, Derek remembers how they were taking a drive to visit Turtle Cove Lake. Remembering he wore the exact hat, albeit absent of the carmine speckles, and staring out of the window as the noise of the radio drowned out the silence and the heat from the window kept him warm. Then suddenly feeling the wind being knocked out of him in violent screeches, Derek's thoughts was interrupted at the repeated sound of a car horn. His best friend Kyle was waiting in his driveway. Derek puts the hat back on, grabs his knapsack, and walks out the front door, locking the door behind him. Kyle stands from the car and walks over to greet his best friend with a bear hug as he lifts tiny 5'3" Derek off his feet. Derek winces his eyes and groans. As much as I love your hugs, dude, it's not much of a hug for me if I can't even move my arms. Kyle puts Derek back down, and they have a good laugh. They both get into Kyle's car and drive down to the shopping district to meet the rest of their friends. While on the drive, Kyle notices that Derek is visibly anxious, looking down at the floor of the car. You okay? Derek clenches his hands together and bends his fingers to let out his anxiety. I'm just a little nervous. I don't know why, but I just have this feeling. It's gonna be fun. I think you're worried because Torrin's gonna be there. Just don't listen to him. Kyle playfully shakes Derek by the shoulder while keeping his eyes ahead. They drive to the midst of the city. Kyle slows his acceleration and turns down the radio, looking for a parking spot. You know, I never got that. When you're driving and then you're looking for like a street name or an address, you just turn down the radio.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. You're like, yeah, shush. I can't focus on more than one thing at once.
Looking for a parking spot, he pulls into a lane near the side of the street and pulls back his keys. Come on. The two guys leave their packs in Kyle's car. As they walk into the place, they agree to meet the rest of their friends, the Puree. Stupid name. The Puree is a large smoothie and bowl joint, like smoothie bowl, not bowl like as in weed. For anyone wondering. That also houses many community events such as live performances, talent shows, and private festivities. I couldn't even say parties, I had to say festivities. Walking in, a crowd of teens and young adults form lines ordering at the bar or having chats at the many tables. Looking for their friends, a girl with an auburn ponytail and yellow bow stands up and excitedly smiles, waving her hand. Kyle, Derek, we're over here. Derek greets his friend Caroline with a shy wave and a subtle smile. Two boys walk towards the square table and they pull up chairs. Kyle openly greets Caroline, softly and reluctantly greets their other friend, who looks as if he forgot to fix his caramel brown hair. Hey, Torrin. Hey, Kyle. I'm surprised you were able to get this dork to come along. Damn, I was so mean. Torrin bobs his head and greets the dork, Derek. Again, Derek goes right back to being anxious, avoiding eye contact with the whole table. I forget. I make one of them super mean. Totally forgot. This is where I start to cringe, you guys. Okay, are we ready?
I'm ready.
I think we're ready. Okay, chat, are we ready?
I think we're ready.
Are we ready for the cringe?
I mean, I've covered a lot of really bad media, so I mean, it's gotta be real bad for me to be like, oh, yikes. It's gotta be real bad. And I don't think your writing could be that bad.
All right, ready for the pain, guys? All right. As to digress, Torrin's teasing. Kyle asks, so is everyone here? Yeah, Leanne's just getting her order. Torrin straightens up in his chair and points his chin, showing where Leanne, his girlfriend, was. Thank you. Leanne, wearing her hair in a pair of black French braids, grabs her smoothie bowl and eats a spoonful while walking back to her friend. Hey, you. Torrin wraps one arm over Leanne while she leans into Torrin's chest. You guys ready for today as we make the long and dangerous trek up to go see? Torrin, attempting to get everyone excited, begins to drum roll on the table the famous Twin Falls. Oh, that's what the noise was. I was like, wait, what was that?
It was a drum roll. It was a drum roll.
The famous Twin Falls. He finishes the drum roll with a grand smack and points to his friends. I don't know about this, Torrin. I really don't have a good feeling about it. Derek's anxiety looked to be talking for him because he was worrying of how Torrin described the hike. Dangerous. What's wrong? Is Derek afraid to go up the falls? Torrin resumes his teasing as he baby talks down to Derek for feeling anxious. Damn, I am so mean. Knock it off, Torrin. Why are you always messing with Derek? Kyle leans forward in his seat, changing the inflection of his voice and pushing his brows to express his distaste. Look at him. He's always like this, always acting like a scaredy cat. Torrin keeps his focus on Kyle, while at the same time extending an open palm in Derek's direction. Really, Torrin, are you really going to ruin our day before anything even happens? Leanne sits up to meet Torrin's eyes and questions the attitude of her boyfriend. You need to ease up on your jokes. Calm down, you guys. I'm just messing around. Jeez. Defensive of the two, Torrin leans back into his chair and raises his hands and eyebrows. No, he's right. I just need to learn to take a joke. Derek mutters while looking down at his shirt. See? Torrin again extends his open palm to emphasize the justification of his teasing. After around 20 minutes, everyone grabs their belongings, heading to Kyle's car. The three put their belongings in the trunk, and everyone bunching into the van to their default seats. Kyle and Derek in the front, Leanne and Torrin in the middle, and Caroline in the back seat. While driving out to the trail, Caroline mentions a rumor about people seeing some strange fog and aurora near the base of the falls. Everyone just thought that she was a little off her soapbox, but her rambling about the fog and aurora made the time pass. Once they got there, they saw their car was the only one parked outside the park. The gang looked around suspiciously, but quickly paid no mind and grabbed all their belongings from Kyle's car. Does anyone need any sunscreen? Derek pulled out a tube of SPF 50 from his knapsack and started to rub the potently floral lotion onto his forearm. See, I laugh at how I make sunscreen sound so pretentious.
I just like that Kyle's the mom friend. It's like, does anybody need sunscreen? Do you have your sunscreen?
No, that was Derek. Derek pulled out a tube of SPF.
Oh, sorry,
50.
that's what I meant. Derek. Yeah, sorry.
Me, Caroline chimed to answer Derek. He passed her the lotion with one hand and continued applying it over his exposed skin. She applied a generous amount and offered some to everyone. Why do you bring sunscreen for? The trees are going to give us shade. Torrin seemed to think it was pointless for Derek to bring sunscreen. Well, my mom would always bring sunscreen if we're going to be outside for a long time, Derek quietly admitted. Torrin took a deep breath and made sure to think of what he was going to say. Well, the sun's pretty bright. I guess I'll take some. Derek gave Torrin an excited smile, and Caroline gladly gave him the lotion. I need to replace the word lotion with sunscreen. Once everyone was ready, they venture onto the primitive dirt trail covered by a forest of oaks and pines where the sun would peek through, giving the trail an enchanting feeling. Back in space, Trexar's fleet began to steer into the solar system. Trexar's main general, Dada, named after Dadaism, which is a form of art, noticed that the sail trackers intercepted a strange reading. Captain, I believe I found something special. Trexar turned to see them, walked over the tracking screen. The hunt was back on as they found the whereabouts of where Quetzal was hiding. Excellent, Dada. Now, stop standing around. I want a supply of hunt droids ready by the time we arrive. Mikora, he yells for his daughter. What? She waltzed into his command center. I need you to hire a mercenary. Make sure it's someone who will not miss this time. Yes, sir. She mockingly saluted to her father. Meanwhile, on Earth, Quetzal was in a meditative state. He suddenly broke from his trance with a gaze of fear. He's been found and is unprepared as he has yet to have implemented the first phase of his plan. He gets up and walks out of his base of operations, remembering the teachings of Princess Shayla. The first part of his plan was to ask the spirits he protected about finding worthy vessels that the spirits deem as worthy protectors. He cuffs his hands to his chest and summons out the spirits. He then closes his eyes, raises his hands, opens his arms as he converses with the spirits. Like this, like how you see me, like how like in the Last Supper when Jesus like had his arms out like that.
Yeah.
Okay. No. The mirth. Oh no, Natty. Natty ripped her favorite pair of pants.
I hate that, Natty. I'm so sorry.
You put. I think if the mercenary misses, they're just bad at their job. No, it's because when they were hunting Quetzal in space, they were shooting at him and nobody was able to hit him.
Fair enough.
So that's what he means. Like, make sure to get somebody who won't miss.
Ah.
As
Okay.
in, we'll shoot him.
As in, we'll shoot him.
Y'all suck at your job.
There's an artist in the Nancy Drew PC game series that's her like artist name that she's chosen is Poppy Dada, and so I find that I find that fun.
Well, Dada is like it's very weird. That's the best way of putting it. You can always look it up yourselves. Google Dadaism art. Because and the reason why I know this because it was a topic that we had to cover in academic decathlon. So and I found that style to be very inspiring.
Yeah, my mom went to the Art Institute of Florida, so she homeschooled us, and so growing up we learned about all the various art movements.
No, Derp. The pirates are former storm. No, there's only like 2 pirates. The man and his Trexar and his daughter. The rest of them, except for his right-hand man, who's an alien, are foot soldiers that he made himself. They're robots, but even then, robots have error, have a percentage of error. Okay. Where was I? Not too far from where Quetzal was the gang. Torin, can't we take a break? Caroline trudged with her backpack hunched like a turtle, with her backpack acting as a shell. There's no time. By the time we get there, we'll have to start heading back. Torin rationalized his quick pace to get to the falls. If we don't take a break now, we'll be too tired to do anything. Relax. It's not like it's a 3-hour hike. Leanne scolds Torin. Well, I think this is a great spot to have some lunch, don't you think, guys? Ka digresses to everyone to prevent the soon-to-be shouting match. Fine, but when we're finished with lunch, we're back to hiking. They all stationed themselves, and Caroline opened up her backpack to hand out lunches of turkey sandwiches, diced fruit, and chips she prepared for everyone. Just a few minutes after they sat down to eat, Torin was the first to finish his lunch. He sits quietly but starting to grow impatient, looking at everyone talking and laughing. You know what? I'm taking the lead. When you guys are done, try and catch up. He picked up his backpack and started heading up the trail. A few feet ahead, he began to squint and noticed in the distance a man surrounded by a strange aurora. Before he could think, "Hey," he yelled out to the man. The man became frightened and ran off, but not without Torin dropping his backpack and chasing after him. The others turned their heads to see that Torin began to run. Not knowing what was happening, the gang followed after him. A half-mile later, Torin caught up to the man and tackled him. Note to self in the future Daniel, I'm pretty sure he would run the other way as opposed to run towards them. If I know anything from watching Phantom Investigators, you don't run towards the danger, you run away from the danger.
Yeah, you take cover.
But no, he's impulsive. He lets the truth of thoughts take over. Torin, get off him, Leanne ordered. We're sorry about that. He can be a little nosy sometimes. Are you all right? Is it all right or ALRIGHT? Chat, is it ALRIGHT or the ALL space RIGHT?
It's all right as one word, yeah.
2 L's or 1 L?
I believe 1 L. But now, you know how, like, when somebody asks you to spell something, you all of a sudden forget how to spell every single thing?
Okay, let's see.
I'll look it up.
Kyle helped the man up, pulling him up by his elbow. As the man, Quetzal, dusted himself off, he had a look of shock on his face. The vessels that the spirits mentioned were right in front of him, the prophecy, as foretold. He didn't want to be upfront and scare them off, but he had no time to beat around the topic. Are you okay? You look like a deer in headlights, Caroline asked. Everything is more than all right. I'm sorry if I'm being too informal, but I need your help. Our help? For what? We don't even know you. Torn seemed to answer back with no hesitation. Quetzal took a deep breath and calmly explained his dilemma. My name is Quetzal from the planet of Nachikasar, and I'm being hunted down by a notorious pirate. He plans to hunt me down in order to take a group of spirits that I guard. And why should we believe you? The aurora of color that you saw was the spirits. If you long for more proof, follow me and let your eyes see for themselves. The gang was hesitant, but could not help listen to Quetzal and followed behind him. Quetzal led the gang to the waterfalls and a cave passage leading behind the falls. Everyone stayed quiet throughout the whole walk. No one knew what to say. Quetzal walked through the rock wall, the bright outline surrounding the wall where he was walking through. The gang looked in disbelief. They held hands together and went through the wall at the same time. As they opened their eyes to see the other side, they were amazed at what they saw. ...
How many chapters did you write of this?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Prologue doesn't count, right? A prologue doesn't count as a chapter?
Yeah, the prologue is a prologue, I guess.
8 chapters done, plus the prologue, so 9. Nice. Plus a character description.
Very nice.
If you'd like to view the character description. I did make pictures. But that was a long time ago.
All right, chat. Are we ready? It's 1L. I looked it up. I was right. It was 1L.
Okay. So, chat, what did we think of that chapter?
I like it.
I think that chapter represented the allegorical economy of the time.
Yeah.
I think the whale represented the metaphor for the friends we made along the way.
The real whale was the friends we made along the way. All right.
So there are plenty of grammatical errors. That's why I was like, oh, syntax was off, grammatical errors, spelling.
Oh, I don't even want to know how many grammatical errors are in my stuff.
So, but yeah, what did we think? What did we think? Chat.
I think you're super hard on it because it's something that you wrote, and every creative is super hard on the things that they wrote. I think it's fun. I like it. It's a sequel.
Yes,
yeah,
Wild Horse. Yes, it's a sequel to Wild Horse. It's a generational continuation. Dirtbrex. Look for it at all fine retailers.
All right. Well, Daniel gave me some time to drink my tea and get my voice warmed up, so hopefully I won't be super croaky reading the side A of the Animorphs read.
All right. Animorphs, Book 6, The Capture. This is part A of the video cassette. Video cassette? No, audio cassette. Narrated by Avery Van Houten.
Written by
If you'd like to start with side B, by K. Applegate. Narrated by Avery Van Houten. If you would like to start with side B, narrated by Daniel, please flip this tape over. Play side B. Otherwise, continue with side A.
I hope that's bringing back flashbacks to somebody out there, because I definitely read a lot of cassette tape books back in the day.
I remember the Disney books with the cassettes, remember? And then they'd have like a little harp sound to turn the page.
Yep, I was particularly fond of the Tarzan one. The Tarzan one I listened to like every night when I was little.
I had the Bugs Life one, and like to go to sleep, we would always play like cassette tapes with like of like stories or like of like nursery rhyme stuff, like not nursery rhyme, but like poems, like where the sidewalk ends and stuff like that. So in my mind, I had the Bugs Life cassette tape for the book lived rent free. So did the Aladdin one. Also, I just remembered that if you flip it around, it has a Spanish audio for those books too.
I may be Gen Z, but I know what a cassette is. Well, I mean, we're like on the cusp of Gen Z as it is, so like Gen Z knew what cassettes were.
We're 96. 96 is the end of like Gen Z or what is it? Gen X, Gen Z, right?
Millennial. 1996 is the end of the millennial era. And then 97 on is Gen Z. And I'm December of 96, so I'm the most cusp baby you could possibly be.
Yeah, you are the most cusp. I was born January, you were born December, but even then, I don't fit either of them. We're the in-betweeners.
Yeah, like the nostalgia content for like millennials, Gen Z, I always relate to like about half of each.
Yeah. With Phantom Investigators, I relate pretty well with that.
And there's a cassette rebirth.
Extreme Sports, Tony Hawk, hip lingo like the Rents.
Yep, the Rents. Yep. Yeah.
We should bring that back. Right. The Rents.
The Rents. I feel like if I called my parents the Rents, they'd be like,
"What's up, Rents?"
Oh, that's funny.
Imagine if it's in this book.
It probably would be. Although I love how the references, there's like a ton of 90s references if you've never read Animorphs, but they're clearly references that like no actual child would make, so it's clear that they were like references that the adult writers were like, oh, that's really funny.
Like Letterman.
And Seinfeld. It's like, yeah, sure, I watched both of those things when my parents had them on, but when I was 12, that wouldn't have been my go-to reference, you know?
Yeah. Yes, I too enjoy the Seinfeld.
The Seinfeld, yes. The thing that's on, or Letterman, the thing that's on arguably way after all of us should be asleep because we're 12.
But Marco doesn't have a curfew because his dad is he's a shell of a man.
Yeah, and why am I blanking on all of their names? The one that's a hawk. He doesn't have a curfew because he's a hawk.
Oh yeah, Tobias, because both his guardians are neglect. They're like Matilda's parents. They really would care less.
Matilda was such a book that I loved as a kid.
Well, what do you want a book for? To read. What do you want to read for when you got the television right in front of you?
And then the movie version became more popular, which I feel like Roald Dahl would just be like, TV. Suddenly Walkman. I sang that in my head to the tune of Suddenly Seymour.
Suddenly Walkman?
Yeah, Rex, Suddenly Walkman. Walkmans are like having a little resurgence.
Oh, I see. He's not a Christian! Yes, it's true. I rebuke it in the name of the Lord.
Oh my god. Okay, guys.
I'm gonna cover that one of these days. The Trading Fast episode with the God War.
Yep. Like
I'm glad you're home. Get the hell out of my house. In Jesus' name I pray.
Yeah, did you guys
I could not stop laughing at that part where her husband's like, I'm glad you're home. Get the hell out of my like on cue.
That's funny. Yeah, did you guys know that right now vinyls are the most popularly sold form of physical media, period? Like, they're having a moment.
Yeah, they are.
Yep.
I wonder why, though. Maybe just for the aesthetic?
It's aesthetic. There's an argument to be made for the sound quality being just good.
It fills the room with music.
Yeah. A lot of bands especially have been making a lot of sales in selling vinyl records.
Okay. CDs
Oh.
are next. No, let's not bring back CDs. In all honesty, I'm being very serious about it because
CDs were already kind of coming
CDs.
back.
No, because and for me, it's because they take up a bunch of space compared to like vinyls. Whereas like vinyls, yeah, they might be bigger, but like they're just like flat. Whereas like CD, they have like the case and everything.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
like, no,
Hosier is
thank you. I don't.
Hosier is correct, Natty. Hosier is great. I collect records, but I'm one of the collectors where I just like I like going to like Goodwills and finding all the abandoned records that are just like really kind of old and historic. My brother is the vinyl collector where he's like, I have all of my favorite bands represented here in these vinyls.
You know, I want to come back. That probably won't come back for another few years. Retrofuturism.
Retrofuturism is just great.
It's just like the Fifth Element type of retrofuturism, like the Matrix, Fifth Element, like where everything was like shiny and like acrylic furniture, neon, silvery. Like, oh my god, that was, chef's kiss.
Me and my nice new tires are home. What did I miss? Ellery, Daniel finished reading his Power Rangers chapter, so now I am reading our side A of Animorphs 6, The Capture. This cover is such a cover. It is one of the most covers of all time. I remember specifically seeing this one and just being like, I'm gonna have nightmares over that cover as a kid.
We'll see. We will see.
The way that this is formatted, we only have about 60 pages because it's 63, and the first that includes the cover and the chapter selection. So
okay,
let's get started. Chapter 1.
While you're doing that, I'm updating the Phantom Investigators Wikipedia.
Okay.
It's so outdated.
Because we're the only ones that talk about Phantom Investigators.
Yeah. What's interesting is that it has air dates for half of the episodes, but half of the episodes, fun fact, did not air in terms of like in its original syndication. Only 6 episodes aired, and then Sony, the ones who are funding the whole production, just cut off the funding because they're like, nah, we wanted boys to like this, not girls.
Great. I think Phantom Investigators was good.
Yeah. And then I saw a comment that said, why did... What?
Sorry, go ahead.
And say, because I saw a comment that said, why does Demona wear a mask? And I think it's because she wears a mask because she's the only Phantom Investigator who doesn't have powers, so she doesn't want to expose herself and then, get capped.
Fair enough. All the other ones have fighting powers.
Kinda. Kira doesn't, but like at the same time, she could be like, "This is who murdered me."
Yeah. Natty says, not the CD case with the marker writing on it. See,
Oh my god, you don't even know.
Oh yeah, you remember the days of like, oh, I lost the little like pamphlet thing on the inside of the CD case. Now how do I know what the lyrics are?
Yeah.
So anyway, that's how old we are. Let's get started on this.
When you'd write on the CD directly that says 2000 2003 playlist mix Hot Fire 97.
Yeah. When you before playlist you had the mixtape. Yes, one creepypasta. All right, let's see. Whoop. No.
Camera.
You just have to talk nicely to the tech, and then they sometimes work. Sometimes. All right. Chapter.
No, you gotta talk to it like the God Warrior.
Computer, sit the fuck down and pay attention. Literally, my childhood, same. All right, let's see. Chapter 1. I'm Jake. Just Jake. You don't need to know my last name. And I can't tell you anyway. My story is full of small lies. I've changed people's names. I've changed the names of places. I've changed small details here and there. But the stuff is true. All of it. Except for the things that aren't. I'm interjecting that. The Yeerks are here on Earth. That is true. The Yeerks have made controllers of many humans. They have inserted their gross, slug-like bodies into people's brains and made them into slaves, controllers. That is true. Controllers are everywhere. My town, your town, everywhere. They can be anyone. The policeman on the corner, the teacher in your school, your best friend, your mother or father, your brother. I know because my brother Tom is one of them. Tom is a controller, a slave to the Yeerk in his head. If he knew who I really was, what I really was, he would have me killed or turned into a controller like him. That's what my world is like now. A world where the enemy is everywhere. Even sitting across from me at the breakfast table on a Saturday morning, which is when this part of the story begins. Hey, word I don't want to say, because it's outdated. What's up? Tom asks. I sat down. That's one of the things he calls me. Actually, I'm kind of big for my age, almost as big as Tom, but it's just a joke we've had for years. You know how it is. Not much, I said. What's up with you? Oh, I'm going to a meeting. The sharing? I asked, trying to sound casual. The sharing is this group that tries to pretend like it's some kind of combined Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. It's really a front organization for controllers. The leadership council of the sharing is made up of high-ranking controllers. Yeah, we're doing some cleanup in the park. You know, do our part of the community and all. Then we're having a barbecue afterward. He gave me a serious look. You really should join. You know, we'd get to spend more time together. I felt a wave of sickness. I tried not to show it. It wasn't Tom talking. It was the Yeerk. In his head. The Yeerks who wanted to take my body and use it as a host for one of his fellow slugs. As I sat there across the table from him, I was trying to decide something. I was trying to decide whether I would have to ever destroy him. Destroy my brother, who is not my brother, not anymore. Maybe I will join someday, I said. Like when hell freezes over, I added silently. I poured myself some Wheaties and milk. Product placement. So you'll be out for a while? All morning. Mom and Dad are playing tennis. You'll have the house to yourself. Throw a party. Uh-huh, I said, and spooned up some cereal. It was hard not to just yell at him. To let him know that I knew all about him. What he was. What he was doing. At least some of what he was doing. I had been spying on my brother. He was rising fast in the leadership of the sharing. He was a very loyal controller. The Yeerk in him had been promoted. And he was involved in some new plan. A very new plan. A plan I had to stop. Even if... ... Well, take it easy. Word I'm not gonna say. Redacted.
Short
Tom
stuff.
said. Yeah.
Take it easy, short stuff.
Take it easy, short stuff, Tom said, sounding just like he'd always sounded. You too. I waited till Tom was gone. I was alone. It was time. I went through the house, room by room, making sure no one was there. Then I got the little matchbox I'd hidden in my desk drawer. I could hear a scrabbling noise coming from the inside. I slid the matchbox open. I shuddered. It was a nice, big cockroach. And I'm just like, cockroach where? Where is it?
Squirrel.
Squirrel. Brown and glossy and about an inch long. Its antenna waved eagerly. The roach tried to force its way out of the box, but I held my hand over it. I could feel the roach antenna tickling the bottom of my palm. It was pushing, trying to get away. I focused on the roach, thought about it, pictured it. The roach stopped moving, lay still, not dead, just quiet. Like when you put a Furby in the drawer and it stops talking, it's not dead, it's just going to sleep for a little while. The roach, its antenna waved eagerly. Wait, I already read that. I lost my place. Not dead, just quiet. The way animals always get when you acquire them. I slid 2 fingers into the box to get a better contact with the roach. It felt hard and dry. I shuddered. Ugh. I absorbed the cockroach's DNA pattern. It was becoming part of me. The DNA, the genetic pattern of many animals was a part of me now. Tiger, dolphin, flea, falcon, trout, green anole, Lizard?
Cockroach.
Cockroach.
Tiger. Dolphin. Falcon. Green and all. Cockroach.
It's like Pokemon. I choose you, and then it's just like a cockroach.
Nah, I was thinking more cockroach.
Oh my god!
Where it's like everyone got these great animals, and then it's like cockroach. Uh huh.
Yup. I have the power to morph, to become any animal that I can touch. The power was given to us, to me and my friends, by an Andalite prince, moments before he was murdered by the Yeerks. I have flown through the sky on my own outstretched wings at more than 100 miles an hour. I have been a dolphin locked in deadly battle with sharks. I have felt the awesome power of the tiger and experienced the terrible loss of self, the emptiness and horror of becoming an ant. I love how the ant is the thing that scares them more than anything else.
Because it's like you lose your. Remember last book? It's like they're robots because they're part of a collective. It's like they're like brainwashed cult members.
Yeah, it totally makes sense when you read that book, but it's just funny if you just picked up this book and they're like, not the ant, and you're like, but the tiger and the okay, going on. But no, it would be terrifying. And like they were talking about how they couldn't really see and yeah.
They got bodied as ants.
They did.
If you'd like to learn more about that, please refer back to book 5.
Yeah, VOD under this one. Somewhere. It's probably somewhere.
Oh yeah, Maddie says destroy. Damn, they don't like the K word in kids' books. Yeah, they don't like to use kids in kids' books.
If you're having trouble from the cockroach, I know I'm gonna find a dead cockroach one day and it's gonna gross me out.
It's not dead. It's just what did you say about the Furbies?
About the what?
When you mentioned Furbies.
Oh yeah, it's just sleeping. Like when you put the Furby in like a dark drawer and you close it so they stop talking.
Yeah. Would you acquire a Furby? I wonder if they can acquire Furbies.
Ooh. Oh god. Yeah, that's a very
and then they hack
question.
into the Yeerk control systems to mess them up.
Oh my god.
Just like how Furby stopped playing from flying.
Okay. It was the gift of the dying Andalite, a powerful weapon. It was the gift of the dying Andalite, a powerful weapon for us to use in resisting the Yeerks. And now I was preparing to become a cockroach. It would be the ideal way to infiltrate the Sharing's new headquarters. Building the leadership meeting. Building the headquarters. Let me try that sentence again. It would be the ideal way to infiltrate the Sharing's new headquarters building. The leadership meeting was in a couple of days. I wanted to be there, but the Yeerks had grown cautious lately. They knew we were out here. They believed wrongly that we were a group of Andalite warriors, but they knew that morph-capable enemies were hunting them, opposing them, hurting them. Sometimes hurting them very badly. Tom, my brother, could I destroy my own brother? You don't have to make that decision yet, I said aloud. All you have to do now is try this roach morph. All I had to do was become a cockroach. Oof.
Yes, Jake, destroy your brother. Destroy your brother from the inside, become the cockroach, and then demorph to explode his head.
Ellery, he says, I greatly would dislike being a Furby. Well, I mean, it's not Tom anymore.
It's not Tom anymore.
That's the hard thing, though. It kind of still is, right? Because they're being possessed, but like their consciousness is in there somewhere. They just don't have any control of their body. But
destroy his brother, Jake. Do it. Join the dark side. That with the what did I call it? The Cult of Dawn? No, it was what did I call it? The Dawn Society. Join the Dawn Society. And together we shall rule with the new age of dawn of bitchiness and self-centeredness.
Oh my god.
Join us, Prince Jake. And together, not even the Yeerks will stop the... What did I call it again?
If Dawn was fighting just on bitchiness, she would
The
win every
Dawn
time.
Society. Like, first off, I'm a vegetarian, okay? I wouldn't eat you little Yeerks, okay? So I don't understand why you guys have to decide to want to get into my ear and they'd be like, oh, hell no, she's too much trouble. We're not, no. Give this to somebody who everybody doesn't like.
Oh my gosh,
Give Dawn
funny.
to somebody But I'm sure, like, Dawn would end up being Visser 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's like, hi, Marianne. Dawn, what are you doing here? Well, after being a vegetarian and being an activist, I decided to be the queen of the Yeerks.
Dawn's superpower is being super annoying. Oh yeah. Yeah. Dawn,
they just give her the title of Visser 1 because they don't even want to deal with her.
They're like, whatever, just get her to stop talking, please. Like last night during the book where they're like, where Amalia is like, I hope Dawn can help. It's like, oh, if Dawn is your last resort, you are truly screwed. I'm so sorry.
Nah, Dawn would take that information and then when she's mad at Maggie, she's like, Maggie, you know what you need? You need a cheeseburger. So quit with your bitchiness and eat, and have yourself a cheeseburger. And maybe then you wouldn't be as cranky.
I do love that the late 90s, this era of we can't say the word kill, but instead we're going to use a borderline slur twice. The 90s were a wild time. All right, chapter 2.
You're not you when you're hungry.
You're not you when you're hungry. Nope. Chapter 2. Cockroaches are not my favorite animals, but I know a cockroach would be ideal for penetrating a guarded building. Roaches can go anywhere. You may have noticed that fact. I did. I put my dog, Homer, out in the yard. I closed the curtains in my bedroom, making it as dark as possible. Oh man, the things I do with my spare time, I muttered.
The things I do for love.
I thought of calling Marco and asking him to come over. Marco is my best friend. He's the one who actually came up with the word Animorph. No, I said, do this yourself. The others were all tired. We'd had a rough time lately, too many close calls. We needed a rest. Time to deal with normal stuff like school. Our grades had been suffering since we'd become Animorphs. There's a space there that shouldn't be there, but besides, this had to be my decision. Tom was my brother. I took a deep breath. I braced myself. I took another deep breath. Okay, Jake, I said, let's do it. The first mistake I made was standing in front of a full-length mirror. It was dark in the room, but there was still enough light for me to see the changes. It was a big mistake. Morphing is never pretty. It is always unpredictable. In fact, if you saw it happening and didn't know what was going on, you'd end up screaming for about 2 weeks straight. The first feeling was of shrinking. It's exactly like falling. You're falling forever. I watched myself shrink in the mirror. It didn't look as bad in the mirror as it felt. But what really did look bad was my skin as it began to be covered by an armor plate of brown cockroach shell. Ah! I yelped in surprise. Jake and I are on the same page. My fingers melted together.
Sorry.
No, you're good. My fingers melted together and formed a single, many-jointed bug leg. Antenna jumped out of my forehead. They seemed to stick out for forever, then curl back like they were being blown by a wind. My waist was squeezed, and the lower part of my body swelled, forming a swollen insect abdomen. Swollen and brownish yellow, with the ripples sort of like a Michelin Man. Sort of like the Michelin Man.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters just starts to quietly play in the background.
Wait, I thought that was the Marshmallow Man.
It is, but they're so synonymous in my brain. So I always think of one when I think of the other. Then, when I was about a foot tall, I felt the last of my bones dissolve. I could actually hear it happening. My spine had been grinding as it shrank. Then suddenly I heard a squishy sound, as if my internal organs lost their bone support. My skull melted away. It was the last sound I heard clearly as my eyes, ears, and human sense of hearing faded. I'm sorry, as my ears and human sense of hearing faded. Eyes were not part of that sentence. I was a bag of loose guts. Ugh. Almost deaf, half blind, as my human eyes shrank and the lenses became distorted. My exoskeleton got harder and stiffer and stronger. My wings, glossy and crisp, covered my back. They overlapped the edges, like the metal plates of a suit of armor. Extra legs suddenly sprouted from my chest, only it wasn't exactly a chest anymore. I was a stunted 6-inch long bug with a few
6 inches is still huge.
Yes, that is a huge cockroach. With a few disintegrating strands of brown hair and shrunken but still somewhat human eyes. Wait a minute, didn't he say the roach he acquired was like an inch? Wouldn't he also be an inch? I have animal
Maybe
questions.
I don't. That's a good question. That's a very maybe he doesn't know his measurements. I mean, could be bad at school for all we know.
Yeah, maybe he's just guesstimating and he's wrong both times and it's actually somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
Not attractive, not even slightly. Then I lost my eyes. It took a second to even realize that I could still see. Then, oh yes, I could see. But not in the way I saw with my human eyes. A weird, wavy mountain seemed to wrap all around me, my clothes. They looked different, blue and green and gray, kind of. It's hard to describe exactly. I couldn't see very far, just a few feet. And what I could see was shattered into dozens of little images. I saw little bits of vast fibrous walls, my socks, a dark tunnel made of thick slabs of what could have almost been wavy, congregated concrete, the legs of my jeans. The fibers of the carpet looked gray-green to me and as big as ropes. My hairy, jointed roach legs would catch in the fiber as I tried to move. I don't like the over descriptions. I felt the roach brain surfacing. I'd been through it before. It's different each time depending on the animal. Sometimes it's a bunch of raw energy and fear that takes over your mind so you think you're going crazy. But not the roach brain. I didn't feel a great hunger. I didn't feel great fear. The roach was calm, confident, unworried. They feel nothing because they have no souls. I laughed. I mean, in my head, I laughed because I no longer had a mouth or a throat or anything at all that would make a laugh. I was so tensed up, expecting the cockroach to be a bundle of energy and fear, but mostly it just felt like resting. The roach brain wanted to take a nap. Cool, I thought. It's gross, it's disgusting. Marco and the others will hate the idea, but when I tell them how easy it is to handle, vibration! Get ready. What was it? Get ready. Light. Yeah, cockroaches hate light. They really do.
Why did I think of those memes where people put like their eyes and lips on things?
They're what?
You know what those Instagram memes where people like put eyes and like the eyes and lips filter over like something?
Oh yeah.
That's what I thought of when Jake said human eyes.
Yeah. Now the main character is in Metamorphosis spelt. The writing really does make me feel like I myself am turning into a cockroach, which is great writing, but ooh, it's such a thing to read. Well, he said still human
On
eyes.
a side note,
we reached the roach's exact smallness yet? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Maybe he was at 6 inches because he still had his eyes. He wasn't fully morphed, so he was 6 inches, and then he was gonna just shrink a little bit.
True. And hey, on a side note, Metamorphosis by Hilary Duff is a great album.
I remember that album.
Yeah, that when Laguna Beach had the theme song be what was that song? Let the rain. What is that song called?
Coming
Let
Clean.
the rain fall down. Coming Clean? No, because it's. Oh wait, no. I keep getting confused with Beat of My Heart. That's why. Come Clean is the Is that one, yeah. And that was on
Yeah.
Laguna Beach. But my favorite song from that album is Beat of My Heart.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Beat of my heart, the beat of my heart, and this is start.
When we start reading Kingdom Keepers, it'll make more sense, but I have a very vivid memory of, and you can tell exactly when the first Kingdom Keepers book comes out, because at one point they're hearing music playing in the theme park, but it's like Disney Channel covers, and it's like Ashley Tisdale's cover of Kiss the Girl. It's like, I know exactly when this book was written.
Nah, my favorite Ashley Tisdale cover she ever did was Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley.
Did she cover that?
Yeah, she did. Oh my god.
My god.
It's amazing. It's fabulous. I love it.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Please do. That sounds amazing. All right, chapter 3. Run! Run from the light! Imagine being in one of those race cars at the Indianapolis 500. Now imagine that instead of sitting in one, you are strapped face down underneath one. Your nose is about 1/10 of an inch from the road, and you're going 180 miles an hour. That's what it was like when I ran. My roach legs powered like something from a Roadrunner cartoon. They couldn't say Looney Tunes, so they just said Roadrunner cartoon. I blew out from under the folds of my own clothing. I blew across the carpet. I was rocket propelled. Someone had put the light on in my room, and when that light came on, my roach brain stopped being calm and relaxed. Zoom!
Hey,
3
Toonie.
miles an hour. Hey, Toonie. Zoom! 3 miles an hour. That's very fast when you're only an inch long. Vibration! 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 Heavy steps rattled the floor. They vibrated up through my legs. My tiny roach brain knew what they meant. Something very, very big was walking around, chasing me. Run! Zoom! Across the carpet. Suddenly, a wall. Up, left, right, which way? Vibration, vibration, vibration. Wait. A crack. It wasn't much of a crack, just enough of space to slip a quarter through. No way I could fit, or could I? My underside scraped the floor. My hard brown wing cover scraped the bottom of the baseboard, but I barely had to slow down. I was in the wall. Ha! The big things that rattled the floor would never catch me now. I was safe here. A nail as thick as a tree trunk stuck up from the wood. I went around it. On either side of me, I saw bright, straight lines of light that seemed to go on forever. They were the cracks beneath the baseboards. To one side, a thick, shiny slab with irregular edges intruded into the wall, the edge of the kitchen linoleum. High above, I could see the other lights, more circular and dimmer. These were the holes when pipes entered the wall. Something moving close by. Oh, gross, a cockroach. Get a grip, Jake, I told myself. You're a cockroach too. But still, you just don't want to be face to face with a roach as big as you are. That's true. That's very true. I mean, I was right at eye level. The other roach's antenna felt me, sweeping over me, tangling briefly with my antenna. Ugh. We said hi. At least we said the roach version of hi, which wasn't really hello. It was more like, oh, you're a roach too. Now in the darkness, inside the wall, I felt calmer. The electric fear was gone. The suddenness of the light had been the problem. Then that and the vibration. I could still feel the vibrations, but they were different now, further away. Okay, I'd have enough of being a roach. It was time to get some safe place, demorph, and find out who had been in my room. Why was someone in my room a few minutes earlier, and they would have caught me in mid-morph? Stupid of me. Stupid, stupid. I mean, that would have been interesting. Where could I go to demorph? The garage? Yes, the garage. There wasn't any mirrors, and I sure didn't want to watch myself morph again. Through the kitchen, out under the back door. Jeez, sorry guys. There was That was the way. I went to the bright crack ahead of me, the kitchen. I scampered up on the ledge of linoleum. I stuck my head and antenna out beneath the baseboard. The vibrations were all far away, in some other room. I emerged from the crack. Over my head was an incredibly high canyon. It went up and up, far higher than I could see. 2 parallel walls, just a few body lengths apart. Of course, the refrigerator. I was behind the refrigerator. One side of the canyon was the kitchen wall. The other side was the back of the refrigerator. Someone really should sweep back here. There were dust bunnies the size of couches. But no problem. I was getting the hang of it now. Following the baseboard, the next wall, turn right, and then there would be the door. No problem. I was in charge. Some big barn-like structure was ahead of me. It looked like one of those old-fashioned covered bridges. Huh, probably an old matchbox. I went in, trotting along on my 6 jointed legs. Wait, I wasn't moving anymore. What the? I tried to run. I was stuck. I tried again. One leg was free, but the others were frozen in place. What was... I felt around with my antenna. Now my antenna were stuck. I couldn't move. I couldn't move at all. I was trapped. Oh, he went into the bug trap. Uh-oh. He went into the
Roach Motel.
He went into the Roach Motel.
It's like, have you seen, what is it? Street, which one is it? Where one of them ends up in one of those things.
In what?
Like, so the way you described it, it reminded me of that One Nightmare movie where it was the girl, and I think she was like working out, and then like Freddy Krueger breaks her muscles, and then like she runs, and then she ends up in like a roach box. Oh my god, that one was...
Yep.
Anyway, hi Tarfield Owl.
Welcome.
But anyways, for any yes, someone should really sweep up behind the refrigerator. Why? Because if you don't sweep the dust behind your refrigerator can't ventilate, and if it can't ventilate, then it's retaining the heat, and it's not going to be able to work as well as it should. So, for anyone out there, please make sure to clean behind your refrigerator or dust the little metallic bars that are underneath your fridge, so that way your refrigerator can work properly.
It's been refrigeration maintenance with Daniel.
Mm-hmm.
It is true. You really, it's something you don't think about, but like, yeah, your refrigerator is not going to be cold.
Like, literally, refrigeration just means moving heat from one place to the other. That's what it, like, formally means.
Yeah. I've gotten more books. Yay! I love books. I always love hearing that.
What kind of books?
I'm just like, yay, books. And Taylor's like, what kind of books though?
Yeah. Are they Wiccan books? Are they Coven books? Like, what kind of books are they? Alright, are they of God?
Are they what?
Are they of God? Sorry, I'm on my God Warrior rant again. She's not a Christian!
And now I just want to watch
They
that
believe
episode.
gargoyles, psychics, stars, moons. Did they try tarot cards? Did they try hypnotizing you? I don't want... Taint is nothing! I don't need it. I don't want it. I don't want this money. You can have it back. In Jesus' name, I pray.
That was such a show, wasn't it?
Yeah. I heard that years later, the God, she became a LGBTQ ally.
Oh.
That's what I heard.
Cute. Okay. Chapter 4. So, Rachel demanded, what was it? How did you get trapped? I'll bet I know, Marco said, grinning sardonically, which is the only way he knows how to grin. Jake checked in, but he couldn't get out. I nodded. Roach Motel. I walked into a stupid Roach Motel. I ran right onto the sticky paper and, man, I could not move. Very frustrating. You know, you could do commercials for the Roach Motel company, Marco suggested. Take it from me, Roach Boy. These things really work. Not me literally realizing that those things were literally called Roach Motels. I only use that term when referring to a really, really shady hotel or motel that I've had to stay in.
Yeah, that's true too. I'm pretty sure you can refer to a motel like the Super 8 that never gets cleaned. You can refer to it as a Roach Motel.
Yep.
So Derp said that they got the League of Regrettable Superheroes, the League of Regrettable Supervillains, the League of Regrettable Sidekicks, and the Golden Hour.
Nice. That sounds fun. It was later in the day, and we were in Cassie's barn. Rachel, Marco, Tobias, Cassie, and me. It was later in... I already read that. As usual, the place was filled with the wire cages, and the cages were filled with animals. Rabbits, foxes, baby deer, eagles, opossums, mourning doves, all of them injured or sick, some of them feisty and ready to be released. We were lounging around on bales of hay, on piles of feed sacks, all except Tobias, who was up in the rafters high overhead, and Cassie, who was feeding some of the animals. Everyone seemed to think my roach experiment was funny. Except for Cassie. Cassie was the only one not smiling. She was giving me a very disapproving look. Jake, you of all people should know better. She was right. I knew she was right, but that just made me stubborn. Look, I was just trying out the morph to see if it would be good for us to use. Cassie totally did not buy my argument. She put down the bucket she was carrying. She took off her heavy work gloves. She came over and stood about a foot from me. Then she stuck her finger in my face. Uh-oh, Marco said in a loud whisper. Jake's in trouble. Big time, Rachel agreed. Jake, Cassie said, don't ever do that again. Now you are sort of the one in charge, but I am telling you, don't ever do that again. Don't ever try some new morph without one of us there. Do you understand? Cassie was just...
Cassie sounds like, if you ever do that again, I will slap the taste out your mouth. Try it, Jake.
Cassie's not fucking around with Jake.
Like, Jake, I love you, but damn, I will beat the hell out you, boy. Don't ever, and I mean ever, do that stuff.
I like Cassie's attitude. I like Cassie's attitude, too. I feel like...
Yeah. Have you lost your mind?
Yeah. As my mother would say, are you thinking? Not what were you thinking, are you thinking?
She's got patience, but damn, I bet you Cassie will go unhinged if you try her patience. She's the one not to try. She'll be like, have you lost your mind?
Yeah.
Because that will help you find it and slap it right into your head, all right? I will give you 5 reasons as to never do that again. And if I need to, I will assert those reasons like this. Do you understand me, boy?
She's going. I feel like she would absolutely go tough love mom friend on any of these other kids if she has to.
Rachel, don't start with your pretty privilege shit again, all right, Rachel? And don't even start, Marco, because I will slap the taste out your mouth too.
Cassie, I was just, no, don't tell me what you were just. Don't ever do that again. Jake, I think this is the point where you just say yes, ma'am, Tobias said.
Exactly. You just say yes, ma'am. Do you hear me? Jake? Do you hear me, boy? Yes, ma'am. You say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, and that is it. Do not start with me.
Yeah, do not speak. This is not a conversation. Where was I? It's the part where you,
I hung my head. Okay,
yeah.
Cassie, sorry.
Not becoming with being in a morph. I hung my head. Okay, Cassie, sorry. Rachel whistled appreciatively. It's a new, tougher Cassie. I approve. I remember when she used to be so sweet, Marco said. I didn't know her voice could even sound like that. Plus, look, she now comes with a kung fu grip. Cassie ignored them. Instead, she gave me a private look just between the two of us. I knew what the look meant. It meant, I care about you, don't be dumb. And the look, the Tyra Banks thing, when my mother yells at me like this, it's because she loves me.
Oh my god, that is pop culture history. It is inappropriate, romanticized pop culture history right there.
Mm-hmm.
Be quiet, Tiffany, be quiet. What is wrong with you? Stop it! I have never in my life had to yell at a girl like this. Well, my mother yelled at this because she loves me. I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? Learn something from this. You go to bed at night, you lay down, you take responsibility for yourself. Cause ain't nobody taking responsibility for you. You over there rolling your eyes. You don't know where they come from. You don't know where the hell I come from. You don't know what I've been through. But I'm not a victim. I grow and I learn. Take responsibility for yourself.
We were all rooting for you. Oh yes,
Yeah,
Cassie.
that's Cassie. Cassie's giving the we were all rooting for you, Jake.
Yep. And the look I sent her meant, I know I care about you too. Okay, I realize it sounds corny, but give me a break. We'd been through a lot, Cassie and I, and all of us. We'd grown pretty close. To me, Cassie is an amazing person. For one thing, she handles all kinds of responsibility. Her barn is actually the wildlife rehabilitation clinic. Her parents are both veterinarians, and her dad runs the clinic as a way to help injured wild animals. Everything from seagulls to skunks. And Cassie helps with all the work, except for doing surgery. But I'll bet she could do that too. As for how she looks, well, she's very pretty. Kind of. Oh, good. Somebody not your cousin is pretty. I appreciate that.
Yeah, at least it's not Stacy's mom. What is it? Stacy's mom's got it going on.
Yep. Kind of short. She only comes up to my chin, but then I'm fairly tall. But she's not one of those wimpy-looking short girls. Thing.
Oh my gosh. You mean that I'm not like every girl?
Jake.
Damn, these young adult books are so backhanded with the way that they talk. They are so disrespectful.
Not all prissy because of work. Not all prissy. She's strong looking. Mostly when I picture Cassie, I think of her wearing overalls and boots because of working in the barn so much. I guess most guys would say Rachel is prettier. Jake, that is your cousin.
Oh my gosh. Why would he do that?
That is your cousin, Jake.
We spoke too soon.
Don't make me pull out the banjos, Jake. I don't want to have to do it.
This is Florida after all.
Oh gosh. Florida man. Jake, don't be Florida man today.
Florida man. Not cockroach man, Florida man. He'd rather be Florida man than cockroach.
Yeah. Personally, I don't think of her that way because she's my cousin.
Shut up, Jake. Shut up. Oh, I don't think of her like that. Oh. No, I don't know what all these other guys are saying that. I didn't say that. He said that.
But Rachel does look like some kind of blonde supermodel. Jesus Christ.
The Bonfire Bank.
Oh my god. Not that Rachel acts like it. Ms. Passion, just the opposite. If there's danger, Rachel is right there, usually a few steps ahead of anyone else. Marco says Rachel's enjoying it all. That she's actually glad about all this happening in our lives since the night we saw the Andalites' damaged spaceship land in the construction site. That was a long sentence. Marco refers to Rachel as Xena Warrior Princess, but that's Marco. For him, do the thing
that Xena does.
I don't. I'm gonna be real. I've never really watched Xena Warrior Princess.
She does that. Oh my gosh.
Derbrek says, "Oh man, not again." Jake not being incestuous in this economy? Well, it lasted for all of 2 seconds.
You know.
Jake, not again. Thank goodness he's talking about his cousin. And then the next comment, Jake, not again.
Girl, Cassie will be like, so who you looking at, huh? Is it Rachel?
Oh my god.
I could be Rachel. I could be Rachel if you want, Jake. Please don't do this to me. Don't break up with me, Jake. I could be her.
Oh my god, no.
Cassie, you value yourself.
Cassie would just be like, dude, what the fuck? That is your cousin.
She would be like, Rachel, you're my friend, but please leave. You're no longer invited back to Cassie's farm. Have a good day.
That's Marco.
But,
for him.
But Cassie, per my last request.
Yep. Jake is always Florida man. Jake is the quintessential Florida man. Alright, but that's Marco. For him, everything is a joke, except for his family, or what's left of it. Damn, kind of hurts Jake. Marco is small, with dark eyes and dark, long brown hair. Cassie says a lot of the girls at school think he's cute. I wouldn't know. Most
Jake,
of the time,
I will smack you myself. Do not talk about my son like that. He is my son.
Most of the time, Marco and I totally do not get along. He says I'm too serious. Personally, I think he's just a little too immature sometimes.
No, he's very mature. It's just that he doesn't like put on the facade like you do, Jake.
It's a trauma response. Being the funny guy is a trauma response.
He's very mature. He just doesn't pretend to be all grown up like you, Jake, who's very immature.
We disagree about everything. He actually tries to tell me that college hoops are better than the NBA. Yeah, right, please. What are you going to do with a guy like that? We get on each other's nerves.
See, Marco predicted the future because Division 1 basketball is the thing now.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We got on each other's nerves a lot of the time. We're also best friends and have been since we were babies. I would do almost anything for Marco, and he would do the same for me. Of course, he'd complain the whole time. Oh man, can that guy complain when he wants to? The last member of our original group is Tobias. Tobias used to be... Don't be excluding my child. I know that he wasn't there from the beginning, but he's, you know, he's part of the group now.
He's like dance moms. We're like Jill and Kendall weren't part of the original group of dance moms, but they're considered part of the original group of dance moms.
Yeah. Tobias used to be this kind of sweet guy with blonde hair, a dreamy sort of person with a really terrible home life. Used to be. I glanced up at him. He was perched on a rafter overhead. He was preening his wing feathers, carefully combing them out with his beak. It's an amazing beak. It has a wicked, cruel-looking hook at the end, the better to tear open the mice and rats and other small animals he eats. Ugh. Tobias is a red-tailed hawk. I guess maybe he will always be a red-tailed hawk. See, there's one problem with morphing, a time limit of 2 hours. If you stay in morph more than 2 hours, you stay forever. Which is why Rachel asked me, so what's the rest of the story? How did you get out of the Roach Motel before the time was up? I noticed you're human again. More or less, Marco added. I shrugged. Well, I sat there for a while trying to squirm out, but it didn't work. I was stuck good. But it was okay because I sat there. I realized I could start to make sense of some of the vibrations I was hearing. Some of it was sound. People speaking. What people? Marco asked. My parents. Dad twisted his ankle playing tennis, which is why they'd come home early. They were the ones who'd gone into my room looking for the ace bandage I have in my drawer. They were the ones who'd turned on my light. Anyway, what could I do? I wasn't about to get stuck in roach morph, and I could tell my parents were up in their bedroom, so I demorphed. Wait, were you behind the refrigerator? Tobias asked in thought speak. Yeah, and it was very tight, but as I grew, I could push the refrigerator out an inch at a time. Still, I thought I was going to suffocate back there, and then, just as I was getting human again, my mom walks in. That made them all lean forward. What? Cassie demanded. Your mom? What did she see? What did she say? Well, all she could see was my head. It was normal, fortunately. And what she asked me was, Jake, why are you back there? And while we're at it, why do you have the top of a roach motel stuck in your hair? Everyone got a good laugh out of that. Marco was the first to stop laughing. He was looking at me kind of sideways, the way he does when he thinks I'm hiding something. You're probably hiding something. Very funny and all, Jake, Marco said, but you haven't told us why you were morphing a roach. And don't give me that I was just trying it out routine. I stopped laughing. Sooner or later, I would have to tell them everything. Okay, look. I've learned something. For one thing, Tom is getting more important to the Yeerks. I think now he's just below Chapman as a controller. Rachel gave a low whistle. Chapman is our assistant principal at school. He is also the most important controller we know about. Tom is careful about not letting my parents or me overhear anything suspicious, I said, but he does make phone calls using our phones sometimes. I've been checking the automatic redial when he's done, so I know some of the people he's calling. Marco laughed. Cool, Jake, the super spy. Nice trick. And who is Tom calling? Tobias asked. Doctors. 5 different doctors. I looked them up in the phone books. They all practice at the same hospital, the same wing of the hospital, as something called the Berman Clinic. Berman is one of the doctors, Tom calls. It took a few minutes for the facts to sink in. Wait a minute, Rachel said. Are you saying the Yeerks are running that hospital? Or at least a part of that hospital? Why would they want a hospital? I hesitated before answering. I wasn't sure my guess was right. Maybe I was just being paranoid. But Marco, who could teach a class in paranoia, had already figured it out, of course. Oh man, they're gonna use the hospital to infest host bodies. You check in to have your tonsils out, you have a cast, or to have a cast put on your broken arm, you check out as a controller. Well, that's not good. That feels like it's against HIPAA. I don't think of her like that. I say, referencing her in that way at every possible opportunity. Florida Man is the worst superhero.
Oh, I was like, wait, what do you think? Oh, what is it? Oh yeah, it's so funny because it's like that's what some guys do. They're like, they're like, oh, I don't do that. But all the other guys say that, just to gauge the room. Like, oh, I don't think that, but the other guys think that, right, guys?
Me, who has her tonsils out. Oh, thank God! I so far have never had to have my tonsils out, and I'm horrified at the prospect of ever having to have them out.
I haven't had my tonsils out.
Had my wisdom teeth out, but not my tonsils.
Oh yeah, I remember I got all 4 of them taken out at once. I was like, it's better to do that than to get one at a time. And then, oh my God, it was the most horrible day after that. Like, I got it in the afternoon, but damn, I was like pawing at my stitches.
Oh yeah, it was terrible. It took me like 2 weeks to recover. It was
same with me, because I was like, all I could do was drink smoothies, and I could barely touch my teeth together because they were like still like recovering. Couldn't even bite down on a spoon without it like being too sensitive.
Yikes. Tom came home late that evening. He smelled like wood smoke and barbecue sauce. My mom and dad and I were already at the table eating dinner. My dad had his injured ankle resting on a stool. We were having broiled chicken and potatoes and veggies. As he walked in through the kitchen door, my mom said, "Tom, how was the big cleanup? They showed some of it on the news." Tom came into the dining room and took a chair across from me. It was okay. We filled 2 dumpsters. Why is dumpsters capitalized? Was that a brand? Full of garbage and dead branches and stuff. Hey, what happened?
Let's check.
What happened to your leg, old man? My dad winced. I tried for a shot I shouldn't have tried for, twisted it. Again, if I ever called my parents old man or anything similar, they'd just be like, get out.
Oh, you want to call me old man? Okay, then.
I don't even want to know. Did you have enough to eat, my mom
Since
asked
I'm an old...
What?
I'm an old man, maybe you should have your own house then, huh? Since I'm old, you're the new man, huh? Go find your own house. Go find your own place to live.
Tom patted his stomach. Burgers and dogs and chicken. I'm sorry.
I don't think dumpster the brand. I just think that was a grammatical error.
I was like, there's no way dumpster's been a brand this whole time.
Band-Aid the brand.
Band-Aid is a
bandage,
brand.
But dumpster is not. I think that they accidentally did that.
Not as good as your chicken, of course. I mean, it's just broiled chicken. I take issue with just plain broiled chicken. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait, where did it say that?
No. He says he says burgers and dogs and chicken, not as good as your chicken, of course.
Wow, not as good as your chicken, Rachel.
Actually, your father. Well, this is Tom talking, so maybe Tom doesn't have a thing for their cousin.
Oh, I thought it was Jake saying not as good as your chicken. I'm sure he'd be like, my parents' chicken isn't as good as Rachel's boiled chicken. But then again, everybody else says that too.
Actually, your father cooked. He cooked by calling Gourmet Express and having it delivered, and they delivered just plain broiled chicken. Okay.
That's depressing.
That is depressing.
Broiled chicken is such a sad meal.
Yeah, it's a very Caucasian meal. Just like unseasoned, bland broiled chicken and vegetables.
Yeah, that's like bodybuilder food right there. Broiled chicken, rice, vegetable.
Yeah.
Nah, I could not handle that. I would need the Lowry's. I would need the chicken bouillon. I'd need all of that.
Yeah. But I did microwave the sauce, my dad said. That counts as cooking. Tom winked at my dad. Well, the stuff at the barbecue had to be better than Dad's chicken. Good thing I ate there. Just for that, you get no dessert, my dad said. And it's cheesecake from Santorini's. Ooh, Santorini's, Tom groaned. I take it back. I apologize. I grovel. I beg. I love Santorini's. Homer came in, sensing it was time for table scraps. Hey, Homer, Tom said. He scratched him behind the ears, and Homer got his happy moron look. The look where his eyes glaze over and his tongue lolls out of his mouth.
Lol.
A totally normal scene around a totally normal dinner table. No one would ever have guessed the truth. In my brother's head was an alien, a creature from another planet. I asked Axe about how it works. Axe is the Andalite we rescued from the bottom of the ocean. He's one of us now, I guess. Anyway, I asked Axe about how the Yeerk slug lives in a person's head. He'd explained it to me. How they can flatten their slug-like bodies. How they can sink between the crevices and cracks of a person's brain. Ah! How they melt like liquid into every available space. How they wrap their bodies around a brain and attach their own neurons to human neurons. Tom must have noticed me staring at him. What's your malfunction? I snapped out of my daze. What? Oh, nothing. I was just thinking of something. You were staring at me. You were staring at my forehead. I forced a laugh. My mind raced to think of a joke. Really? I thought I was just staring blankly into empty space. But then again, empty space, your head, what's the difference? It worked. Tom snatched up a dinner roll and chucked it at me. I caught it in midair, a split second before it would have hit my face. For a moment, we just glared at each other. Don't throw food, my dad said. It's undignified. It's okay, I said. Tom's not fast enough to hit me anymore. He slowed down, lost his touch. Tom raised an eyebrow. Don't push it. Redacted.
Short stuff.
Short stuff. I smiled. It was a fake smile, but it was the best I could do. You used to be faster when you were still on the basketball team. I guess hanging out at the sharing all the time, eating barbecue and potato salad must have slowed your reflexes. You know, in the old days, Tom would not have put up with that. He would not have let me challenge him and get away with it. He would have had me in a headlock and given me a massive noogie till I begged for mercy. But now he just he gave me a cold, uncertain smile. Maybe it was because he had changed. Maybe it was because I had changed. The silence stretched between us for a few minutes, and my parents, feeling uncomfortable, made small talk. I have homework to do, I said at last. May I be excused? Come back down for cheesecake later, my mom said. Tom caught up to me in the stairs. I don't know why you're so against the sharing, he said. A lot of the kids in your school have joined. I guess. I just don't like to join things. Yeah? Well, don't dump on what you don't understand. What were you doing that was so important today while I was out cleaning the park? I stopped and turned to face him. I was one step higher than he was. We were eye to eye. Me? I wasn't doing much of anything. Hanging out with Marco. Your loss, he said. There are things that are cooler than hanging out with Marco. Cooler than being on some bogus team. Important things. You could be a part of something bigger. You could be part of something great, not just another nothing kid. Okay, first of all, ouch. Second of all, this turned into an after-school special real quick, Tom.
Sorry, Natty says, did that? Oh, no. It was Ellery. It says, real Tom sounds toxic as fuck. Maybe the controller, the better older brother. No. The controller is toxic because they're making Jake feel like trash for not being part of the sharing. I'm sure Tom
in a different way
would... Tom's just older brother, because I have an older brother and an older sister, and damn, is it fun for them to traumatize me? Because I was a scaredy cat.
Mm-hmm.
So they would like watch scary movies on purpose, or like play scary video games, and sit me down in their lap when I was a small kid.
No. Yes, Natty, I
So-
believe that does mean a lot of the kids are now possessed.
He should have said, "Oh, I might think of joining. What are their names? The people from my school that go there?" Just to keep a
Right.
list.
Right? Just a casual.
Jake,
The
think
alien
your
we
head.
rescued from the bottom of the ocean. Meanwhile, he waxes about his own cousin. Yeah. Jake's a strange kid.
Yeah, you should have been like, "Gee, I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. I'll think about it, Tom. But I'm sure I would be more than happy to join if you gave me a list of the kids that were part of the sharing."
Yeah, you should probably figure out who those kids are. It's probably helpful information.
Yeah.
He gave me a look like he could tell me incredible things, like he could open up a whole new world for me. Don't sing Aladdin. Don't sing. I could be part of something bigger, something
Out
important.
of the sea, wish I could be part of that world.
I knew the kind of stuff worked on some people. That was the first step toward becoming a voluntary host. That was how the sharing started you out. Talk of bigger, more glorious, more interesting things that you could be part of. That's also how cults get you. Part of. Thanks, Tom, I said, but I don't want to be a part. I guess I'd rather just be one person, on my own, one little nothing kid. For a split second after I said that, he let the mask slip. For just a moment, I saw an expression of pure arrogance and contempt. Yeerk arrogance, Yeerk contempt. The look said, "We will have you sooner or later. You and all the rest of your weak race." Then it was gone, and Tom was shrugging like it was all no big deal. I went to my room, I did some homework. Later, I went back downstairs and ate cheesecake along with my folks and my brother. One big happy family watching TV and pigging out. That night, I had the dream. A dream that had begun to appear almost every night.
What was I gonna say?
That would require...
Oh, apart. Oh yeah, apart. Trappa, apart. Trappa, apart. Do you get what I'm talking about? You're old.
I don't
Halloween
know that.
Town.
Oh, yes, Trappa, apart, yes. I remember.
Trappa, apart. Trappa. Yep. They're eating cheesecake like the Golden Girls. There's 4 of them.
Yeah. OMG, those poor kids. I know, right?
Dorothy as Tom. You got Rose as Jake. You got Blanche as their mother, and you got Sophia. No, Jake is Sophia. Dorothy is Tom, and then the other 2 are their parents.
I feel bad for Jake too. I feel bad for all of them. I am the older brother, Ellery says, so I don't know what it's like to be the youngest sibling. I'm also the oldest. Require Jake to have brain cells that aren't too busy being in love with both Cassie and his own cousin. Worst love triangle ever. All the people complaining about like the Hunger Games love triangle and the Twilight Zone love triangle. Not as bad as this one.
Nah, I still think the Hunger Games one is bullshit. How the hell is why am I blanking on her name? Katniss. Why is Katniss even gonna entertain the thought of being with Gale? Gale is nothing but a bitch boy. Sorry.
Yeah.
My language, but damn. Gale is a bitch boy.
Gale sucks. Yeah. Sorry,
I'm Team PETA all the way. Sorry. I am a PETA boy. I love PETA. PETA went out of his way for Katniss. Yes, he's a doormat for her, but at the same time, he also went through the games with her and survived. So he's not that much of a doormat.
This is why me and my sister talked about what to do if one of us were possessed. The other must stop us at all costs. I love that this is a conversation that you and your sister have. Chapter 6. I can't believe we're actually going to practice a morph, Marco said. We never practice. We just do it. And when it's a huge disaster, we try and deal with it then. We need the practice, I pointed out. We're going in as spies. We're going into this thing trying to hear what they're saying, and it takes a while to learn how to use the cockroach's senses to understand sound. This would be great. This would be a great horror movie, or at least a book, Marco said. Roach Man. We were in Marco's new apartment. It was the first time we'd ever used it. Probably because now that Marco's dad was back at work, they had moved to a better place. I guess Marco used to be embarrassed over his old place. Oh. In fact, his dad was out working late at his new job. I hoped the job would last. Marco had been carrying a big load of family problems for a long time. Is it possible to die of total willies? Cassie asked. I mean, do you think we could someday just gross ourselves right out of existence? I don't even like touching a cockroach. How am I going to stand becoming one? Just don't be near a mirror, I suggested, and don't look at each other while you're morphing. Are those creatures fighting to... Are these creatures frightening to humans? Axe wondered. My boy! It's amazing how quickly we'd all gotten used to the fact that this guy from another planet was with us. I barely even thought about the fact that an Andalite was standing there, looking like a cross between a blue deer, a mouthless human, a goat with eyes on the ends of his horns, and a scorpion. The scorpion part of the Andalite tail is the Andalite tail. It has a curved scythe blade on the end. The Andalite can whip that tail forward so fast you don't even see it move. I sat on the edge of Marco's bed. Tobias perched just inside the window, looking fierce and angry. Although, of course, he wasn't. Speaking of odd things, I was getting used to. I mean, I was there with an alien, my cousin, my best friend, and Cassie. I don't like that he's not calling Cassie his girlfriend, because clearly that's what they are. You need to commit, Jake.
Yeah, it's just because you're tall and you feel like you're good looking, not as good looking as Marco apparently, doesn't mean that you get your pick of the litter. That is disgusting, sir.
And they were all getting ready to become roaches, except for Tobias. And the weirdest thing of all was that it didn't seem weird anymore. And I watched as they all began to morph. I looked away when it began to get disgusting. When I looked again, there were 4 cockroaches on the carpet. Okay, Marco spoke to me. We're bugs. Now let's get this over with. Because I have to tell you, I have a major urge to step on myself. Okay, I said. Can you guys hear me? Go ahead, we're ready. Say something, Marco spoke. I couldn't tell which roach was him. All roaches look alike. Hello, I said loudly. Wait, I felt something, Cassie said. Tobias, tell them that was me. That was Jake, Tobias translated into ThoughtSpeak. He said hello. Okay, Jake, do it again. Say hello again, Marco instructed. Hello. Yeah, I felt some vibrations there, Rachel confirmed. Can't they all ThoughtSpeak? Because, like, they've definitely ThoughtSpoke while out of morph before. Right?
When? No.
Because Tobias showed up at... Because Tobias showed up at Rachel's door and was talking to her. Or, like, at her window.
Because Tobias is a bird.
Ah, you can project ThoughtSpeak, but you can... Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, because he's in a permanent morph, so because he's in a permanent morph, he still retains the ability to ThoughtSpeak, but if he were to turn back into a human, he can't ThoughtSpeak anymore.
Okay. Hello.
Natty. Rachel is the name he is going to say at the altar. Oh my gosh.
Oh god. Oh god, it's like that episode. It's like the season 4 finale of Friends. What's 3 or 4?
Rachel.
4.
Rachel.
Hello. That sounded like hello, Cassie said. Jake, Marco said. Say I'm a huge dork. I'll see if I can understand it. You're a huge dork. Very funny, Marco said. I couldn't actually hear what you said, but I know you. We spent about an hour with Marco, Cassie, Rachel, and Axe, learning to translate vibrations into human speech. They were repeating the learning I'd done while I was stuck in a roach motel behind my refrigerator. When they demorphed, I looked away again. My dreams had been weird enough lately. I didn't need any help having nightmares. Cassie is the best morpher in our group, even better than Axe, who's an Andalite after all. Usually she can kind of control the process a little. Once when we were morphing birds, she managed to turn totally human except for keeping huge bird wings for a few seconds. It was really cool. But even Cassie couldn't do anything to make a cockroach morph attractive. It was disgusting. Flat out disgusting. You have such a wonderful...
Disgusting!
You have such wonderful animals on this planet, Axe said when he had returned to his normal form. Not that his normal form looked very normal, standing there in Marco's bedroom. Well, that's a matter of perspective. It's normal where he comes from. You probably all look weird to him. You know, he comes from a planet of scorpion deer beings.
Alien centaur. It's
Alien
like
centaurs.
What is it? Stepsister from Planet Weird. Stepsister from Planet Weird.
Yep.
Where she called who was it? The main character, not the human, but the alien. She called them flesh bags or something.
Yeah.
Why must I be confined to this bag of meat or something like that?
Sitting there in Marco's bedroom. Cockroaches are not wonderful, Rachel said, shuddering a little. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't like those bodies. They're easy to handle, though, Marco said. Not like ants. We all exchanged a look. They're like, we don't speak of the ants. We had a very bad experience with ants. That was one morph no one was going to be repeating. You know, guys, this mission doesn't really require all of us to go, I said. Look, I just said roaches are disgusting, Rachel protested. I didn't say I didn't want to do it. We need to know what's going on with the hospital. The best way to do that is to crash this. You guys know in that Neil Breen movie where he's like, the doctor of the hospital. Someone knows.
Which movie?
So Neil Breen is basically like Tommy Wiseau, but he's made more movies. And he has one movie where he just straight up looks at this girl and in earnest goes, the doctor of the hospital. It's like, yeah, you know how people talk to each other?
Yes, the reader of this book.
Yes. Let's see.
You're tearing me apart, Avery.
Lisa. The best way to do that is to crash this leadership meeting of the sharing, and the best way to do that is with roach morphs. End of discussion. She looked around belligerently, like she was daring anyone to disagree. Yeah, but I can do it alone, I said. What's going on with you? Rachel asked. You know we're the 5 musketeers. 1 for all and all for one. 6 musketeers now. And she corrected, looking at Axe. What are musketeers? Axe said. No one answered him. They were all just looking at me like I'd done something wrong. Normally I'd be all for staying out of trouble, Marco said, but I'm just curious about why you're acting this way. It makes sense. One of us can go it alone. Are you worried about Tom getting hurt? Cassie asked. Count on Cassie to figure it out. I looked down at the ground. Look, he's my brother. You guys are my friends. What if we were to get into it and it comes down to a fight? Marco raised his eyebrows thoughtfully. He understood. We don't hurt Tom. That's the first thing. It's not that simple, I said. He's involved in this big time. He's one of them. And he would I hate having to say that, but it was true. Not Tom, Tobias said. The thing that lives in his head. Never Tom. I sighed. I had this dream. I almost stopped talking right there because I felt like a fool bringing it up. I know this is stupid. I know dreams don't mean anything, but I've had this dream a couple of times. Okay, Cassie and Tobias were having dreams like just a couple books ago. It's not weird.
Oh yeah. I was like, wait, what dreams? Oh, that's right. The dreams
That's
of
how they found Axe.
not Atlantis. I thought they found Axe.
Yeah.
I was about to say, welcome to the city of Atlantis.
So tell us, Rachel prodded. Okay, but don't laugh. In the dream, I'm in my tiger morph, and I'm stalking Tom, following him. on his trail and feeling the tiger's eagerness, the predator feeling, the hunger, the desire to kill. Tobias turned his head away. I knew why. Tobias was a predator now. He felt that eagerness, that killing desire every day. It still bothered him. I guess he had always been such a gentle guy, back when he was fully human. Anyway, in the dream, I'm hunting my own brother, only when I got close, he turns around and it isn't Tom anymore. I stopped myself before I finished the sentence. I'd already said too much. I just don't want anything to happen to Tom, I said lamely. It's not just about what might happen if there's a fight. Look, I think Tom is important to this whole hospital plan somehow. I think maybe he's in charge. If we manage to stop this thing, who knows what they'll do to Tom. I mean, maybe Visser 3 just kills Tom's Yeerk, but we've all seen Visser 3 in action. He likes to make examples out of anyone who fails him. He could kill Tom. Rachel whistled softly. If we succeed, Tom fails. If he fails, Visser 3 may kill him. That's about the way it is, yeah, I said. So what do we do? Marco asked. We forget this mission, Cassie suggested, and leave the Yeerks in control of a hospital? A little factory for making controllers? I countered. Why? Because my brother may be hurt? Yes, Cassie said, simply. I hesitated. I wanted to agree, but how could I justify backing off for selfish reasons? We don't have to make final decision now, Marco said. We can go in, learn what they're up to, decide then what to do about it. I met Marco's gaze and wondered what he was thinking about me. Only Marco and I knew about his mother. To everyone else, she's dead. Only the two of us knew that she's really a controller, that her body is the host body of Visser 1. Marco, of all people, understood what I was dealing with. He had given me a way out of deciding. Yeah, I said, nodding at my friend. Marco's right. This is just a spy mission. There's plenty of time to decide what to do when we know more about what they're up to. I should have felt relieved. I didn't. All right. Someone needs to smack Cockroach Man with a shoe, not because Jake is a cockroach, but because because he needs his ass beat.
Now, mind you, everyone, that Jake was already feeling the hots of prettiness from Rachel before all this happened. So you cannot justify that it was the war that warped his mind into saying, oh, Rachel is so beautiful to everybody else. I don't say that. Hello, Milo. Okay, what happened? Did we lose sound?
No, I just muted myself for a second. I just had congestion issues. For those coming in, I'm a little bit sick, but it's okay.
Yeah.
If Tom knew what's going on there, I guarantee you he would want to be stopped. Yeah. What, Cassie? Wait, what was that in reference to what Cassie said? Backing off the mission? Maybe? I just sometimes have to catch up with chat, and I'm not sure which comment's go to where. And yes, Paulo, Neil Breen is God's gift to bad movies. It's very funny. I should probably cover some of his movies sometime.
Yeah, he's Uwe. You know Uwe. He makes bad video game movies. Yeah. Just for tax purposes.
That's funny.
He is not a gift. He is not a gift of God for bad movies.
Backing off the mission. Okay, yeah. She's trying to be supportive, but also the mission is kind of important to saving countless people, so.
Yeah, she's being supportive, so that way she'd be like, I'm supportive of you, Jake, unlike your cousin.
Oh, God.
Just kidding. No, Cassie has too much dignity to be on, grovel for Jake.
Neil Breen movies are Jake, bad. Yeah. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, I was reading what Mila said.
Yeah, no,
But
Neil Breen movies are
but you
bad.
don't. Yeah.
No, they're bad. They're comically bad.
Yeah, but what was I gonna say? I've seen some pretty bad, like, quote unquote video game movies, and I don't know. I probably would be enticed to watch a Neil Breen movie as
Neil Breen
opposed
is...
to King of Fighters or Tekken or any of that stuff.
Yeah, Curtis Connor has a couple of really good videos about Neil Breen movies. I'll probably watch at least one of them at some point and do a video about it. I always tell people when people ask me to like is this thing good or whatever, I always tell people I think it's good, but like also my perception of film and media in general is just shot because I've seen so many weird and bad things in the nearly 3 years of this channel. It's been a wide range of things.
Bad film. Avery and I reacted to Alien Brain Eaters from Phantom Investigators. You can go check that out on the Boxcut podcast after this live stream.
I loved that episode. That was a fun episode.
He has death balls from the planet Chocolate.
They're so cheap. Like, he badly green screens himself into stock footage. None of the scenes like actually link together. Yeah, no, there's like 3 different things going on in any one of his stories, and they never like meet up at the end. It's to the point where I'm like, there's no way he doesn't know how bad they are, right? Like, he's absolutely doing it on purpose at this point.
What if you just don't understand the narrative structure that he provides?
I'm pretty sure he's a real estate agent that just was like, I can make movies. How bad could it be? And it was bad.
He's a real estate agent?
I believe he's a real estate agent that just decided one day he was going to start making movies because how hard could it be? And
I'd rather watch his movie than listen to that lady who made that song. You know which one? I want to be ninja.
I don't know.
You've heard it, right?
No, I have not.
I want to be ninja. I want to chop down, take chow down to Chinatown. Oh my god, that is.
Oh my god, I don't know what.
That
I don't know.
So insensitive.
Oh god.
Because it's some white lady who made a song, and then like for some beds or something, and then some Asian lady is like in the background, visibly side-eyeing the lady singing.
Oh my god, that's terrible.
Oh my god. But everybody else, all her other white friends were like, oh yes, girl.
No. Oh my god, that's terrible.
They were like egging her on.
Don't do that. It's like I just saw that what is his name? I need to find it. The comedian, and he has the song called "The Guide of which accents white people can still jokingly do." He indeed proves how easy movies are to make, especially shitty ones. Oh yeah, bad movies are really easy to make.
Yeah. Anything can be on Tubi.
He speaks so deadpan. Oh no, he makes Tommy Wiseau look like a professional. He really does.
Does he? Okay, I sent you the song.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
God, give me
Jennifer Murphy.
Oh god. Jesus Christ. He's like one of those white people that's like, you're making us all look bad.
Damn, Bobby Lee, you know the comedian Bobby Lee, he joked about this on his podcast. So funny.
God. Okay, back to Animorphs.
Now back to Animorphs.
Oh, there's a bumper. And now back to Animorphs. Chapter 7. How long do you think this will take? Rachel asked. She checked her watch. I set the VCR for 2 of my favorite shows, but I forgot to tape the movie of the week. I'm taping it in case you miss it, Cassie said. It was dark out, but not very late. The moon was up, but hidden by the clouds. We were walking along the street, doing our best to look like a normal bunch of kids just hanging out. Normal. This sucks, Tobias said from high above. I'm half blind at night, especially without moonlight. I should have gotten myself stuck in an owl body. Owls are so cool, aside from the fact that some of them try and kill and eat falcons. How can you ever run these bodies? How can you ever run in these bodies? Axe wondered. 2 legs? It is absurd. Absurd. Not even a tail to help you stay up. Axe was in his human form. It's a combination of DNA from me, Marco, Rachel, and Cassie. The result is kind of like looking at all of us at once, but in one body. It's really weird. Axe had almost gotten used to having a mouth when he was in human form. Almost. He still had a tendency to want to play with sounds, repeating them. Plus, the boy was dangerous when he got around food. His sense of taste was just overwhelming for him. You know, Axe.
I know that feeling, Axe. Sorry.
You know,
Sorry,
Axe.
go ahead.
Now that you mention it, Marco started gyrating wildly like a guy out of control. I only have 2 legs. I'm falling. Falling. See, I knew it must happen sometimes, Axe said, adding, happen. I was sure if Axe knew Marco was being funny, I wasn't sure if Axe knew Marco was being funny or not. Axe might have a very dry sense of humor, or he might have no sense of humor at all. I hadn't figured it out yet. There's the place, I said. It was up ahead at the end of the block. It was a residential neighborhood with older houses and a few kind of low-budget shops mixed in. You know, thrift shops and car parts places and small restaurants. Our target was a single-story, whitewashed building. There was only one door, and the windows were high up, narrow and long. They were blocked off so that no one could see inside. There was a small parking lot with a dozen cars in it. Over the door was a sign, the sharing building, a better life. The sharing, building a better life. That's the period. I put the period in the wrong place in my brain. Yeah.
The sharing, building a better life.
You're right, Marco sneered. A better life for slugs from outer space. You notice the guy standing by the door? He looks like he's ready for trouble. A very large man stood by the door, muscular arms folded over his chest, but we'd expected that. Marco and Rachel and I had scoped the place out ahead of time. Okay, we cut down this alley, I said. That building down there is abandoned. The basement is empty and unlocked. That's where we morph. The basement was dark and depressing and smelled of mildew. Ew. I guess it used to be part of a restaurant. There were still some old tables strewn around. There were also a lot of old beer bottles and bits of garbage. Wonderful, Rachel said in a whisper. This whole Animorph lifestyle is so glamorous. Tobias fluttered in through the open door. Then we heard a thump. Ow! Man, who put a pillar there? Banged my right wing. Oh no, Tobias. Great. This is the guy who's supposed to be looking out for us, Marco grumbled. Axe had instantly begun to morph back into his Andalite body. It is not possible to go straight from one morph to another, just like we have to return to our human form between morphs. He had to resume Andalite form. Come on, let's do this and get it over with, Rachel said. I'm going to be a roach in a filthy basement. My mother would be so proud if she knew. Wait, Cassie said, we agree on how that works, right? We're not looking for a fight. This is a spy. We're not looking for a fight. This is a spy mission. No one do anything dramatic, like morph into an elephant and go on a stomping spree, Rachel. Cassie was looking at Rachel. Rachel has an elephant morph. She's very fond of it. Rachel laughed. Absolutely. Spy time. Stealth is my middle name. Okay. I was a little embarrassed that Cassie had brought it up. She was trying to remind everyone that Tom was one of the controllers that meeting. Trying to remind everyone that we were just there for information. Let's morph already, Rachel said. Come on, I'll miss the movie. 5 little roaches will be right at home in this dump, Marco said as he began the transformation. You will keep the rats from eating us, won't you, Tobias? Hey, I may not see that well in the dark, but I could still catch a rat, light or no light. I am the rat killer of the universe. I am the rat killer of the universe. Axe, you ready? Yes, Prince Jake, I am fully Andalite and ready to become your roach. A few moments later, we were 5 cockroaches amid the scattered garbage on the bare concrete floor. Wow, that is one big beer can, Marco said. A blue and white can towered over us, curving away in the sky. Let's, scurry, I said. Axe, you keep track of the time. We took off, a little knot of fast-moving roaches, all running in the same direction. You know, if this wasn't so gross, we'd be kind of cool. It would be kind of cool, Rachel said. Stairs, all right. A little vertical rock climbing. Tiny pincers on the end of my 6 legs grabbed the small protrusions of concrete and wedged into invisible cracks. It all happened so fast and so automatically that I could run straight up the cement step almost as fast as I could move horizontally. Up the riser, over the edge, zoom, the next riser, up, over, across, to the top of the 4 stairs. You know, you guys still give me the willies, Tobias said. You should see yourselves. The urge to step on you is pretty strong. If I had shoes, I never did like roaches. This is from a guy who disembowels live mice for lunch, Marco said. Don't knock it if you haven't tried it, Tobias shot back. In some corner of my mind, I noted the fact that Tobias seemed more and more at peace with his weird life, half bird, half human. But mostly, my mind was on the job at hand. We had reached the threshold. We scampered across it and out into the alley. The alley was a mix of gravel and cracked, torn up black top. The black top was like running across hard oatmeal, all bumpy and uneven. The gravel was more difficult. The pieces of rock were as big as we were, and even with our 6 clever legs, there was a lot of stumbling and slipping. I'm going airborne, Tobias said. You're out on the sidewalk. Turn left. There's a better light out here, so I'll be able to watch you from the top of the telephone pole. Okay, we'd better spread out. Don't forget these are controllers, Yeerks. They believe there is a group of Andalite warriors running around loose. In other words, they'll be on the lookout for morphs, so act like normal roaches. You mean I should crawl inside and open a box of cereal? Marco asked. I had that happen once, almost ate the bug. Yuck. We fanned out, studying several inches apart as we moved towards the building. I stopped when I reached the whitewashed cinder blocks of the exterior wall. Crack, Cassie called. I found a big crack here. I'm moving in. The rest of us waited. I felt obvious just sitting there, obvious and helpless. The big guy at the door could decide to step on me. I couldn't see him, but I knew he was there. This is good, Cassie said from deep in the wall. I think we can follow it all the way inside. One by one, we scurried to her location. I felt better when I was inside the crack until I thought about what would happen if I tried to demorph in such a tight spot. I don't even want to start thinking about that. We're going in, Tobias, I called to him. Get somewhere safe. I'm cool, he said. Good luck. He's like, I'm just gonna chill out here. Scroll Instagram. We were traveling single file sideways along the crack. It was like exploring a cave. There was no light, but my antenna felt the way, picking up the scent of the others, reading the tiny air current, sniffing for familiar aromas. Then I saw a faint light that grew brighter as I advanced. Cassie was in the lead. It worked. It goes all the way through. I'm inside. I sidled up beside her. I could see through the crack opening now. I could see brilliant light, and I could feel vibration. The vibration of sound, or of speech. I concentrated. It was impossible to tell much about the voice. Who it was seemed too high to be someone old. Was it Tom? I listened to the words. The day is here at last. It is time to strike. the decisive blow in the invasion of Earth. Hey, Chihiro. Eating cereal for dinner right now. Don't think about the cockroach, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say a story, but I know that people are eating. I would say a story that involved a De La Rosa candy, but I'll save it for later.
I like Tobias and Rachel together, so I want him to change back. Same.
No, I don't like Tobias. I don't like Tobias at all.
Oh.
Then again, I know the story well enough to know why I don't like him. But y'all can come up with your own conclusions, and then we can have a debate, a healthy philosophical debate about it all.
Sims Baby expansion pack is a valid reason to be distracted from chat. You're good, Ellery.
Sims what?
There's a new. I haven't played Sims in a while, but there's a new expansion pack.
I haven't played Sims since the second one. The second. Okay, so there are roaches, and Tobias is on Flunder, the dating app for birds.
All right, and this marks the halfway point from my side. Now we're going into chapter 8.
You're gonna stop on 13 or 14?
I was gonna stop on 14 just because you read the you had an extra chapter because of your Power Rangers chapter. I was just saying I might stop at 13 if my voice started going out, but so far it feels fine. So I'll try to get through 14.
Okay then. Good for you, Ellery. Your brand fair shoes came in.
I was gonna say something, but then I forgot what I was gonna say.
How dare you forget?
How dare I? All right. Chapter 8. What is this Yeerk pep rally? Marco wondered. Cassie started giggling. Well, thought-speak giggling, and pretty soon all of us, except Axe, were laughing silently. It was very nervous laughter. We need to get out of this crack, I said. Spread out a little. We look too obvious just sitting here, and we should try to see if we can identify some of these people. Move out. But wait, not all at once. Too late. We were all scampering down the wall, from the crack to the floor. To anyone watching it, would have looked like invasion of the roaches. 5 roaches moving all together is an easy thing to notice. But I had forgotten one thing. Humans hate roaches. A human will spot a roach very quickly. But Yeerks, now, they didn't have to keep up the... wait, I missed something. But Yeerks couldn't care less. Even though these were all human controllers, they were with their fellow Yeerks now. They didn't have to keep up the human act. No one stomped us, although I waited for a big shoe to drop from the sky. We separated a little, then headed along the edge of the wall, where bare concrete floor met painted cinder block walls. Hey guys, can you hear me? It's Tobias. Just barely. I can still understand you, I called back. Thought speak gets weaker over distances, same as regular speech, although walls and so on aren't a problem. There's a car pulling up outside here, a limo, and there are 2 other cars with it, full of very tough-looking dudes. What are they doing? Getting out now. Like 6 guys, they have guns. I can see them under their coats. Now there's a guy getting out of the back of the limo. I was about to say they don't have to worry about the guns in cockroach form because no one would shoot a cockroach, but if we're just assuming this is Florida, I can absolutely see somebody trying to shoot a cockroach.
Reminds me of Family Guy when they're in their bedroom and then Peter had like a shotgun trying to shoot a fly. Come into my house, will ya? I'll show you, you bastard.
Hi, Bernie. Thanks for dropping in and saying hi. Everything's good. We're reading the part of Animorphs where they're all cockroaches. It's gross.
Yeah.
Let's see. Where I lost my place. Hang on. Found it. Wait, no. Where was I? What are we doing now? Back to the limo. They have guns. Yeah, okay. Who is it? Or should I say, what is it? He's a human. He staggered a little, walking toward the door. He looks like a normal guy, but all the others are acting very nervous, and I know this sounds dumb, but I get a bad feeling from this guy. It's not dumb. Trust your instincts. Now I could hear the vibrations of many feet walking fast. They're coming our way now, Tobias. Thanks for the warning. I tried to use my eyes, but they were hopeless at any kind of distance. All I could tell was that several men had arrived and were marching through the room. My brothers in arms, some loud, booming voice said, I present to you our leader, Visser 3. There was a gasp from the crowd. There was a silent gasp from us, too. Visser 3? Visser 3 had an Andalite body. He was the only Yeerk ever to obtain an Andalite body with all its morphing power. But surely, Tobias would have mentioned seeing an Andalite get out of the car. I see that some of you are surprised, a new voice said. Surely you must know that I can... Oh, I see that you are surprised. Some of you are surprised, the new voice said. Surely you know that I can morph into a human as well as any other body. Didn't we decide that Visser 3 had like an old-timey, like...
Yes,
old-timey
yes, we
accent?
did.
Yep.
Yes, we did, darling. Yeah, the very Eartha Kitt, very divine type of voice, darling.
They use the cockroach morph
Mustache
a lot.
twirler
Ugh.
and everything.
Not looking forward to more of this cockroach morph. Oh man, Marco said. Visser 3 can morph a human? Certainly, Axe said. Just as I do. Humans are animals, after all. You have DNA. The voice we now know as Visser 3 spoke in a hard, curt tone. It was odd hearing his words. We had only heard him in thought speak before. Now he had a voice. And if... Oh, he's not in his regular voice. And if we could only see it, a human body... But he was too far away for our weak, distorted roach vision. This mission has two parts. One, we will use the front hospital to take involuntary hosts. I expect to be able to make 200 new controllers per Earth month. We will concentrate on police, broadcasters, writers, teachers, people in finance, and especially anyone in a position of political power. There was a murmur of excitement from the assembled crowd. Just what we were afraid of, I said. Unfortunately, Marco agreed. Man, 200 new controllers a month? You have done well recruiting human doctors and nurses so that we now control the hospital facility. But this brings me to the second part of the mission, Visser 3 said. Until now, the secret was known only to me and a very small group. The room was almost totally silent, listening in anticipation. The second part of my plan is even more important than the first. In a few days, the governor of the state will have some minor surgery performed. His secretary is one of us, and she has steered him to our facility. He will check in for the minor surgery. When he checks out, he will belong to us. If it's Ron DeSantis, just let him have Ron DeSantis. He'd probably do it willingly. No, Rachel gasped.
Patient.
No, Rachel gasped. What does he mean? What is a governor? Is this some sort of prince? Axe asked. Yeah, a prince. The governor controls the state police, I said, and the National Guard, and the schools. It's worse than that, Rachel said grimly. Don't you guys ever pay attention to politics? What are you talking about? Don't you know our governor is getting ready to run for president next year? It is Ron DeSantis. Oh, no. A year from now, there could be a controller in the White House. A White House? What does all this mean? Axe asked. It means that one of them could be the most powerful man in the most powerful nation on Earth, I said. And that would have been then that would be the ball game, Marco said. Then all would be lost. Yeah, Axe, all would be lost. I'm now headcanon that Ron DeSantis is a controller.
Is he governor of Georgia?
He's governor of Florida. And
I
he
see.
is making a play for president next year.
See the relevance of the story, except for the short stuff comments they make.
The what?
The short stuff comments that Tom makes. Hey, short stuff.
Yeah, the ones that we don't want to say because they're offensive.
Yeah, I'm sure they say the other one too. Oh,
Ugh.
you're such a
Okay.
dummy.
Oh God. Yeah, we rebuke Tom's offensive, outdated language. We rebuke the white lady doing a Chinese accent. We rebuke all of it.
I rebuke it in the name of the Lord, Mom.
We rebuke it in the name of the Lord.
In Jesus' name, I pray.
So yeah. All right. So, I mean, honestly, Ron DeSantis being a controller would make a lot of sense. He definitely sucks,
Yeah.
and he's kind of just a cartoonish evil bad guy type of person.
He gerrymanders the lines for controllers and non-controllers.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Major gerrymandering for him.
Oh yeah.
But this is neither here nor there. We are reading a book.
No. I do. It is a funny thing to think about. All right. Chapter 9. Let's bail. We've learned all we need to know, I said. Back to the crack? Cassie asked. Yeah, we know the way. I turned and headed back to the crack. It was only a foot or so away. In a few seconds, we would all be safe. I could not believe what I had heard. It was insane. If the Yeerks succeeded, we were toast. Pure and simple. As long as it were a secretive war between us and the Yeerks who did not want to be discovered, we could maybe stay alive. But if all the power of the state police were turned against us, too, the situation would be out of... Suddenly, a strange vibration in the air above me. Danger. Run. Whomp. It was like someone had dropped an entire 3-bedroom house an inch in front of me. The impact was awesome. The wind it caused was like a small but intense hurricane. It whipped my antenna back. Someone almost stomped on me. I yelled to the others, "Look out! Visser! Forgive my interruption, but there are several small insects here." A general murmur from the crowd. Then one voice saying, "Don't worry, they are only cockroaches. They are everywhere on this planet." Fool! Visser 3 exploded. Do you think Andalites cannot morph creatures so small? Someone kill them for me. Blam! Blam! I felt the world spinning around me. Someone had been shot. Was it Tom? Could it have been? A new rush of air overheard. Wait, let me try that again. A new rush of air overhead. I could see something monstrously huge falling toward me, speeding down, ready to crush me. I bolted. Whomp! Millimeters from my tail. Kill these insects, Visser 3 screamed. Everyone for himself. I yelled, spread out, run, get into cracks, let the roach brain guide you. I took my own advice and relinquished control to the raw instincts and cunning of the tiny cockroach brain. Say what you will about roaches, they're gross, they're disgusting, but man, when it comes to staying alive, that primitive roach brain knew its business. Whomp, whomp. Ah! Axe yelled. Axe, are you okay? Yes, barely. Huge feet, each the size of a greyhound bus, stomped the ground, but each time the roach brain moved me in just the right way, at just the right speed. They missed me by so little that I could feel the leather and rubber scrape my sides and tail as they impacted around me. I made it to the corner of the wall and hanged there as close as I could get. They're on me, Cassie screamed. I can't get away. Oh man, I don't want to die like this. Get in the wall. Get off the floor. I was blazing along at top speed as Shoes tried to kick into the corner, but all I needed was 1/10 of an inch and I could scrape past uninjured. Squeak! A running shoe was being dragged along the corner straight towards me. The soft rubber melted perfectly into the space. It would crush me. Melded perfectly in the space. It would crush me. I saw it coming, a black locomotive rushing at me. I jumped. I landed on the shoe as it came near. Whoosh! I was flying through the air on a magic carpet made of canvas. The man kicked. I lost my grip and went flying through the air. I'm clear, Cassie called. I found another crack. I felt like I was going supersonic, like a jet, tumbling out of control through the air. Wait, I had wings. Too late. Whop! I hit the wall. It should have killed me. It would have killed me if I had been a human, but I weighed less than an ounce. The impact was hard, but not enough to hurt me. I fell to the floor. A tent of some sort, gray, black, a newspaper. It was crumpled piece of newspaper on the floor. I dove beneath it and froze. I looked up and saw that it was a photograph. I couldn't make sense of the photo, of course. It was just a big black dot of ink. I could make out letters, each as big as my head. I'm clear, Axe called. I am with Cassie. Good. That was 2 of them safe. Rachel? Marco? I'm on a guy's sock, Rachel reported. He doesn't know I'm here. Wait, we're outside. I'm going to drop off. Clear, I'm outside. Marco? Yeah, Jake. Where are you? I'm in a place where I really, really hope no one flushes. Jake? You're in a toilet? They have a bathroom. It seemed like a natural place for a roach. I'm chilling for a minute. Then I'm going to go for the hole in the wall where the pipe goes. How about you? I'm not so good. I'm under a newspaper, but they're still stomping all around. Sooner or later, they'll stomp here. I have to make a run for it. I'm going to try for the door. Once I get outside, they'll never get me in the dark. Good luck, man, Marco said. Yeah, you too, my friend. Then an antenna picked up a strange new scent. Sweet, oily, dangerous. Somehow I sensed that. It hit me in a flash. Marco, they have a bug spray. They have bug spray. I blew out from under the paper. There's one. Vibrations of a dozen feet running after me, and in the air behind me, a vast fountain that seemed to explode from thin air. An upside-down fountain, like a rainfall, that came from a single point and spread out to fill the air. A droplet landed on me, then another. I felt my legs stumble. The door! I could sense it, just ahead. Whomp. A foot! Near miss. I was slowing down. I could feel my roach instincts becoming scrambled. I was poisoned. The nerve gas was beginning to work. My legs were tangling up. My antennae were waving frantically, unable to smell anything but the deadly rain of poison. That got him, a voice said. Don't crush him, Mr. 3 yelled. He may demorph to save himself, and we'll have ourselves an Andalite. I was starting to twitch. I couldn't breathe. And then faster, by far, than the feel that had chased me. Some new shape swooped down. I tried to run, but I no longer could. 3 monstrous cables closed around me, and I was up, off the floor. Hang in there, Jake, Tobias said. It's me. Red-tailed airline welcomes you aboard. I am hauling my feathered butt out of here. Uh-oh. Thanks, Tobias.
Oh. Wait, thanks, Tobias? I don't see that there.
No, I didn't say thank. I said thanks, Tobias.
Oh, okay.
I inserted that.
4 more, or 5 more chapters. There we go. 4 more or 5 more? 5 more.
5 more, I think. Wait, yeah, 5 more.
But is Jake Rachel okay? What do you mean, Jake Rachel?
Yeah, they're all okay, except for Marco is in the bathroom. He's in the toilet. And, well, Jake was about to be killed, but then, Tobias, being a hawk, swooped down to save him. So yeah.
But he didn't make the bird sound. He didn't make that sound.
Yeah. All right.
I'm sure. Oh, that I just remembered. When Wizard 3 is in human morph, I'm sure he sounds like Moon's trying to be like a guy. Ah, I see you have a sword. I have one too. They're very manly and.
Yes. That's funny. Yeah.
I have a name, and it's a boy's name. Sorry, sometimes you have those urges, and you just gotta kill something. Cook outdoors, and
I always forget how funny Mulan's I'm a guy impression is. Tobias, I am the Birdman. Yep. All right, chapter 10. Morph! Jake, morph now! Tobias had set me down on the roof of a Boston Market restaurant. It was the closest safe place I could find. I was lying helpless on a tar paper and gravel. My legs were twitching. My antenna waved insanely. I was twitching and jerking and losing all control over my roach body. But the human me understood what was going on. I was dying. I had watched roaches die from poisoning. I had stood over them and thought, ha, serves you right. Now it was me. Now it was my body that was failing. I was the one suffocating and jerking. Jake, you have to morph out of this. Do it. Concentrate. I knew he was right. It was the only way to stay alive, but it was so hard to focus when I was trapped inside a dying body. I tried to picture myself human. I tried to form a mental image of myself, but that picture was all mixed up with dolphin and birds and tigers and the dream. I was in it now. As the delirium swept over me in the dream, I was the tiger, moving with perfect silence, each muscle like liquid steel. Each movement slow. He was weak. He could not escape. Each movement controlled, calculated. I could smell my prey. I could hear his clumsy human movements in the dark forest. He was slow. He was weak. He could not escape me. I would destroy him. I would bring down my prey. My prey, Tom. I saw him turn to look at me. I saw fear in his eyes, fear of me. I settled back on my haunches, preparing for the final lunge. The killing lunge that would end with my teeth sinking into his neck, my jaws crushing his spine. He looked at me and had held up his hands. No! I leapt, uncoiling unbelievable power. I leapt, a huge, unstoppable hunter. I roared a thunderous cry of triumph that could be heard for miles. And then I saw the tiger, saw myself, saw orange striped fur and ruthless yellow eyes and saber teeth and claws that could rip open a buffalo, hurtling toward me. Tom had become the tiger, and I was his prey. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, I saw, right above me, fierce eyes staring down from just a few inches away, then the eyes of a hawk. Are you okay? Tobias asked. I raised my hand to look at it. Fingers, 5 of them. I don't know. Am I okay? You seem to have all your major limbs and so on, Tobias said. But it was a weird morph. You got poisoned pretty badly, I think. You seemed to be unconscious while you morphed. I'm alive, I said, feeling a little surprised. But of course, the amount of poison that had almost killed me when I was a roach was nothing to me as a human. Where are we? On the roof of a fast food restaurant. You saved my butt, Tobias. No problem. And fun fact, roaches also have a second brain in their butt. That's why they can live for a week without their head. No problem. I am your own personal Air Force, dude. Just call in the air support anytime you need it. I sat up. How are the others? Worried about you? I checked up on them while you were coming out of morph. They're scattered around, but okay. Everyone morphed back. Axe is already in human form again. Cassie has him with her. I guess I should get down from here, I said. Cassie just having to babysit Axe. I picture her, like, going and getting him a snack at the drive-thru. Like he's everybody's little brother.
What?
Cassie has Axe with her, so I just pictured her like having to babysit Axe because he doesn't know anything about human life. So I just picture her being like, "All right, Axe, we can go through the drive-thru and get a snack." Just like a little
she
brother.
got a McDonald's, McRonald's, Smiley meal.
Yeah, a Donald McRonald Smiley meal. Yes.
You know, McRonald's.
I guess I should get down from here, I said. Yeah. Tobias agreed. So Marco told me what you found out. That this is major. Definitely major, I agreed. I stood up and began to look for a way to escape from the roof. I was too tired and rattled to morph again. Marco says Visser 3 was there in human morph. The guy who showed up in the limo, right? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, roach eyes are pretty lame. I can only go by what I heard. So Visser 3 is absolutely morphed into somebody really powerful, right? Like, he's dramatic. He came in a limousine. He probably is either morphed as like some kind of celebrity or like some kind politician, right?
I mean, Visser 3 has to be. He's got to have the best for himself. You know, high heels, fur coats, limousines.
Yeah. Milo says Cassie is more of the "there's food at home" type. Fair.
Yeah, he lives for the pageantry.
Yeah, he shows up in style.
Yes, he's like, what? A taxi cab? No.
He doesn't take Lyft or Uber.
What? No, I asked for a limousine. Limo, zine. Do you not understand that?
I saw him leave right after I lifted you out of there, Tobias said. I stopped looking for a ladder to the ground. Tobias was being too talkative, too persistent. Tobias, what is it? What are you trying to get around to telling me? When Visser 3 left, Tom was with him. My first reaction was relief. Visser 3 had ordered someone executed in the meeting. It had not been Tom. How did they look together, Visser 3 and Tom? Tom was the only one from the meeting who went with Visser 3, aside from his guards. Tom was acting sort of careful around Visser 3, but he looked like he was pretty cocky around the guards. It's hard to say, Jake, but if I had to guess, I'd say Tom and Visser 3 are tight. Yeah, I said. I have a feeling maybe Tom is kind of responsible for a big part of this hospital plan. I shut up and thought for a second. What will Visser 3 do to Tom if the great plan is destroyed? Tobias said nothing. He knew the answers. Those who fail, Visser 3, die. Oof.
Those who fail me, Visser 3, shall die. So, Dirtbrick is asking, what if Tobias wasn't stuck in morph? If Tobias wasn't stuck in morph, he would pretty much be a part of the team. I'm sure the story would still play out as it is.
Yeah, or he'd be like a more involved part of the team, but yeah.
Except Jake would have died.
Yeah, Jake would have died. That's what I was just about to say. Well, Tom's gonna die anyway. Might as well save more people. I mean, yeah. Oh gosh. Explain that to your parents. I kind of had to kill Tom because he was sort of evil.
Mom, Dad, Tom sacrificed himself to save me. I'm going to bed.
Good night. All right.
Yeah, I'll let you guys have the funeral arrangements.
I'm on the third drink of tonight.
Third drink? What are you drinking?
Nothing alcoholic. I'm just trying to get fluids. I had hot tea, and then I had water with electrolyte packet in it, and now I'm just onto the hot chocolate that isn't very hot anymore, but...
I have one grip on the Hennessy and no grip on reality.
Yeah. My parents would believe me or my sister, honestly, again, because we've had conversations about possession. Yeah, I guess it depends on how spiritual their parents are, if he could actually sell them on this.
Nah, they seem like the type who would be like, possession? Oh, honey, we need to go have you see a therapist. You think that people are possessed by demons.
Oh, well, if Jake died, there'd be one less incestuous weirdo. Yeah. I do like how we've kind of pivoted all of our hate for Marco onto Jake.
Yeah, people say Cassie is insufferable.
Oh,
But
Cassie's great. I like Cassie.
No, I mean like the fandom thinks Cassie's insufferable, but I mean like Jake's just he's the average 7th grader, if you know what I mean.
I have yet to see any compelling arguments as to why Cassie's insufferable.
Because she's got compassion.
How dare she?
How dare she be compassionate in a war? This is war. You better step it up, plain Jane. This is war. Ain't got no time for no limp wrists like you, honey.
All right, on that note, chapter 11. Tobias would be the first one to dip and then morph. Yeah. Natty agrees with you. I saw the lane open up between Juan and Terry, a clear lane to the basket. Thunk, thunk, thunk. My right hand dribbled the ball. I stuck my left arm out, ready to ward off Juan if he came after me. I powered ahead. Sneakers squeaked on polished wood floor of the gym. One of the guys on my team yelled, "Go, Jake!" Juan saw my move and came after me, but I was just a little too fast. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Stop! Pivot my back to Juan. Lock over the basket. Focus. I am speed. Focus. I jumped and arced the ball forward or toward the hoop. It hit the backboard. It hit the rim. It bounced away. No score. I fell back against Juan and Terry. The three of us ended up in a tangle on the gym floor, arms and legs everywhere. The ball rolled out of bounds. No wonder. You never made the team, Terry said, laughing, as he helped pull me to my feet. Because Tom, I had tried out for the team, but I didn't make the cut. At the time, it had bothered me, mostly because Tom had been a big basketball hero when he was at our school. I wanted to live up to that. Now I realized I didn't have time for after-school sports anyway, and playing during gym class was enough basketball. Yeah, how things have changed in 5.5 books. He went from my biggest problem is I didn't make the team to now I am literally in the middle of a war.
And he's still shit at basketball.
He's still shit at basketball.
Mike, honey, you have been, you've done all this, guerrilla warfare, yet you can't make a 3-pointer, honey.
Honey. Yeah, well, I beat Juan with some of my excellent moves, and he is on the team, I said. I reached back to help pull Juan up, although I can't figure out why they would want some guy who looks like he's made out of straws. I'm just saving
Jake,
my...
I will...
What does that even mean?
Jake.
What does that even mean, Jake? I'm just saving my best stuff for finals, Juan said. I don't want to waste my secret killer moves on you, Jake. And now you practically crushed my legs, you big ox. Man, you ought to be playing football. Good idea, I grinned at Juan. He's about 5'11 and weighs like 10 pounds. Let me practice my tackling on you. Yeah, Jake, numbers mean nothing to Jake, I think, is what we've decided.
Jake's a Cro-Mag.
Jake's a Cro-Mag, yeah.
Just then,
the coach whistled, which was the signal to hit the showers. Saved by the whistle, Juan, I said. You should have inherited some of Tom's moves, Terry said. That brother of yours has a jump shot. Man, Tom could have been in college ball easy at a good school, too, if he would have stuck with it. Juan chimed in. That boy has the gift. They were right. Tom did have the gift, but he had dropped out of basketball. The Yeerk who controlled him had other plans, I guess. I showered and got dressed for my next class. Marco was waiting out in the hallway. He had gym next period. B-ball today? I asked. Cool. I thought it was going to be more wrestling. I hate wrestling. Getting up close and personal with the sweaty guys, not my idea of a good time. The ancient Greeks used to wrestle with no clothes, I pointed out. Just be glad this isn't Greece. And no deodorant, Marco said. It's going to be next Tuesday. What's going on next Tuesday? Marco looked over my shoulder and then, very casually, around the hallway to make sure no one was close enough to overhear. Governor, that's when he's going in the hospital. I'll bet you $100 it's for hemorrhoids, he grinned. That's why it's kind of secret. No one is supposed to know. So how do you know? Well, we know from the meeting the other night that he's going, right? So all I have to do is find out what his schedule is going to be. Turns out, it's no problem. I told them I was a reporter, and they faxed me a copy. Marco pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket and opened it for me to see. See? Saturday, he gives a speech. Sunday, he goes on TV interview show. Monday, he gives another speech. Tuesday, Sunday. Suddenly, on Tuesday, he begins a 5-day vacation, and they don't say where he's going. Why would he keep it a secret, I wonder? Oh, please. If it is hemorrhoids, a politician getting his hemorrhoids operated on, the jokes are just too easy. Letterman would be talking about it in his monologue. They all love Letterman. Also, what I'm getting from this is Ron DeSantis has hemorrhoids. I don't make the rules.
I mean, Jimmy Kimmel is pretty popular with families, but it's a late night show. So is Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah.
But then again, why are there so many Jimmys? Why are there so many Jimmys on
There's just too many late night shows. There's too many late night guys that are not good at being late night guys.
Yeah. What about early morning talk show hosts?
Oh gosh.
Not Good Morning America, more like I don't know, Good Morning with Jim Bob. As you talk about corn and how to harvest and things like that.
We have a local reporter who I actually think is just a really good like morning reporter, because he does like the slice of life things where it's like, look at this weird restaurant, and then he's like all into the Masked Singer and he makes all these predictions about the Masked Singer. It's very wholesome.
Why can't we have those early morning talk show hosts where the children watch it before school? Just like how children watch it before going to bed, the late night shows.
Yep. Marco was prepared. Yeah.
Mom, will you wake me up early to watch Good Morning with Jim Bob?
I smiled. Yeah,
Dad,
okay, good work. Oh, sorry, what?
No, I was going to say, Dad, can I stay up late to watch Jimmy Kimmel? Sure, but I'm going to wake you up early to watch Good Morning with Jim Bob. Okay.
Good Morning with Jim Bob. Kimmel is good, but the last great late night show was Conan. Conan is pretty good. Jon Stewart is pretty good. I'm glad that he's back in some capacity.
Who was that one guy who had the karaoke cab or whatever?
Oh, James Corden.
Yeah, he ended up being an asshat.
Yeah, all my homies hate James Corden.
Because of the way he treats people in the service industry.
Yeah, or just people in general. There's been a lot of rumors about him floating around for a long time. It wasn't just like a one-off, like, I heard someone say that he was really rude one time. It's like, oh, this guy's like the worst, like
entitled.
Constantly.
Entitled, that's what he
Yeah, oh yeah. And then they keep putting him on all the musical movies. Stop putting him in the movies.
Yeah.
Okay, where was I? I smiled. Yeah, okay, good work. Tomorrow's Saturday, Marco said. Should we do it then? I guess the expression on my face showed how I felt. Marco cocked his head and looked sideways at me. You okay, man? You had a close call last night. I've been there, so I know it isn't easy to just get past it. No, I'm cool, I said. I gave him a push. Besides, since when are you all psyched to go? Marco had always been the most reluctant member of the group. You know since when, he said softly. I nodded. Marco was no longer reluctant to fight the Yeerks. It had become a very personal battle for him. Yeah, sorry, I said. As far as the others are concerned, I'm still the same old Marco, he said. I don't want them thinking anything is different. I don't want them feeling sorry for me. Now, Marco, how is anyone ever going to feel sorry for you? You're so totally obnoxious. The bell rang, signaling the next class. Okay, I said, tomorrow. We'll need to think of some way to get inside the hospital, though. They'll really be on the lookout. Actually, Cassie already suggested something to me, Marco said. I rolled my eyes. Oh, man, I like Cassie, but this is the girl who suggested we try Animorph. Marco, started to head into the gym. I headed towards class. Not ants, he said over his shoulder. I don't even want to know. Think dog poop. What? I demanded. But by then, he was through the door and gone. Great. Graham Norton is so
I
much
swear,
better.
Jake is a jork.
And
He's a total jork.
Who can forget John Oliver? The most chaotic.
Oh, I love John Oliver.
I love John Oliver. I love when John Oliver does stuff. He's so chaotic.
Apparently, I remind my brother and my landlord.
Aw. I would take that as a compliment.
I know
love
what that
John
means.
Oliver. All right. Chapter 12. Something nice, but for $15 or less, I said. My dad's birthday is in 2 months, so I have to spread my money pretty thin. It was after school. We had headed to the mall. Me and Cassie and Rachel. My mom's birthday was coming up. I had about $15 to buy her something, and the last time I'd bought her a present, it hadn't turned out all that well. Who would ever guess that she wouldn't appreciate a classic Spider-Man issue 3 almost mint condition? Okay, so I was a year younger then. Plus, I had asked Marco to help me find something. This time I asked Cassie if she would help me shop, which was almost as dumb since Cassie isn't really the clothing and cute little stuff. Do not, Jake. So Cassie had asked Rachel to help. How about that store? I asked, pointing to one that had women's clothing. Yeah, right. Good choice. As long as you have at least $100 to spend, Rachel said. Okay, how about... Cassie began. Cassie. Think about it, Rachel said, looking slightly perturbed by our stupidity. Look at the name on the store. It might as well scream fat middle-aged ladies. Very blunt. Okay. Jake, do you want to tell your mom you think she's fat?
Are they talking about Lane Bryant?
No, I don't know what's happening. Do not
She's like,
do
not go into Lane Bryant. Do not go into Lane Bryant. Charlotte Ruth? I don't think so.
No, I shook my head vigorously, but then I thought it might be a trick question. I mean, I don't, do I? Rachel rolled her eyes. No, you don't. Duh. Have you two ever shopped for anything? I feel like I'm dealing with Axe here. I mean, are you two from this planet? We're looking for something on sale. Something that says, Mom, I still think of you as being young and cool. Something classic. Understand? Most likely we're talking a department store. She pointed. That department store. Second floor. Toward the front on the right. That's where we want to be. Look for sale signs. They'll be red with black letters. Cassie grinned at me. See? Rachel owns this mall. What store do we think they're going to?
JCPenney's.
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a JCPenney's in the mall.
They have them at the mall.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. That is
Macy's, JCPenney's,
yeah.
Burlington.
Yeah.
Ross on the rare occasion.
Macy's, but Macy's is still super expensive. Like JCPenney's is just like the cheaper Macy's in a weird way.
What's one on the East Coast that they have?
Nordstrom. Someone said Nordstrom.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of Nordstroms. Macy's sucks.
Macy's is just super overpriced. But clearance racks. Yeah, there could be clearance racks. Yeah. Let's see.
They probably went to a Nordstrom rack. There we go. Nordstrom rack. They went to Nordstrom rack.
There you go. Shopping and kicking butt. Rachel's specialties, I said affectionately. We cruised the department store, and in about 10 minutes, Rachel had found a silk blouse. It was $33 originally, Rachel crowed. 33 marked down to 25. Then a 30% discount for this one-day sale. We get it for $17.50. Do you realize that's almost half off the original price? $17.50 for that blouse. Yes, she shops, she scores. Yeah, but I was only gonna spend $15, I said meekly. You didn't spend too much. Don't you know anything? You saved $15.15. You came out ahead by more than $15. Wait a minute. How did I save if I spent? Cassie put her hand on my arm. No, don't ask. Rachel uses the whole twisted math involved in shopping. Don't even try to understand it. Rachel ignored Cassie's teasing. Hey, while you pay, I have to go check something in Junior's. Meet you at the food court. Rachel peeled off, leaving me and Cassie alone in the racks of clothing. So when are you going to tell me your idea? I asked. I thought Marco already told you. I shook my head. Nope, he just said think dog poop. I did. I got a very bad feeling as a result. Cassie looked a little pouty. Look, it was the only animal I could think of that could get in and out of a hospital without getting stepped on or poisoned. We couldn't even be seen. We wouldn't even be seen probably. I mean, they go everywhere. Who even notices them? Cassie, so far I have done 3 insects. Flea, that was okay. Ant, that was definitely not okay. Excuse me. And roach. I'm starting to feel jealous of Tobias. I mean, he's stuck in a hawk, but at least he doesn't have to go around turning into bugs. Do you have a better idea, Jake? Because I respect your feelings. I was just trying to help. It's just a suggestion. I drew a deep breath. No, I don't have any great suggestions. It's just whatever happened to the good old days where we would be tigers and wolves or something fun. I don't want to be a fly. I saw that movie, The Fly, both versions, the old one and the new one with Jeff Goldblum. I mean, a fly. I did not have Jeff Goldblum on my bingo card.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paperboy, even TV.
Yeah, we're that old.
It's a rare condition this day and age to be on the good news on the newspaper. Love and tradition are the grand design. Some people say it's even harder to find.
Those are so great. I love it. Okay, anyway. The movie. I forgot that movie, Cassie said. She made a face. The one where the guy has a tiny little human head stuck on a fly body, and he's trapped in a spider web, and he's going, help me, in this little tiny voice, and that guy is so grossed out he just crushes him. We both just stood there looking kind of sick. Moths? Cassie suggested. Too slow, I said. And too big. They would spot us. Okay, bees. No way. No social insects ever again. Bees could be as bad as ants that way. No social insects. No hives, no colonies. I shuddered at the memory of the ant morph. It had been like dying. The ant had no individual self. It was just a part of a bigger machine. Flies aren't social, Cassie said. Can I help you? A saleswoman asked. No, Cassie said. Thanks anyway. We started walking, heading to the food court to hook up with Rachel. It would just be to get into the hospital, I said, thinking out loud. If they are using the hospital to transfer Yeerks into hosts, it will mean they have to have some kind of a Yeerk pool in there. That's what we're after. Find the Yeerk pool, wipe it out. So we would just be in fly morph for a brief time, Cassie said. I mean, if we decided to do it, we'd have to demorph to do any damage. Wow, that chapter ends up pretty much exactly where at the end of the page. And then, if we create enough confusion, we can escape in some other way. We wouldn't have to do flies again. True, Cassie agreed. We'd probably only be in the fly morph for a few minutes. Yup. So it's flies, Cassie said. Yup. Then, both of us, at the same time, said, help me! Help me!
Just like in Emperor New Groove.
I was gonna say, yeah, I never appreciated as a kid that was the fly reference. Not old enough, I was around for the original lineup. If you're talking about Full House, yeah, true. I did watch reruns of Full House, but Full House was still pretty popular.
Speaking of Full House, the new American Girl doll. I know that we talked about it before, like maybe a few weeks ago. I'm sure the new American Girl dolls from the 90s are inspired by Mary Kate and Ashley because damn, Mary Kate and Ashley ruled the 90s.
Yep.
So I'm sure that the two blonde twin American Girl historical girl dolls are inspired by Mary Kate and Ashley.
The historical girl dolls that are from 1999 to make us all feel old.
Yeah. I mean, Y2K. We
True.
thought that we were all gonna die in 2000.
Yep. We were just kids. We
TGIF.
probably just thought it was funny.
Chuguff.
It is Friday. Thank God it is Friday.
Family Matters Family Matters had like what 7 seasons, 8 seasons. So I don't think it's underappreciated, but it is lost amongst the talk of good sitcoms. It does get lost in the shuffle.
Yeah. Here's the thing about... Oh, I'm just going right into chapter 13. Here's the thing about flies. Being a fly is fun. It really is. Turning into a fly, that's a whole different story. I guess it's no big secret that I kind of like Cassie. It's... Egg! I thought she's really... I think she's really pretty, but when I saw these two huge glittering, bulging, compound eyes popping out of her eye sockets, I screamed. I mean, I screamed like a baby. Yeah! Great, Jake. That's going to make her feel good, Marco said. Marco, you have your eyes closed, I pointed out, and they're staying closed, too. Excuse me, Rachel said. She raced for the door of the barn and ran outside. A few seconds later, we heard the sound of barfing. Oh, you have to understand Cassie was mostly still human at this point, where the fly eyes showed up. She was about 2 feet tall and shrinking fast, and the extra legs had already popped out of her chest, and the gauzy wings were growing from her back, but her face was still a human face. Until the eyes popped out. Oh man, you think you've seen scary stuff, maybe in movies or on TV. You haven't seen anything scary till you've seen fly eyes pop out of someone's head like a pair of balloons. She was pretty small by the time her fly mouth appeared. I was grateful for that because later, when I became a fly, I saw what a fly mouth looks like. The eyes were bad, but if I'd seen them, that long, tubular, sucking, tongue-like thing come rolling out, that thing that spits on the food, then sucks the spit mixture back in. Ah! Rachel came back inside. Sorry, she said shakily. Anyone have some gum? A Tic Tac? Axe was puzzled. Does the morphing process disturb you? Sometimes, I said, still fighting the urge to look away, as Cassie shriveled down to a few inches. Some animals give me the willies. The willies? What are the willies? Well, it's just the feeling of being grossed out, sickened, nauseated, creeped, like your skin is crawling. Willies. Is she done? Tobias asked. I'm not coming in there until she's done. Tell Tobias it's okay. Will you, Axe? Tobias, Prince Jake says it's cool. Oh. I smiled at Marco, who was now peeking through his fingers. Axe was learning to sound semi-normal, at least in thought speak. When he was in human morph and he spoke out loud, he still played with every sound that drove everyone crazy. Tobias flew in through the open hayloft above. Can you hear me, Cassie? Rachel asked. Tobias, do you see her? Cassie was a true fly now. Got her. Keep a sharp focus on her, I said. Don't lose sight. Relax. It's broad daylight. She's 10 feet away. At this distance, I can see the hairs on her little fly legs. Unfortunately, oh man. Oh, that's just not even slightly attractive. Cassie? Rachel asked again. Tobias? Try her with thought speak. Cassie, Cassie, can you hear me? There she goes. She's flying. Don't lose her, Tobias. Don't lose her. She won't go far, Marco said. All the horse manure in this barn, where would she go? That's any better for where would she go that's any better for a fly? Suddenly in my head I heard, "Yee-haw! Cassie? Cassie? Woohoo! Cassie, answer us. Cassie, are you okay? Oh man, can this thing fly? You guys have got to try this. This thing flies like a rocket. Yaha! Are you able to control the fly brain? Yes, don't worry. You guys, I'm fine. Sorry, but it's just such a complete, insane rush. Come on, let's go. Time's a-wastin'. I sucked in a deep breath. I had been hoping everything would be fine, that Cassie would not have any problems, but at the same time I was utterly disgusted at the idea of becoming a fly, and now she was saying it was okay. You'd think it would get easier, slipping in and out of strange shapes, but you'd be wrong. Gross is gross and always remains gross. Okay, guys, it looks like we're doing this, I said, trying desperately to sound cheerful and optimistic. Oh, goody, Marco said. Yes, goody, Axe said, totally unaware of Marco was being sarcastic. Sounds like Cassie is having fun, Rachel said. Uh-huh, I said. Let's just do it. We did it. Morphing was it's like the Nike logo, but it's with a fly. It says just do it.
That's funny.
We did it. Morphing was as gross as we'd expected, but Cassie was also right. Once you were in the morph, once you got used to the fact that you'd done that your vision was like 1,000 tiny TV screens, each showing a slightly different picture. Once you got done freaking out about the way your nasty fly tongue stuck out, once you got past the bizarre combinations of hooks and bristles and hairs that made up your fly legs, once you got past the fact that nothing looks right or familiar when you're only about 1/8 of an inch long, and mostly once you've stopped thinking about the stupid fly movie. That stupid fly movie. Well, then it was cool. I have flown before as a peregrine falcon and as a seagull. Both are cool. I mean, the falcon can go like 175 miles an hour in a dive. Faster than a stock car. Faster than small planes. But flying as a fly is totally, completely insane. A housefly beats its wings 200 times per second. Say hello there out loud in the time it took you to say that. A fly's wings beat 200 times. A fly moves about 4 miles per hour, which doesn't sound very fast compared to a falcon, hitting almost 200 miles per hour. But trust me, when you're only 1/8 of an inch long, 4 miles an hour is like warp factor 9. And what's really cool is you can do that going down, going left, right, or straight up. And you can change directions in no time. 1 minute, you're shooting straight ahead like a bullet. The next 1/10 of a second, you're going straight up. Cassie was right. It was gross, but it was fun. Yee-haw! Axe yelled. Woohoo! I cried as I blasted straight up at what felt like the speed of light. We are ugly as sin, but we are so cool, Rachel exulted. Let's go find some dog poop, Marco said, kidding. He added a second later. Just kidding. Okay, we have important stuff to do, I said after we had all spent a couple of minutes getting used to the fly's simple instincts and pretty decent senses. Time to get on the bus. Tobias was the bus. The hospital was a couple of miles away. Flies are fast in relative terms, but in actual speed, Tobias was a lot quicker. It would have taken us hours. Tobias could carry us there in a few minutes. Hop on the big feathery guy, Cassie said. Aim for the back of his neck. We don't want his wings or tail knocking us off. It's just a good thing I know you guys, Tobias said. My own little necklace of houseflies. It's enough to gag a maggot. Gag a maggot, Marco echoed. Gag a maggot? Hey, pal, don't be dissing our kids that way. Yuck, Tobias commented, and then we were off. What did I miss in chat?
Not
Step
much.
by step, but watchable. Kind of like Cassie, but she's no Rachel. I mean, I like Rachel.
And if you want a good sitcom, it's kind of an 80s sitcom, but like no one ever talks about it. It has Sandy Duncan and Jason Bateman. It's called it was originally called Valerie because of Valerie Harper, and then they killed off her character. So then Sandy Duncan's character comes in, and so they ended up calling it the Hogan Family. That's a good sitcom.
Oh, Ellery wasn't saying he prefers Rachel to Cassie. He was making a joke about Jake being like, my cousin's better.
Okay. Let's see.
God speak in a natural human form. Early installment wilderness only ever happened in book 1.
We are near the end of side A.
Yes, I have one
After chapter
left.
14. After chapter 14 will be the end of side A. If you would like to continue to side B, narrated by Daniel, please flip this tape over and press play.
And just in time, too. I'm almost out of my drink, so I can go get more snackies from downstairs. Okay. Chapter 14. Let me scroll, please. Thank you. I clung to Tobias's feathers. It was easy enough to do. Fly legs can grab onto glass or hang upside down on a ceiling. I could feel the wind whipping around me. It rattled my wings and actually whistled through the chinks and joints of my tiny exoskeleton. An incredible array of aromas assaulted my sensitive antenna. Unfortunately, the main things my fly brain seemed interested in were anything sweet, anything rotting, or anything decaying and putrid. Ugh. This is a little like that shrew morph I did early on, Rachel pointed out. The same interests in dead meat. It's funny that she calls book 2, I think that was book 2 early on, because this is only book 6, and they're gonna get up to like book 60-something, I think.
Well, we have to include some of the Andalite, or not the Andalite, the Chronicle book.
Fair enough. Like, they're still early on, but I wonder if the writers knew that at the time. Suddenly a monster. It loomed huge in my compound eyes, smaller than me, but still way, way too big. What the? I yelped. What is it? Cassie asked. Oh man, I think it's a flea. It looks about the size of a poodle, but not even slightly cute. Wait a minute, Tobias cried. Are you telling me that I have fleas? Just one that I have seen, I answered. Now he's gone. He probably jumped off. Actually, I was lying. The flea was working his way along Tobias's skin beneath the feathers, looking for a good place to sink his penetrating, bloodthirsty tongue. But somehow I didn't think Tobias would want to hear that. Okay, we're at the hospital, Tobias said. I'll take a low pass, then tell you guys when to jump off. Kind of like an old war movie. You guys are the paratroopers. At least fight the flea off for your boy. Good example, Marco said. Ever notice how in those old movies the paratroopers mostly get shot? Jake, Cassie whispered to me in thought speak so that no one else could hear. Yeah. You could still drop out of this mission, she said. Everyone would understand. Thanks, but no. Tom or no. Tom or no Tom, the Yeerks have to be stopped. That's what I told myself anyway. I guess it's true. Okay, everything looks fine to me, Tobias said. I see an open window on the 3rd floor. No screen. You're sure? Marco asked. Marco, in light this bright, I could tell you if there was a single strand of spiderweb across that window, let alone a screen. He said spiderweb, Rachel moaned. Help me, Marco mimicked. By absolutely terrible luck, the old version of The Fly had been on TV the night before. Like fools, we'd all watched it. I don't understand what this means, Axe grumbled. Get ready, Tobias said. 3, 2, 1, bail. Did they not invite Axe to movie night? Or did they, and he's just still confused? They better not have left my son out.
I thought Axe was your son.
What?
I said, I thought Axe was your son.
That's what I'm talking about, because you said I don't understand what this means. So I was like, did they let him watch the movie?
I thought I heard you say Tobias, that's why.
No. I leapt from his back. I opened my wings. The
I'll be right back.
slipstream
Laugh break.
was so fast it sent me tumbling end over end through the air. But as my speed dropped, I quickly gained control. Everyone okay? Yeehaw! Rachel said. I see the window opening, Axe said. I saw him fly past me like a buzzing, wobbling, careening jet fighter. At least I think it was him. I fell in behind, following his wake. It turned out Axe was wrong. What he thought was a window was actually a small sign on the face of the building for a while, trying to spot it. Keep going, Tobias called to us. You're almost there. Suddenly, I could feel a rush of cooler air billowing out at us. Here we go, I said. I turned into the current of air, and seconds later was in the relative darkness inside the building. Okay, we're looking for anything that might be a miniature. Yeerk pool, I reminded everyone. Everyone except Axe has been near a Yeerk pool, so try to remember that smell and see if your antenna pick up anything similar. I'll tell you one thing. Hang on, I'm hearing myself echo, so I'm just going to mute myself here for a second. Not to you guys. You guys should still be hearing me. Okay. See if your antenna pick up anything similar. I'll tell you one thing. I'll bet I know where the maternity ward is. I smell large numbers of dirty diapers. Rachel said. Okay, let's split up. Like we planned. Axe and Cassie, you're with me. Rachel and Marco, be careful. Rachel and Marco peeled off soon disappeared from sight. Bright lights all along it. I smell poop. I smell banana. At least I think it's banana. And I smell more poop, Cassie said. All of that. I don't like any of that. Say one thing for flies. If you ever need to find poop, hire a fly. Below us, barely visible, we occasionally caught sight of a big moving oval shape. The tops of people's heads. But with our limited sight, they seemed like floating islands of hair moving on a blurry sea. How's our time, Axe? I asked. Good. That's right on plan, I said, trying to reassure myself.
So. Okay, so what happened?
They're flying around looking for the Yeerk pool, the miniature Yeerk pool. Smelling a lot of poop because they're flies, and that's just grossing me out. And bananas, which is almost as gross to me. Where was I?
Crispy said, if you keep insisting that Jake has the hots for his cousin, you know what that means. For your headcanon as where they are, Shelbyville.
I mean, Rachel would be horrified if she knew the things Jake said about her.
Rachel would beat his ass.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Got my phone over here so that I can see chat, and it's just like it's sliding. Oh, hang on. Fix it. There we go. Okay. Where was I? Into a blurry sea. How's our time, Axe? I asked. We have used 20% of our time, Axe reported. Good. That's right on plan, I said, trying to reassure myself as much as the two of them. Yeah! What is it? That human tried to reach up and hit me, Axe said, but he was very slow. Hey, Cassie said. Hey, do you guys smell that? More poop. No. Similar to poop, but different. A strange smell. My fly brain doesn't know what it is. I'm trying to remember. I, too, am smelling something, Axe reported, but not very strong. I'm thinking we turn right, Cassie suggested. Right turn, I agreed. Now I was getting the scent too. A dark, deep, rich aroma, sweet and oily. Marco, Rachel, I called to them in thought speak. You guys have anything? Barely here. Must away. Nothing. We are at the limits of the thought speak range, Axe said. Now the scent was more powerful than before. In there, I said. I think it's a door. We landed. My 6 legs, each armed with sharp talons and sticky pads, gripped the smooth surface of the door. Here's a question, Cassie said. How do you open a door when you're like 1/8 of an inch long? Down to the floor, we can walk or fly under the crack. Seconds later, we were on the linoleum, marching jerkily forward. We passed beneath the door, then instantly took flight again. Oh man, there is definitely something in here, Cassie said. Over there, do you see a big, shiny-looking superdome kind of thing? Yeah, I agree. I think that may be it. Does anyone see anyone in the room? Any humans? No one did. Okay, Axe, you demorph first. If someone barges in, your Andalite body will be more useful than the 2 of us as humans. Yes, Prince Jake. Axe, you really, really don't have to call me that. Yes, Prince Jake. I am beginning the change. Cool. Cassie and I will hang out on the ceiling. A few moments later, I saw a vast eyeball stuck on the end of a long stalk come shooting up towards us where we hung upside down. One of Axe's extra stalk-mounted eyes. The eye turned to look at us. Then, as a violent vibration in the air, the eye disappeared from sight. And a second vibration, like something heavy falling. Axe, are you okay? Yes, there was a human here, but he is unconscious now. Oh, that's funny.
He's unconscious, as in, like, his head was lopped off by the tail, or like...
I don't know. He just the way he's like, yes, there was a human here, but he is unconscious now.
This is the end of side A. If you would like to continue to side B, press stop, eject this tape, flip it over to side B.
Oh yeah. You gotta do the doo-doo. This is the end of side A. To continue on to side B, please flip the cassette tape and press play.
Hasta el fin del lado A. Si quieres continuar por lado B, para you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Do you think anyone ever
Christopher
wrote a
B.
game? Oh, sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If he was asking if anyone ever wrote an alternate universe fic.
It was actually descended from the basis of the morph. Interesting. I never thought about that. Probably somebody has written that. If I've learned anything about the internet, is that it exists. If you can think about it, someone else has thought about it, and it exists.
Yep. So if anyone's noticed, I put on a different pair of glasses. I'm testing these out because for the longest time they had a crack in them. And so I finally bought some crazy glue and glued some wiring insulation right here to fill in the gap.
Oh, nice.
And I'm just testing them. I don't like them as much as my thin frame. Oh my god, what was I thinking? Thick frame glass for me? No, thank you. I look better in thick. But I'm sure I could use them for repairs instead of break these ones, because these are my newer ones. I can use those ones for like when I go on the repair jobs.
Yeah. I used to be really, like, in middle school, high school, I was really embarrassed about wearing glasses all the time, but I've just noticed that, like, everybody looks good in glasses, and everybody just needs to find the right kind of glasses for them. Like, their face shape.
Yeah.
Everything.
I've always worn glasses for the most part, in terms of, like, I've never worn contacts because my eyes don't want contacts.
I do not like contacts. I'm not.
For the most part.
Yeah.
I used to wear glasses when I was looking at the whiteboard at school, but other than that, I wouldn't start to wear them until like my second year of college. Like I would wear them regularly, but like when I was younger, I just wear them to see far, like the whiteboards and all that, rather than squinting.
Contacts really do suck. I don't enjoy contacts.
So I'm just used to wearing glasses. It's just easier, especially when you don't want to see somebody. You just take them off. When you do sports, you don't have to worry about your contact, or you don't have to worry about glasses falling. You just take them off.
Yeah.
Versus contacts can fall out in sports.
Oh yeah. Update on my Sims family. The mom has a fear of fire, which makes sense since the last 3 in-game days, she set the stove on fire 9 times. Oh, that's funny. My cousin once
Animorphs,
made...
Book 6.
Yeah, there we go.
She once made what?
She once made all of us in Sims, and she's like, so Avery, I want you to know I made you in Sims, and in the first day, your Sim moved in, lit the kitchen on fire, and then, like, ran around the house trying to put it out, and then somehow, like, fell asleep from over-exhaustion because you didn't sleep in time. And I'm like, well, it's good to know that my Sim carries some of the same energy as real-life me. While you start reading of side B, I'm gonna go grab a snack from downstairs, but I'll still be able to hear.
Okay then.
Just so you know.
Should we take a 2-minute or like a few minute booty stretch break and all that?
We can.
I think we should. Let's go ahead and everyone go ahead. This is our intermission time. Go ahead and grab yourself a snack, some water, use the lavatory, get yourself a snack from the kitchen, stretch the booty, all that stuff.
Stretch break. Get the blood circulating.
Yes. And then we will commence once both Avery and I are back in our chairs.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, ready? Break.
Break. Be right back, guys.
All right, chat. While we wait for Avery, go ahead and write in the chat what your favorite snack is. My favorite snack happens to be, I really like to munch down on vegetables when I'm snacking. Maybe some graham cracker, the animal kind specifically. Oh no, that's my Dremel. It's my nail. It's a nail grinder, but I use it to clean off like rust and stuff off of old metal. So it sounds like a kazoo, but it's just what brand of chocolate chip cookies, Ellery? Are you a Chips Ahoy soft bake, or are you more of a generic brand hard cookie type of person? Homemade, soft bake, or hard baked? Because if they're homemade, I prefer them like soft. But if they're like from the store, I prefer the hard baked ones as opposed to soft baked because I feel like they're underdone. Chips and trips, says Derp. Right? You meant chips and crisps, right? Now, what kind of chocolate chip? Dark chocolate, milk chocolate, or white chocolate macadamia?
I forgot my drink, so
Okay.
I'll be right back again. But if you can start reading and I'll be back. I can still hear.
Right. So, I think we'll still wait a few minutes since you're the page turner for the chat. So.
Fair enough. I'll be right back.
All right. So, chat. If you have any appliance repair questions, I mostly do washers and dryer repair, but I can answer any washer appliance questions you might have about your washer or dryer. Okay. Christopher B says Visser 3's human form in the show, in the Nickelodeon show, was a rich businessman and was an established presence before the Visser acquired him. Never specified what happened to the real guy. Well, the real guy, obviously. Oh, I see what he's saying. Because, well, obviously, it's just a morph. I'm sure the real guy like died, and like Visser 3 just keeps his image alive. I'm sure he conspired with his young with the man's young wife to off him so that way she can inherit the insurance money and he can keep the image. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure it was a conspiracy against the rich man. Okay, here's another question, chat. Between the two cheap shampoo brands, Suave and VO5, out of the two, which would you use if that was the only shampoo left on Earth? Why does your washer keep eating and spitting up your clothes? Well, it depends. If you have a top loader with an agitator, it could be that you're putting it on the wrong setting and it's agitating too hard for your clothes. Or it could be the how you place the clothes inside the washer, that it's eating it up and then tearing holes in it. If you're talking about a front facing washer, a front loader, it could be that your clothes are getting snagged in between the inner drum and the outer drum. So you might want to get one of those little mesh bags so that way it doesn't get caught. Because also, little socks can go inside the little, what's it called, the drain that shoots out the water when it's draining. So mesh bags are very much recommended when you're using when you're dealing with delicate clothes. You don't know what the difference between Suave and VO5? Suave No, I know you're kidding, Paolo. But it's good to let people know. Also, for your washers, you do want to have them clean themselves with either bleach, white vinegar, or lemon juice. One of the three, not all at the same time. One of the three. Put it on a sanitary setting or heavy duty if you don't have sanitary. Hot water, pure hot water. So that way it can clean off all the buildup of fabric softener, detergent, because what could happen is that it could rust the outer drum that holds the inner drum, and then it can make it even harder for your. It could take even longer for your clothes to drain, or it could break the drain pump that shoots out the water. So, make sure you guys are cleaning your washers every month, every other month with bleach. My personal favorite is white vinegar.
or lemon juice, because it gets rid of they're all acidic kind of, except for bleach. Bleach isn't acidic. Vinegar and lemon juice, which has citric acid, are acidic, so it would dissolve the detergent or the fabric softener, which are basic solutions. Now, chat, do you guys use powder soap or liquid soap or detergent pods or other? Because I'm more of a detergent pellets type of person, where you get those little eggs and then you put them in the reusable kind. Liquid or pod, you say, Natty? Pods are good. The only issue I have with pods is like the case, like the pod casing that it comes in, because sometimes the water pressure isn't hard enough to deteriorate it, but it'll break it down enough for the liquid to come out of the pod. But then you end up with the little ravioli casing of it, and that can mess up your machine if you put it in the little dispenser pocket. Because with the dispenser pods, you can put them in directly into the machine, and that works a little bit better, because then the clothes is like kind of tearing it apart, as opposed to keeping it in the dispenser, and then it clogs up your detergent dispenser. Powder is also a really good option. The only issue I have with powder soap is that it can clump up, so it ends up on your clothes if you don't have good water pressure. But then again, I'm a reusable, like, wash berries and detergent pellet type of person. Wait, what do you mean by 2-in-1 liquid, Paolo? Are you talking about like 2-in-1 fabric softener and detergent, or 2-in-1 shampoo conditioner? Because if we're talking about 2-in-1, like, conditioner, shampoo, some brands are okay. Like Head and Shoulders makes a good 2-in-1, but a lot of other brands, I try and steer away from with the 2-in-1 stuff for shampoo, conditioner. Oh, softener and detergent. What brand's 2-in-1 is my question, because I don't think I've ever seen a 2-in-1 detergent softener. Oh, Arm & Hammer. Yeah, they make that. Speaking of which, because for fabric softener, if you want a fabric softener that doesn't build up in your washer, because the reason why most washers nowadays have an added detergent option where it does a second rinse, is because the machine is trying to rinse itself of the fabric softener that lingers. Otherwise, it starts to build up and get all like muddy and mucky in the machine. So the second rinse option is to clean out the lingering detergent, but you can use white vinegar in place of fabric softener, and it'll do the same thing without leaving a vinegary smell. And then dryers, for the most part, I know a lot of people use dryer sheets, and that's fine. You just want to wipe the sensors in the machine, because dryers have these two little strips on them that sense the humidity in the machine, and the dryer sheets coat that with the waxy film, and then it messes up the sensor. So every now and again, you just get a regular sponge and then just scrub the little strips, and then it should still work fine, but you just got to make sure to scrub it like every other month or so.
I have returned.
Okay, so where were we? Oh, is your mic okay, Avery?
Can you not hear me?
Nah, old-fashioned washers, pal. Let me tell you about old-fashioned washers. Old-fashioned washers are amazing because they are super good at getting your clothes to look bright and getting the dirt out. The only issue is that they use up so much water for the tub that a lot of people have the newer front-loading washers because they don't use as much water, but they don't scrub the clothes as good as they do. And we're back.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello, hello. Okay. Cool. I'm back.
Okay, hold on. I can't hear you now.
Uh-oh. Hang on.
So,
That's a Discord problem.
all right, if you have any more washer, dryer related, or appliance related issues, feel free to contact me on the Discord.
Hello?
There we go.
Okay. It switched microphones on me for some reason. I have no idea why.
Okay, so what's for snack today, Avery?
I just heated up some rice and lo mein.
Lo mein.
Yes.
Okay, all right then. So, I'm sure you heard my whole TED talk on appliances, Avery.
I was like down there being like, I need to take notes.
White vinegar is a good thing to use on a washer.
Thank you for the welcome back, Ellery.
All right then. Oh yeah, Suave or VO5. If you had to choose between the two, if that was the only shampoo and conditioner left on Earth.
Out of the two, I think I've only used Suave, but Suave is, whew. Suave will strip your hair.
That's what I figured.
Suave is so harsh. It's like those, did you ever have, like, as a kid, like, those little, like, kids, gentle, no-tear shampoos, and they were, like, the most horribly painful thing to get in your eyes ever?
No tears?
Yep.
No, not those tears. The ones in your hair.
Oh my god, it was so awful.
The L'Oreal kids, the one that looked like fish.
Yeah. The ones that were just, like, acid in your eyes.
Yeah, I was like, I wonder if, do they really mean no tears? Literally, like, taking it. Like,
oh, yeah.
doing that.
Daddy remembers.
Oh,
yeah.
that's why they don't sell that stuff no more. Or at least I don't see it no more.
I thought it was just because it didn't work. Nobody was buying it.
Well, that's why.
Really good green tea scented shampoo and stand by that. Nice. I
wish I could just use VO5 or Swab, but my hair is way too sensitive for like just regular stuff. It needs the fancy like $10 a tub type of stuff where you it doesn't come in like a squeeze bottle or a pump. You have to scoop it out with your hand type of stuff. Otherwise, my hair ends up looking like a scarecrow.
Yeah, my hair is like thick and wavy curly, like naturally, and so it's just like a pain to take care of. I'm almost like this close to cutting it all off, but I'm like, it looks all right at the length that it's at right now.
And I could use shea butter, but dang, shea butter, I still have to like eyeball it. Like, I feel like if I don't get enough, then I can't cover all my hair, but if I get too much, then my face ends up looking shiny, and I don't even put any on my face.
I was using for a long time, or for a while, I was using Aussie just because it seemed to be the best thing for like thick and curly hair. I found like it would help my hair be actually curly instead of frizzy. And then I switched to a different one that like had a alopecia formula. So, but yeah.
Okay, so Christopher B says Cassie is considered insufferable from some particularly risky as well as some fundamentally stupid decisions. You'll at least like number 19, number 20, I'm sure.
What if I need to buy a shampoo for cheap while traveling? Oh, yeah.
See, also, I'll be listening to... Wait, Dirtpick says, I'll be listening to the stream as I'll be reading my books on my iPad, although I don't know how it would work with streams, so I might be a few seconds up to a minute behind.
That's cool. We're just going to be chilling out on the B side.
Yeah. Okay, then. All right. I mean, sure, Cassie is the conscience of the group. She makes sure that there is morality and that they are not what the enemy is.
She's the mom friend for sure.
So yes, I understand that some people find her insufferable because it's a war story. How the hell are you gonna have a in war? How the hell are you gonna be sympathetic? But at the same time, without sympathy, humanity would be all but lost.
Oh yeah.
And then the kids, the teenager, the kids, whatever, the Animorphs will end up worse for wear because of the travesty they would have committed.
Oh yeah. For sure.
Don't worry, I'm good at having an ASMR voice, as I've been told. I have a Fred Rogers voice.
Due to a long day. Good night, Paulo. We appreciate you.
Yes, we do.
If you fall asleep,
right,
good
then.
night.
Chapter 15. We demorphed as quickly as we could. When my human eyesight returned, I saw Axe, standing calmly in the Andalite against the far wall with a man in a white coat, holding a clipboard. He was crumpled and unconscious, but alive. Knowing your brother is a controller, I did not kill this creature, Axe said. I feared it might be him. No, it's not. That's a good instinct, Axe. Whoever this guy is, he's someone's brother, or son, or even father. I took a look at first at my own body. I was barefoot, like I always was when I came out of a morph, and wearing only my silly-looking bike shorts and tight shirt. Even Axe can't figure out how to morph anything more than most minimal clothing. But I seem to have all my usual legs and arms. You know what I was thinking? How come they don't like wear the swimming shoes or like the toe shoes? Like the rock climbing shoes? Yeah. Maybe because, well, like they mentioned, like like shoes can't, like they don't stretch like the spandex stuff does.
Yeah, true.
So it could just be that. I mean, they could just wear like, I don't know, sandals.
Socks and sandals.
But then again, sandals would probably be making the flip flop sound.
Am I the only one who literally just found out that I don't know if this was the intended purpose, but you can put like shoe charms on Crocs?
You didn't know that?
No, I was never allowed to wear Crocs. My mom was like, "Oh, that's awfully ugly. Don't do that."
Nah, when I was a kid, I liked Crocs, but damn, they look like expensive stuff that you find at the amusement parks.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, they look cool because of the little holes on them, but they look expensive. And now everyone's wearing them, even though at first everyone thought they were ugly. I was like, I don't think they're ugly. Now everyone wears them, thinking they're all Gucci and stuff, and I'm just like, nah. They're comfortable and they look cool, but they're not fashion. Let's not push it.
Yeah, I was shopping enamel pins online, and I was like, I was coming across like shoe charms, and I was like, "What do you mean shoe charms?" And somebody was like, "Oh, you know how like Crocs have the little holes that you can like put the." I was like, "What?" Had Croc platform. I hate the Croc platforms I saw. Oh my god. I thought you said you had.
Oh, like the high heels. They had Croc high heels.
Oh my god.
With like, it's literally a Croc angled up with like a little plastic stiletto. Okay, Christopher's asking prediction. What do you think the others will say or do should they find out about Mr. One and Marco?
I think they'll
They're
be
gonna
supportive.
think they're gonna think that Marco was a double agent.
Natty, if you missed the end of the last book, Visser 1 has taken over Marco's supposed to be dead mother's body, so she is alive, and the controller of all of this.
Like I said earlier, Visser 1 is mother.
Yes.
So either it's because Visser 1 is petty, or it's because it's Marco's mom that she had her troops rescue the children and give them instructions on how to return to Earth.
Yep.
So that's what happened in the last book. Refer back to Animorphs book 5, and you'll know what we're talking about. Okay, so. And you okay, Cassie? I asked. I'm fine. She pointed at what had looked like a shiny superdome to us as flies. It was a stainless steel vat about 8 feet across. I laughed. You know what this is? This is a whirlpool, a jacuzzi. Someone just put a lid over it. Why would they have this in a hospital? For therapy, Cassie said. You know, for people with muscle strains or back problems. I stepped to the side of the whirlpool. I grabbed the handles of the lid and lifted it. It opened easily on hydraulic hinges. I looked inside. I recoiled. The water was sludgy, brown, and vicious, and roiling with slugs, Yeerks, in their natural state. Well, 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 I said. Yeerks, Axe said. The combination of disgust and pure hatred Andalites always showed. A portable Yeerk pool. There must be a small Kendrona nearby. Yeerks must leave their host bodies every 3 days to return to a Yeerk pool. In the Yeerk pool, they feed by soaking up various nutrients, but especially Kendrona rays, which are like rays of their home sun. Kendronas are artificial sources of Kendrona rays. Can they see us? Now, I mean? No, Prince Jake. In their natural state, they are blind. Sorry, I just saw, I looked down and I saw, whoa, that's fucked. I sometimes fall asleep before the end. Okay. Sorry, going back here. Okay. I walked around the world. My foot. How come they aren't capitalizing the W in whirlpool, but they're capitalizing the D in dumpster? Come on, Applegate. Keep it up, Applegate. Come on, you gotta be up to code with your brands. My foot hit something solid. A pump for the whirlpool action. It was disconnected, with the wire pulled out of the wall socket. The control panel had been ripped away, exposing bare wire. Axe, what do you think would happen to all these Yeerks if if the temperature of the liquid suddenly went up to, say, 120 degrees, and the liquid was all agitated? War crimes coming soon. Axe looked puzzled. I believe the heat and the agitation might destroy them. Well, that would be a pity. I made a quick decision. Axe, watch the door to the hallway. Cassie, we may need you in some dangerous morph. What have we got? Wolf? Perfect, but no howling. What are you going to do? Cassie asked. We came here to stop this sick operation, right? Well, wiping out 100 or so Yeerks might be a good way to start. I'm going to hook the thing back together. The jacuzzi and jacuzzi these filthy creeps to death. There were no tools in the room, but I did find some tape and a pair of tweezers. That was all I needed. I began reconnecting wires, red to red, blue to blue, green to green. Please do not do this. Let me just make that very clear. Do not reconnect wires, bare wires like that, please. That is how you get shocked. Without the switches, the settings would all automatically be at maximum. Maximum heat, maximum jets. But all the while, in the back of my head, was this nagging feeling. It couldn't be this easy. I connected the last wire. Cassie had finished the transformation into her wolf body. She stood by patiently, like a very big, very tough-looking dog. Okay, time to boil some Yeerks. I reached down and stuck the plug to the outlet. Okay, fine. Fair enough. It wasn't connected, but just saying. Do not mess with bare wire like that, even if the outlet is unplugged, because there's this thing called a capacitor in most appliances, and that can still shock you. So do not mess with bare wires on an appliance. Okay. Avery, stop it. Do not rewire your... Do not do it. I'm a professional. I get paid for stuff like this. Do not do it. I've gotten shocked. And it's like a control, controllers, right? Like remote, like PlayStation controllers and all that. Imagine like it's vibration like that, but it's really intense. Really intense vibration, like a what is it? A massage gun. Think of it like that, but on the highest setting, and that's like that's the gentlest.
Oh, that sounds awful.
So just putting it out there for everybody: do not mess with bare wires, unless you know what you're doing, and you discharge a capacitor. But do not mess with them. Okay, time to boil some Yeerks. I reached down and stuck the plug in the outlet. It took a few seconds, then the boiling sound began. The familiar jacuzzi bubbling. The door opened. A man and a woman, both wearing white lab coats. For a split second, they just froze and stared. And a light! The woman yelped. Cassie was on her in a flash. She leapt, hit the woman hard, and knocked her to the floor. Axe moved towards the man, but the man was fast. He dodged, staying out of range of Axe's tail. I was still behind the whirlpool, out of sight. I was trying to focus on morphing into tiger form for a fight. But then 2 more men, dressed in uniforms as guards, came flying into the room. The first one leveled a gun. Axe! I shouted. A gun! Axe tail flashed. Ah! The controller screamed. The hand that had been holding the gun was no longer attached to the man's arm. Get back up to the pool area and the lights. The second guard screamed into the walkie-talkie. Then he drew his gun. Blam! Blam! They told me later there was a third shot, but I didn't hear it. A sledgehammer blow struck the side of my head. A ricochet. For a brief second, I clung to consciousness, but then I swooned. I fell, face down in the whirlpool, face down in the bubbling, boiling mass of dying Yeerks. All right, we got our first casualty, everybody.
Oof.
One time, my sister's old high school, someone got shocked by by a generator. Apparently, the entire school smelled burnt.
I think that's technically the second war crime in the series. The first one was in book 1 when Elfinger recruited a bunch of 13-year-olds. That's fair. That's true.
Sure. That's. I didn't say the first war crime was never mind. I was gonna reach for something, but never mind.
We just keep a tally. How many war crimes were in Animorphs?
All right, let's make it. All right, everybody, welcome to the live stream of the tier list for war crimes of Animorphs characters. All right, so the Tyrant tier is our S tier for the kill count, somebody with the highest kill count in the series. And then we have the Cassie tier, which is the lowest kill count. Okay. So Jake is dead. Or he got grazed by a bullet. But then how are you narrating the rest of the book?
I feel like he's not dead.
He got hit by a bullet.
It grazed him.
Okay, even a graze is gonna cause bleeding and stuff.
Yeah, but he might not die. Whoop.
Sims 2 update. The baby updated, True, Ellery. It goes against Geneva Conventions, but we're not playing by Geneva Convention. We are playing by Intergalactic Sanctum rule.
Donate the baby to science. Oh my god.
So yes, technically on Earth. Okay, fine. What kind of crime? What kind of rules are we playing by in this game of war? Are we playing by Intergalactic Sanctum rules, or are we playing by Geneva Convention rules? Because if we're playing by Geneva Convention rules, sure, that's a war crime.
Say Geneva Convention because we are on Earth, so
True. We don't normally go into space, so I guess this game of war, we're playing by those rules. Okay, fine.
plus
Okay,
I can look
see
up
it.
things and guidelines for the Geneva Convention.
Yeah. Technical foul, Geneva Convention, Section 4 under drafting. No
Cassie's just,
children
like,
under the age
carrying
of
around.
18.
Cassie's just carrying around the like Geneva Convention like guidelines.
She's like the paper clip on those Mac on the old Macs
Mm-hmm.
where it just pops up when nobody wants it.
Yeah.
All right then. Chapter 16. Face down, unconscious, in the superheating Yeerk pool. I don't know for how long. When I awoke, I had two terrifying, overwhelming feelings. One was suffocation. I had breathed in a lungful of liquid from the pool. I came to, gasping and hacking and gagging. I was alive, but I could hardly breathe. Each breath was a struggle. I coughed, and I think at one point I threw up. The second feeling was a pain in my head. Pain like nothing I had ever imagined before. It was like someone was drilling a hole in my ear, drilling straight into my brain. We all know where this is going. I wanted to scream, but I was still choking. I was on my knees on the floor of the hospital room, wanting to cry from the pain and gasping for every half breath of air. Ugh, what's worse, the drilling feeling or the liquid in your lung?
Ugh. I don't
I'd say the
know.
liquid in your lung. I'll take the liquid in your lungs for 500, Alex.
God, both of those choices sound awful.
Yeah, well, at least you can take like I don't know, like an aspirin for your headache. Versus like, how are you gonna get the liquid out of your lungs?
Although drilling in the head doesn't sound like a headache, that sounds like a lobotomy.
Chat, which would you prefer? Vote now.
This is like those would you rather games that everybody would play in like middle school. It's like, would you rather stick your hand in the sun's fire or it's like two horrible things and it's like I wouldn't rather either of these.
Yeah. Truth or dare? Is it true you like Jake, or drink a lung or drink this liquid and have it go into your lung? That's how truth or dare is supposed to go. You say truth or dare, and then you ask a truth question, and if they don't do it, then they have to do the dare that you say.
Oh. Yeah, I always played where you just get to pick.
Yeah. Because like I was watching, sorry, I'm digressing, but it's because I was watching Brady Bunch, and like they were having a sleepover episode, and they were like, "Oh, truth or dare? Do you like Peter or?" And then like they would, if they didn't want to answer, they dare, and like, "Oh, I dare you to go upstairs and say hi to the boys."
Oh, the drilling in the head does sound like it would hurt for a shorter time, Valerie. I do agree with that.
You're not violating the Geneva Conventions if it was alien instead of human.
True.
We are playing by the Geneva Convention rules. That is how we're because in war there are still rules, and if you don't follow the rules, you get fined. So it's like
yeah.
it's a very messed up game that people are active and willing participants in playing in sometimes. So I mean that's how we have to see it. How do you what constitutes a war crime? Because there has to be rules in war, and war is a sick game.
True.
Okay. All the while, a battle raged. They were trying to get in the doorway, but it was too narrow for more than one or two human controllers at a time to attack. Axe's tail and Cassie's long wolf teeth were enough to hold them off. Blam! Another got shot. Stop firing, you fool! Someone shouted. The pool is in there. Mr. 3 will eat your guts. Even in my condition, I could see that Axe and Cassie couldn't last. I needed to morph to join the battle, but I could not seem to do it. The pain, or maybe the lack of oxygen. I couldn't concentrate. My brain was fuzzy. drifting. I heard a rumbling, pounding noise from the hallway outside. There were cries and screams of rage. Suddenly, into the room burst a huge black gorilla and a second wolf, Marco and Rachel. They had driven the attackers away, but only for a few seconds. "Jake's hurt," I heard Cass say. "He fell in the Yeerk pool." "Marco, grab Jake," Rachel ordered. "Get something to cover his face. Axe, Cassie, keep holding the door. I'm going to change a morph. We need more firepower." I felt myself lifted off the floor. A white cloth was wrapped around my head. One of the lab coats from an injured controller, I guessed. I was cradled in the huge arms of a gorilla. "Rockabye, baby," Marco joked. "Hang in there, man. We're getting you out of here." I was still coughing and gasping, but my breath was at least improved. Not enough to speak, but I could breathe enough to keep from passing out. At the same time, something had happened to the pain in my head. It was diminishing. And yet, instead of feeling more clear-headed, I felt more confused. "Get him!" A controller was yelling outside the door. "Attack! Attack!" "It doesn't look like I'm going to fit through this doorway." It was Rachel. "So I guess I'll have to make the door a little bigger." I caught just a glimpse through the fabric that hid my face. A flash of something huge and gray. Rachel's elephant morph. Rachel. A voice in my head wondered. The voice was surprised. A human? "Woof, woof, crunch." "Now the door is plenty big," Rachel said. "Wild screams, panic, cries of pain." I was bounced and slammed against walls and even dropped at one point. I felt us go down a set of stairs. I felt hands grabbing at me and slipping away. Finally, fresh air. We were running like mad for the shelter of a stand of trees that fronted the hospital. "Cassie," Marco said. "You have a horse morph, right? Quick, before they figure out how to follow us." I was tossed onto the dirt. The gorilla peeled back the coat that was over my face. "You're alive? Man, that was intense. That is one hospital that's going to need some redecorating. We're going to put you on Cassie. Then we'll try to cover your retreat." "My head," I said. "Headache? No surprise, dude. Something's wrong. Can't think." "Don't worry, take a break. We have it under control. More or less." "Unbelievable," said a voice in my head. "Can it be humans?" What was that voice? Where was it coming from? Marco lifted me and slung me over a horse's back. Cassie. Cassie? A human? Yes. And Rachel, the cousin. Human as well. My hand tried to pull the coat away from my face. What was happening? There was a voice inside my head. We were running now. Running and running at full gallop. Through the trees, across lawns, down suburban streets, where Cassie's hooves clattered loudly. We jumped a fence. I flew through the air and landed hard on the dirt. I felt pain, but it came from far away. Coat was loose. I looked around. Trees. Everywhere. A panting horse standing nearby. I saw all this, but in a distant way, as if I were watching it all on TV. My eyes moved left and right. They moved all around on their own, like someone else was focusing them. Cassie. I tried to say her name. Cassie. But no sound came from my mouth. "Don't struggle, Jake." A voice in my head said. "It's pointless." What? Who was saying that? What was... Then, a laugh only I could hear. "Put that primitive human brain to work, Jake." "Jake the Animorph," it sneered. "Jake, the servant of the Andalite filth." Then I knew. I knew what the voice was. A Yeerk. a Yeerk in my own head. I was a controller. Dun dun dun.
Saw that coming as soon as he fell into the pool.
Ellery, that's true. If there were no wars, we wouldn't have chess.
Fair trade-off?
So, Christopher B, the Megamorph books they're going to be like maybe 2 or 3 parters, depending on how big they are.
Yeah.
Or we might start earlier with stream, because I know Avery's gone like 8-9 hours with stream sometimes.
Yep.
So we could always start a little bit earlier on the Megamorph books.
I'm down with starting earlier if you are. We'll just have to see.
Yeah.
We'll see what we feel
But-
like.
I was gonna say, what's funny is that on Friday, I'm not gonna lie, on Fridays, I don't know what's wrong with me on Friday, because like on Thursdays I sleep like super early, like around like 11, 12. But on like every Friday, I don't wake up till like maybe like 2 in the afternoon.
I mean, I basically
I don't know what it is.
I basically slept all day just because I guess because I'm just under the weather, and so my body was just like, nope, sleep. And I'm like, but work things have to get done, and my brain was just like, nope, that's not happening.
I think it's because I go to school like 4 days out of the week, but it's like from 8 to like 3:30,
Yeah.
Monday through Thursday. So maybe my body's probably like, man, just take a break. It's Friday.
Yeah. I'm probably going to head to bed. Good night, Ellery.
Ellery, you can always just leave it on and fall asleep to me reading.
I have a tomorrow work day. Oh no, I'm sorry.
All right then. Okay, Natty, you did not miss much, but it's very escandaloso, very juicy.
Jake is a controller now.
No fair, you told her.
Sorry.
It's like in Full House when it's like, Dad, you'll never guess what your present is. I don't know what. It's a tie. Steph, you knew. All right then. Chapter 17.
It's just happened. We're gonna dive right back in.
It just happened. So the Dirtbrecht would Visser 3 want the Omnitrix? No. Well, yes and no. He wouldn't want it for himself. He'd want it to progress the Yeerks in their quest for total domination, because it's technically, it can be used as a war tool. But he wouldn't want it for himself because he already has an Andalite body that can morph whatever it wants to. Okay then. Chapter 17. Very good. You figured it out, said the silent voice in my head, mocking me. No! 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 Jake, are you alright? Cassie asked. I'm sorry. I just imagine he's just like standing there, and in his mind, he's like going all crazy, but then like everything else around him's just like normal.
They're like in the elevator. The elevator music is like do 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 do.
For a moment, I thought she had heard me cry out, but no, she was just concerned. Tobias landed on a branch overhead. Is he okay? I can't tell. He's alive, he's breathing, but it's like he's zoned out or something. We may have to take him to a doctor. I wanted to tell them both to scream. They have me! They are inside me! But I couldn't make my mouth move. It was like there was a roadblock. Like I could form the thought, give the order to my lips and tongues to speak, but the order never got there. Struggle all you like, human. Fight me, the Yeerk gloated. Go ahead. It won't matter. In the end, I am in your head. I am wrapped around your brain like a living blanket. No!
I know.
No one died, Paolo.
No one's dead. Jake just wishes he was dead.
I can read your thoughts. I control your body. I am tapped into your memory. I can read it like a book. Get out of my head! No! No! Oh, I don't think I want to do that, Jake. Why would I abandon such an interesting host? So you are the one who has driven Visser 3 half mad with rage. A kid. The short stuff. Short stuff. How do you... You're surprised I know what Tom called you? Oh, the irony really is sweet. Don't you get it, clever Jake? Don't you see what happened, my little Animorph? Cassie had become human again. She knelt down beside me and looked down into my eyes. He's alert. His eyes are tracking. Jake, can you talk to me? It was a nightmare. That's what it was. Another nightmare. I would wake up soon. I would wake up and laugh and laugh. I am Temrash114, the Yeerk said proudly. Formerly Temrash252 of the Solpniar pool. I have been promoted. No doubt you are happy for me. You filthy slug! Get out of my head! Do you know what my who my last host was? Or do you know what my last host was? Who it was? The Yeerk taunted. Shut up! Shut up! Stop talking to me! Go away! It wasn't real. It couldn't be real. It was Tom, of course, your brother. I am the Yeerk who controlled your brother. That cut through my growing hysteria. What? Ah, I thought that might interest you. Yes, Tom was my host. Then he's free. The Yeerk laughed in my head. You're even stupider than your brother. No, your brother's body has been given to a new Yeerk, someone with a lower rank. I am too important now to be wasted on Tom. I am to take on a new and important project. A very special project. The governor! Jake. Tobias tried to thought speak to me. If you can hear me, move your hand. Well. Not a complete idiot, are you? The Yeerk said. Yes, I was to be given to the most important post on this planet. But this is better still. Visser 3 is very determined to catch you and your friends. He will be surprised to learn that you are human. I'll never tell you who the others. You mean Cassie, Marco, and Rachel? Tobias, who's sitting in the tree overhead? And of course, the one remaining Andalite, Aximly Escaruth Ishtil. We have to get him to a doctor, Cassie told Tobias. Wait, what happened?
Oh, we were just trying to decide if he knew that the others were not Andalites. And I said, I think he might still think that, and then it was like, no, he knows all of them, and I was like, oh shit.
Okay, I thought something happened.
No, you're good.
In the chat. Okay. I know. I'm putting on my I'm putting on my favorite voice to you. I like when I'm around my classmates, and I've told them this before. I'm like, you know what's fun to me? I like putting on my because everyone thinks I'm so young. I like to put on my baby voice to make you guys do stuff for me. Can you open this pen for me, please? And they do it.
Works every time.
Can you help me take this to my car, please? Thank you. Okay. Just then, Marco arrived. He was fully human again. He was dressed in his morph clothes and walking gingerly without shoes. Doctor? Who needs a doctor? What's the matter with him? Nothing's the matter with me, I said quite suddenly. I'm fine. Only I didn't say it. My mouth spoke the words, but I didn't say it. The Yeerk had spoken through my mouth. No way, Cassie said. We're taking you to a doctor. You didn't answer me for like 5 minutes. Maybe you have a concussion. My body sat up. Sorry I scared you, Cassie, but I'm fine. And where are you going to take me? Back to that hospital? What if some doctor does a blood test and he sees something that shows him I'm an Animorph? Like what? Marco asked, sounding skeptical. How do I know? Maybe some leftover roach DNA? Look, I'm fine, okay? I'm going back up, Tobias said. Make sure no one is after us, and see if Rachel and Axe are okay. He flapped his wings and flew away through the trees. As soon as we know Rachel and Axe are safe, we need to break up and go our separate ways, my mouse said. The Yeerk was considering his next move. I could not hear his thoughts, but I could feel him using my brain. He was digging through my memory, trying to learn quickly about the others. He was using my brain, using me. I had to do something quick, something to warn Cassie and Marco. Surely they would guess what was happening. They were the two people in the whole world who were closest to me. Surely they would realize that I was no longer myself, wouldn't they? I don't think there's all that much the Yeerk can do right now, Marco said to Cassie. We're deep in the national forest. It would take a while for them to organize a search. They'd need a helicopter. They need helicopters and lots of human control. And they don't even know what they're looking for. He laughed. After all, they still think we're Andalites. Yeah, but I mean, we're going to have to be very careful with Axe, my mouse said. We'll need to hide him. I think we may have parboiled. Wait, what? Parboiled? I don't know that word. Parboiled?
Parboiled? Like half, like, yeah. Like half boiled.
We'll need to hide him. I think we may have parboiled quite a few Yeerks in that world. Okay, yeah, you're right. Parboiled. They're going to be very upset. It was incredible. It was shocking to listen to. The Yeerk was using my voice, my inflection. He was saying the words I would say. Marco and Cassie would never guess. As far as they could see or hear, the Yeerk in my brain was me. Yes, little human, the Yeerk sneered silently. Your body is my home now. Mine. Body and mind under my control. Forget resistance. It is futile. No host has ever overpowered a Yeerk. It is impossible. I felt a dark wave of terror wash over me. He was telling the truth. I knew he was. No host had ever defeated a Yeerk. Resistance was futile. Futile. I would never be just like this Yeerk moved on, they would give me to another. I was a slave. Forever. There was a noise behind me, footsteps on the pine needles. At the same time, Tobias came swooping down by branch. I turned around. Rachel. Hey, cousin, I said. I see you made it okay. Then a touch on my shoulder. I spun around. I hadn't heard anyone else. Axe, just behind me. His Andalite face close to mine. His big eyes watching me. And in that split second, hatred revealed itself. A hatred that had crossed light years of space, play itself out on planet Earth. Andalite, the Yeerk hissed silently. And that one word, I heard the same fury and contempt I heard whenever Axe said the word Yeerk. I only heard it. The Yeerk did not say a thing. But surprised, unaware, unprepared, he did curl my lip in an instinctive expression of revulsion. It was a small thing, lasted only a second, and then the Yeerk was using my mouth to say, Hey, Axe, you did great back there when, in a movement too fast for me to see, Axe whipped his tail forward. In the blink of an eye, His scythe blade was leveled a quarter inch from my throat. Yeerk, he said. Okay, let me take a drink because this is getting good.
Axe, baby, you're doing so great. You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Yes, Axe, lay hunty. I'm sure if he said that, Axe would have been like, "Who the hell are you?"
What?
He could just tell he has Jake's DNA, so he knows Jake well enough to know that the little curl from his lip was an indication.
Yeah.
All right then. So chat, what do we think? Do we think that he's going to be there? We're getting a new Yeerk ally in the form of a Yeerk taking over Jake's brain. New main character.
New main character.
Like Jake and the Yeerk work together to overthrow the Viscers.
This Yeerk is kind of bitchy. I don't know about this one specifically.
I mean, hey, Marco started out not everyone's favorite.
Fair enough. Nope, Jake's screwed.
I mean, he could be like, he could have a symbiotic relationship with Jake.
Yep.
Where it's like they like How to Train Your Dragon, where what's his name needs the dragon and the dragon needs what's his name.
Yeah. Hiccup.
Yeah, Hiccup needs the dragon and the dragon needs Hiccup.
Toothless. Toothless is the dragon.
There we go. See, that's how much I know about modern movies.
I mean, I only saw the first How to Train Your Dragon, but I love it.
Apparently, Hiccup is zaddy, people say.
Hiccup has a glow up in the second movie where he does like a Neville Longbottom where he goes from being this awkward kid in the first movie to being like this like...
Yeah, but like Neville Longbottom went like this. He like dipped in the middle movie and then like peaked in the last part, like the last saga.
Nah, but that's different.
It's not different. War makes allies out of inconveniences. In terms of the enemy of my enemy is my ally. So it could be that this Yeerk hates the Viscers and wants them overthrown. That he's willing to help the Animorphs, but who knows?
Hi, Perry. Come on. Yes, tell everybody you use your cat door so good now, all by yourself. You can get
like,
in and
Mom,
out.
you're reading Animorphs without me?
Yes. Yeah, true, Christopher. Literally just tease Jake about how resistance is futile.
I mean, hey, he could just be a overzealous follower of the Yeerk Empire, and then he realized, wow, my people are shit.
A defector.
Yeah, he'd be like, wow, my people ain't shit. I'd rather be with you guys. And then he could possess like he could be like Tobias he could be the recon team with Tobias, where he infests people's brains, and so that way he can get information on the Yeerks. He's the double agent.
Actually, that'd be a fun plan. I'd like to see a reluctant Yeerk ally.
All right then. Chapter 18. Oh wait, hold on. Derp says, so Heat Blast could cook any Yeerk that tries to make Ben a controller. Oh, talking about Ben 10. That would be an interesting crossover. The Animorphs and Ben 10. Scooby-Doo and the Animorphs.
Oh my god, Scooby-Doo would do it too. What, Perry?
Yes. So we need to contact WB about doing Scooby-Doo and the Phantom Investigators, and then Scooby-Doo and the Animorphs.
Harry, you knocked the trash can over.
How would that work, though? Sorry, I'm digressing a little bit. How would the Scooby-Doo crew be stop motion, or would the Phantom Investigators be animated?
I think neither, because Phantom Investigators just blends everything together. I think they could be Scooby-Doo crew could
that's
be
a good
2D,
point. That's a good point.
And then they could be 3D.
That's a great point to make. Alright then. Chapter 18. Axe, what are you doing? Cassie demanded. Are you nuts? Marco cried. What's your problem, Axe? My voice asked the Andalite. But he did not waver, and he did not pull the deadly tail away from my throat. Prince Jake has been taken. He is the controller. What? Rachel snapped. Back off, Axe. You're crazy. His head was in the Yeerk pool long enough for a Yeerk to enter his head, Axe said. And just now, you all saw his expression when he was surprised to see me. I am not human. I do not know every human expression. So tell me, what was that look? This is crazy. The Yeerk tried to disbelieving laugh. Marco, Cassie, would you please tell this nut that I'm okay? But I saw doubt in Marco's shrewd eyes. Yeah, I'm sure you're fine, Jake. Cassie, didn't you say Jake seemed zoned out? Like he wouldn't answer for a few minutes, even though he was awake? Cassie nodded her head. He too was looking suspicious. Yeah, he seemed normal and all, but he wouldn't answer me, she shrugged. Sorry, Jake, but you did act funny. It takes a while for the Yeerk to take full control of the host's brain, Axe said. During that time, the host will be passive. He may even seem to be in a coma. I swear I could have kissed the Andalite right then and wanted to yell out, Yes! Yes! You guys can't possibly believe this, my mouth said. I mean, okay, we have to be careful. But it's me. It's me, Jake, right? Being Jake and all, you'll understand if we take a minute to think this through, Rachel said. Axe, how are we supposed to know one way or the other? Tobias answered for him. The Yeerk needs to return to the Yeerk pool and absorb Kendrona rays every 3 days. If we hold him for 3 days, we'll know. Now, I felt just the slightest edge of fear from the Yeerk. He was measuring the other, trying to decide what to do. But with Axe's tail blade at my throat, the Yeerk kept my body very still. We can't hold him for 3 days, Cassie argued. His family would go ballistic. They'll call the cops. Chapman will realize he's not in school. The bad guys will put 2 and 2 together. Look, hello, it's me, Jake, remember? I am not a controller. Marco shook his head. If there is a Yeerk in Jake's head, then he knows all our secrets. If he gets in touch with any other Yeerk, we are all dead. We can't take the chance. Maybe Axe is right, maybe not, but we can't guess wrong. I agree, Tobias said. If he's still Jake, he'll understand. If he's the controller, well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? Rachel? Marco asked. Rachel met my gaze. Sorry, Jake, but we have to play it safe. You know that. Look, I argued. It's like Cassie said. My folks will go nuts. Call the police. They'll go on TV asking if anyone has seen me. They'll be putting up posters all over town. I mean, no offense, Tobias, but I have an actual family.
Oh, Jesus
But I have an
Christ.
actual family, not
Fuck.
some messed up aunt and uncle who didn't want to be taking care of me in the first place. Damn!
Damn. I mean,
This
I know
Yeerk-
it's the Yeerk,
this-
but damn.
The Yeerk is desperate.
Good job, Marco. Yeah, Marco and Axe are over here keeping everybody alive.
People will notice if I just fuck you, Jake. How dare you? How dare you, Yeerk Jake? I turned to Cassie. Cassie, come on, explain it to them. Come on, Cassie, I thought. Come on. Be hard for once. Don't feel for me. Don't be sweet just this once. There is a way, Cassie said hesitantly. To be sure whether he's the controller? Rachel asked. No, Cassie said. Her voice grew stronger. A way to keep his family and the school from knowing he's gone. Axe could do it.
Oh.
Axe could morph into Jake. Cassie, the amazing Cassie. She had hit on the one possible solution. I wish so badly I could tell her right then what an amazingly smart, incredibly cool person she was. Being cool had nothing to do with this plan. Yes, Cassie. It's giving taking the lead. It's giving affirmation.
We are here for Cassie. I don't
Yes.
care.
Cassie is what Dawn wishes she could be.
Right?
An animal lover who is not a bitch.
Yes. My kids are so smart, yes. Yeah, and Jake would never say that, so they should know. Jake would never just be like, Tobias, I know you don't have a family because you're an orphan.
The Yeerk in my head was not happy. What's the matter, Temrash114 of the Sulpniar pool? I asked, not feeling quite so cocky anymore. Axe reached one of his delicate, many-fingered hands towards my face. He pressed his fingers against my forehead. I will acquire your DNA now, Prince Jake, he said. The Yeerk could not stand it anymore. The Andalite touch made him so furious it was like a physical illness. Get your hand off me, Andalite filth! He screamed aloud in a distorted version of my voice. But Axe's tail was still within an inch of my jugular, and the Yeerk knew very well how deadly fast the tail was. He did not move. The others all stared wide-eyed. Well, Rachel said, at least now we're sure. No, you're wrong, my voice pleaded. He's just making me mad. Hey, it's been a stressful morning, all right? Give me a break. Andalite filth, Tobias repeated the Yeerk's. We're supposed to believe Jake would say that? Jake? Because he was stressed out? Nah, not in this universe. Jake, Cassie said, looking into my eyes. I know you're still in there. I know you're probably afraid. But we will get the thing out of your head, Jake. We will.
Yeah, they're like, Jake is
The kids got
emotionally...
so much smarter, apparently.
They're like, Jake's emotionally stunted, but he's not a space racist, so...
Jake might have privilege, and he might be oblivious and socially inept, but he would never be such an asshole to Axe or Tobias.
He would never literally, like, say a space racism slur.
Alright then.
Chapter 19.
I'm telling you, they're gonna get a new main character.
Woo!
He's gonna be like, okay, fine. I submit my will to you, and I shall fight against my empire.
Wait, though, you've read all of these, right? So...
No, I haven't read all of these.
Oh, okay.
I only know the basic synopsis.
Okay.
I only read up to book 3.
So you didn't know about the Visser 1 twist last week?
No, I didn't know.
Okay.
I knew about the Visser 1 twist, but I just, because I watch videos, and the videos, like, go over certain things, and that's one thing that most of them seem to go over. That and a trilogy of books near the quarter of the series.
Okay. Yeah, Natty, he wouldn't be being racist, and he also would be saying stuff about his cousin being cute. So, dead giveaways.
Nah, the Yeerk would be like, Jake, what the hell are these thoughts?
And then the Yeerk gets out of his brain because he's just uncomfortable.
Nah, it would be like, so Jake, what do you think of this outfit? Rachel says. I wanted to say it looked great on her, but all my mouth would say was, I've seen you in better outfits. And that's when Rachel glanced back at me and said, what? You normally say that I look cute.
Oh my gosh.
And that's when I knew she had figured it out. There was a Yeerk in my brain. The Yeerk would never would never choose to actively compliment Rachel by saying that she's pretty and beautiful and all that stuff. And that's how Rachel would know. Jake, you normally say that I got it going on, like the guys say, but this
Look,
time
if
you
this-
didn't.
Look, if this is Florida, those Yeerks have seen weirder stuff in people's brains. I hate to break it to you.
All right then. Chapter 19. Okay, Marco said. You need a place to keep them. Can't use anyone's home, Cassie said, thinking aloud. Can't use my barn. My dad is in and out of there constantly. I know a place, Tobias said. It's not far from here. An old shack back in the woods. We can tie him up, Rachel said, but we'll still have to have at least one of us there all the time to make sure he doesn't get away. I cannot help very much, Axe said. I will be pretending to be Jake. Okay, Marco said. Then the rest of us, Cassie, Rachel, and I, will rotate shifts along with Tobias. Tobias can stay the whole time except when he goes out, when he has to go hunting. That's one thing that kind of, sorry, I keep reading these, and then what kind of gets up my nose about the books is that they're like Cassie and Rachel and Marco and Tobias and Axe and I.
Oh yeah, they could use less
Like,
words.
The gang and I.
Yeah.
The rest of the gang and I will rotate shifts.
Tobias is unappreciated, yeah.
Not that Tobias is unappreciated, it's just that, well, Tobias is neglected. They appreciate him, but they're like, oh, sorry, we forgot you were there, Tobias. He's like Jan in the Brady Bunch movie.
Yep.
But Jan, you don't have any friends.
Yeah.
Stop being so selfish, Jan. Do I not exist? Can anyone not hear me? All right then. I know a place. Okay. All right. Okay, let's go, Rachel said. Come on, Jake. Get up. We're out of here. Cassie came over and gave me her hand. She helped pull me to my feet. It was an odd moment because I could feel Cassie's touch, and yet I had no power to squeeze her hand or give her any assurance. The Yeerk did that for me. He deliberately held her hand for a few seconds. She cares for you, the Yeerk said. She is their weak link. Rachel will be strong. So will the hawk and the andalite. But Marco, he thinks too much. And he has an interesting history. He is open to persuasion. I felt sick. The Yeerk was opening my mind at will, reading whatever he wanted. I had no secrets from him. None. He already knew everything I knew about my friend. If he got away, my feet began walking. Tobias led the way, appearing and disappearing in the trees above. Rachel walked ahead of me. Behind me, Marco and Axe. Cassie stayed at my side. For all we know, Jake, you can still hear me and understand me, Cassie said. I know you can't answer, or if you do answer, it won't be you. Anyways. But it is me, said the Yeerk. Who else would it be? The Yeerk, Cassie said calmly. You think I'm a controller just because I yelled at Axe? Like I've never lost my temper before? Come on. It was a bad day. For all of us, but especially for me. Not so bad a day. Axe piped up from behind. How many Yeerks were in that pool? How many survived those temperatures? Only you, by getting inside Prince Jake. How many of your pool fellows died today? I could feel the Yeerk boiling with rage. It was shocking and bizarre to feel so much emotion. It was something he could not hide from me. I could feel his emotion, even though I could not penetrate his. Axe, the Yeerk said. I'm never happy when any creature. Sorry. I'm like, see, dead giveaway. I'm never happy when any creature has to be destroyed. But I don't feel any. Okay, never mind. But I don't feel any pity for those Yeerks. They are out to enslave us. We did what we had to do. It was perfect. Exactly what I would have said. Because it was exactly what I felt. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Cassie looking at me with a puzzled. See, already she has doubt, the Yeerk said to me. She is bothered by the Andalites' bloodthirstiness. She liked what I said more. Was he right? Would all my friends stand firm? How could they, when every word I spoke sounded exactly like me? We marched through the woods for what seemed like a very long time. None of us could move very fast because we were without shoes. Ugh, imagine they get splinters on their feet. Ugh.
Ugh.
Tobias knew these woods well and led us around brambles and rough patches, but still, my feet were tender after an hour walking on pine needles and twigs. I stand. See, there we go. Proved my point.
Gross.
But the pain was so far away. I was feeling it from a distance. It was like I was shackled, chained to a wall. I could not move a hand or even a finger. I did not blink my own eyes. I did not decide which direction to look or what sound to focus on. The Yeerk's control was absolute. Almost there, Tobias said. I'm going higher to make sure the area is completely clear. All this walking. Such a waste of effort, the Yeerk commented to me. They cannot possibly hold me against my will, not even for 3 hours, let alone 3 days. You heard Tobias, right, Jake? Cassie asked. Almost there. It's a good thing my feet are killing me. I need to walk barefoot more often, like I did when I was little. Toughen up for times like these. Getting home will be easier. I can just use my osprey more, fly away. Cassie, listen, the Yeerk said. I know you guys think you're doing the right thing. There's no way Axe can pull off being me. My parents will figure out, or worse yet, Tom will figure it out. Then we'll all be dead. Don't you see what's happening here? Shut up, Yeerk, Rachel snapped. I've known Jake all my life. Margot has known him since they were kids, and Cassie has known him for years. Between the three of us, we can teach Axe to pass for Jake. It will never work, the Yeerk said. Rachel stopped walking. She turned to face me, blocking the way. She was smirking, but she seemed like she was looking past me over my shoulder. No? You don't think so, Yeerk? The Yeerk stopped walking. Rachel, you don't have to try and impress me with how tough you are. I know you're too smart to really believe any of this. And you know as well as I do, this is not going to work. I disagree, a voice behind me said. Humans believe what they see. The Yeerk whipped my head around. There, standing a few feet from me, was me. Totally, absolutely me. I was confused for a second, like, oh wait, that's Axe.
Yeah.
Okay, what did I miss in chat? I love Axe so much, he deserves a hug. Also, Jake would be happy that the Yeerks died. Axe is my boy, you say.
Dude.
The Yeerk is so manipulative. Gaslight, gatekeep, Yeerk boss. He's an umbrage. The Yeerks are very much umbragey.
Yep.
Bitchy. There we go. Bitchy.
Bitchy, yes.
Right. Okay. Chapter 20. He was a perfect copy of me. Like looking in a mirror. I morphed a while back. Axe said, I've been watching the way you walk and move. Copy you better. Her. Sure. The Yeerk grinned. You may look like me, but that isn't going to be enough. I give it an hour before Tom figures it out. Marco looked at Rachel and cocked an eyebrow. Rachel looked at Cassie, who sighed and nodded her head. See, that was a stupid way to play it, Yeerk, Marco said. If you really were Jake, you might be frustrated that we wrongly suspected you. But you'd figure the smart thing would be to help Axe play the role. If you were you, so to speak, you'd have hope Axe pulled it off. Rachel curled her lip contemptuously. You just blew Final Jeopardy. You're still trying to make us let you go. By now, Jake would have realized he had to help us succeed. The Yeerk said nothing. I think he knew he'd made an error. But I still sensed absolute confidence, like a poker player holding an extra ace. We reached the shack. It was a depressing, half-fallen down mess, with a wooden floor and log walls, and a roof that only covered half the. There was a bird's nest of some type in the rafters. Bushes had grown in through a hole in one wall. There were beer cans and soda cans strewn around. They all looked pretty old. Nothing recent. Tobias had chosen well. Would probably be left alone for the 3 days. Tobias, with his laser vision, had found a few feet of rope in an old campground. He flew back with it in his talons, and Marco and Rachel tied my hand behind my back. Sorry, Jake, Marco said, but that's the way it is. If you're still in there, you'll understand. We'll loosen the rope every couple of hours so the circulation isn't cut off, Rachel said. See, they're using their brain in this one. I'll be here for the first shift. Cassie and Marco are going back. Get him prepared to play you. She smiled. He already has a serious, responsible sounding thing down. You just need to give him a sense of humor and stop him from playing with every sound he says. It sounded fairly good to me, but I was nervous that only 2 of them would be around to guard me. Of course, one of those 2 was Tobias. I could never run fast enough to hide, and Rachel could morph into a wolf and run me down. Sorry, I was reading your thing. I'm guessing it's the Benadryl.
I actually don't have any Benadryl in my system right now. I think it's just that, like, being sick in your body is just like, oh, sleep.
Voice.
No.
It's my soothing DJ voice. You are listening to 101.5, the Animorphs.
Thanks for checking, Natty. Yeah, sorry. If it looks like I'm about to fall asleep, it's because my body very much wants to fall asleep, but I very much want to hear the end of this.
#1 radio platform for the Andalite campaign against the Yeerks.
101.5. Oh god, the memories.
Alright, let's see. They need to give him okay, I read that. Yeah, I want to give a Sunday dedication to my Yeerk Papi Pelon. I can't wait for you to get out of jail on Saturday, and I'm holding it down for you.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, hold on. Okay, but it bothered me that the Yeerk in my head had not lost his cocky. In fact, he was revealing in a fantasy of promotions power. Within a few hours, I will be back with my own kind. I will personally tell Visser 3 all I know. It will be the end of your little band. The end. Visser 3 will promote me again. It will be the fastest series of promotions ever. I'm already in the 100s. I could rise to the 90s. I will be an under-Visser in a few of your years, you know. Who knows? I could be a Visser. But it was more than just talk. I could see the pictures too. The images in his mind conjured up. They were sketchy, but I saw Visser 3 nodding his head as my Yeerk still in my body, showed him my friends. They were all bound and gagged, lying helpless on the floor, Mr. Three's blade ship. Why was I seeing this? The Yeerk was able to shield his other thoughts. Was this fantasy too emotional for him to hide from me? Or was he actually showing off for my benefit? Do you have these fantasies a lot? I said, as cruelly as I could. You want to laugh at my fantasies? Shall I delve into a few of yours? Let's see what's hidden deep in your brain, human. Oh no, let's not. He has those romantic cover fantasies of him and beautiful Rachel.
I was literally just about to say, Lee, not the stuff with Rachel. Dear God.
And then to my horror, I was no longer in the cabin. I was in a bright, huge gymnasium, but not exactly a gym. Sports arena. Yes. With thousands and thousands of fans. I felt like crawling away. I knew this fantasy. It was kind of lame, I guess. But I could not escape. The Yeerk would play my fantasies as easily as sticking a cassette into a VCR. Dated reference. In my fantasy, people were cheering, and there I was, in a pro uniform. I was older, but I still looked pretty much like myself. The game clocked at 5 seconds. 4, 3. I set up and took an incredible 3-point shot from mid-court. Stadium went crazy, cheering, horn sounding, people chanting my name, and there was Cassie in the stands smiling at me. Aww. She was sitting with my parents. So he does end up with Cassie in his fantasy.
That is thankfully a good thing.
He walked out onto the court and threw his arms around me. He patted me on the back. Great game, he said, as usual. End of fantasy. The images disappeared. I felt very small suddenly, very unimportant, very weak. Ah, yes, the Yeerk said and laughed. It shocks you that I can play with your thoughts back for you. Your brain is no different to me than the one of your primitive human computers. I open any file I like. I play any software. I use you. I own you. I dominate you. You are nothing anymore. Just an echo. Just a ghost haunting the machine of your own brain. Yeah, I managed to say. Well, you're a screw-up who's tied up in a cabin in the woods. In 3 days, you're dead. I won't be here for 3 days, he said. You'll be here. Far from your stinking Yeerk, no Kandrona rays, and you'll shrivel and die and crawl out of me. I had been calm, but then I lost control. You'll die! You'll die like the others died! You think you'll win? You'll lose! You'll lose! You can't control me! You can't control me! You can't control me! Oh? The Yeerk asked with silky menace. That's just what your brother said. At first. Shall I show you? Shall I play one of Tom's memories for you? I can feel your cringe. I can feel your fear. Yes. Yes, I will. Here, enjoy a preview of your future. It was as if a third mind had joined us. It was real. So completely real. Not like a vision or a movie or something. I felt this. I felt it exactly as if I were there. My brother's mind, his thoughts, his memories, as clear as if I were seeing them myself. Tom. Some piece of Tom that the Yeerks still carried with them. It was from just a few days earlier. He was sitting at the breakfast table across from me. I saw myself through his eyes. I looked distant, distracted, preoccupied. Hey, short stuff, what's up? He asked me. Not much. How about you? Well, I'm going to a meeting. The sharing? I asked him. Yeah, we're doing some cleanup in the park. You know, do our part for the community and all. Then we're going to have a barbecue afterwards. You really should join, you know. We'd get to spend more time together. It was just as I remembered it, except now I felt Tom's emotion, not mine. The real Tom, true Tom, who was crushed beneath the Yeerk's control. He was crying, sobbing, helplessly silent. Not Jake, he cried. Leave Jake alone. Leave my brother alone. I'll never trouble you again. I swear it. Just leave Jake alone. The Yeerk waited while the full impact of direct contact with Tom's mind sank into my own. Tom was defeated, desperate. He spent his time wishing he could die. He had given up any hope of escape. Given up. That's how it always is, the Yeerk said. At first, the hosts fight, or at least tries. But hours after hours and days after days, they see that they cannot rule their own bodies. The host sees that no one even knows what has happened to him, and no one knows he is lost in his own head. And over time, hope dies. The host becomes a faint, shattered creature, like your brother. The Yeerk was telling the truth. That was what made it so terrible. It was true. I could feel Tom's complete, utter despair. I could feel that he had accepted defeat. I knew that all he wished for was an end. And I knew also that I was no stronger than Tom. But still, one hope lingered in me. 3 days, I told the Yeerk. In 3 days, you will die. Wait and see, human. Just wait and see.
Thank you for editing out the slur.
Sorry, I'm reading the chat. I know, I need an Emmy, right?
Yes, thank you for doing that. We are not about ableism or racism or the like on this channel, so thank you.
No, I meant like the voices I put on. But yeah, that too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was good too. That's why you have weird types of conversations with your siblings. Yeah, just in case.
Yeah. Hey, Jake, little bro. What do you think of our cousin Rachel?
Oh my god.
Wait, hi, Patrick. What movie are you talking about? Cocaine Bear? He went to Red Robin's for 3 hours. Aren't Red Robin's, Applebee's, and Chili's all part of the same company? Or the TGI Fridays?
They might. I don't remember.
But out of the 3, Chili's is the best. Out of the 3, Chili's is the best in terms of atmosphere, in terms of food. Chili's is the best. So if someone asks me, are you that?
Oh. Jesus Christ.
Wait. So if someone asks me, you're that. Wait, what? You're that. Oh, wait. Are you talking about you're that dumb? Is that what you mean by Arsler? I'm gonna guess that's what they meant by Arsler. Like, oh, are you that dumb?
Yeah.
Let's get it. You know that Black Eyed Peas song? You know, let's get it started.
Yes, I just learned this the other day. What the fuck?
It's supposed to be. Let's get crunked. Let's get dumb. You know, the Arsler.
Let's get R word is the original version of that song. I never knew that.
Yeah, I don't know whose dumb idea that was, but the centered version is a lot better than hearing the
get through the amount of people it needed
version
to be approved by to get on the air.
I don't know.
What?
All right, then. We have 7 more chapters. All right. Chapter 21. I found out very late first night why the Yeerk was so confident. Rachel was keeping guard. Tobias was nearby in a tree. They had brought food, some sandwiches and some juice, which I had eaten. Then, as Rachel sat nearby, reading a book by the light of a flashlight, the Yeerk pretended to sleep. I guess in a way, I did actually sleep. I was mentally exhausted. I was weary and depressed, more tired than I had ever been in my life. And yet afraid that if I dreamed, the Yeerk would watch my dream. With some popcorn in hand, they're going to kick back and be like, ooh, this is one. I like this. Sorry, I just saw Patrick's comment. There's a certain Shakira song I used to love, but not anymore. Avery may know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the one that has that's the G slur. Yeah, that one.
I'm gonna go ahead and because I like Shakira, but at the same time, I don't know what song you're talking about, and I'm not fire any further than that. You feel for Jake, Natty? I mean, Jake seems like the most likely, aside from, well, actually, Jake seems like he will have like clinical depression because he's very straight-laced.
Yeah.
Marco will probably he seems like he'd probably be the most depressed, but I feel like out of everyone, it's probably Jake and Tobias would be the most would have be clinically depressed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marco would cope with humor, but also he's just I think he's more emotionally mature. But he's tactless. All right then. All right, where were they? Okay. I was the tiger. Was my prey. We were in the dark, deep woods, and I was hunting him with all my tiger skill. He was stumbling and noisy and weak. I knew I would take him. At last, too tired to run any further, Tom fell. He waited helpless, while I gathered the power of my tiger body and prepared to leap. And then, I was no longer the tiger. I was my own prey. I watched through eyes wide with terror as the tiger sprang. I woke up. My eyes were already open. Interesting dream, the Yeerk said. Very metaphorical. I looked through the eyes the Yeerk had opened. Rachel was still sitting back against the wall. Her book was open on her lap, but her breathing was heavy and regular. My eyes were closed. She had fallen asleep. Her flashlight was still on. It shone across the rough wood. It illuminated my right arm and my leg. My arm. My leg. They had changed. My arms were thicker, more powerful, and growing larger still. My hands had swollen and become huge. The fingers were disappearing, replaced by curved claws as sharp as stilettos. Orange and black striped fur appeared, a rippling wave that grew to cover me. I became a tiger. The realization hit me like a jolt of electricity. I was morphing. The Yeerk was morphing. How could I have been so stupid? Of course, the Yeerk controlled my hands and feet and voice. He controlled my very mind. Of course, he had my morphing powers too. The others, they didn't realize. They didn't understand. They had tied me up, but it was useless. The Yeerk had access to every one of my morphs. The ropes around my hands were painfully tight as my wrists swelled to become powerful forepaws. The Yeerk raised the ropes and used the tiger's teeth to tear the rope apart. I wanted to warn Rachel. She was still asleep. I had to warn her. The Yeerk could escape. He might even kill her. But try as I might, I could not reach my own body any longer. I could not reach my own body. I won't kill her, the Yeerk said. Like you, she is capable of morphing. I will deliver Visser 3 4 morph-capable humans, as well as one Andalite scum. And now I saw the world through the tiger's eyes. The night was brighter, and I heard the tiger's ears. Ears that caught any sound that might be made by a predator. The tiger sniffed the air. Breeze was slight and carried no warnings. What a wonderful animal this is. This tiger, the Yeerk said. Excellent senses. Fast and silent and deadly. The forest was dark and quiet, for the rustling of leaves in the trees above. Absolute silence as the tiger crept away. No sound as the tiger melted into the shadows. And Rachel still asleep. Soon the shack could no longer be seen. The beams of Rachel's flashlight was swallowed by the black night. But the Yeerk was uncertain now. He did not know where we were. He did not know which way to go. And then a sound. Smell. Humans! What are humans doing here? He opened my memory. He searched my brain for an explanation. I had none. Your own thoughts tell me it is wrong. It is very late. Humans this deep in the forest? The Yeerk moved away from the human set. They might be hunters. They might be park rangers. Those were the possibilities he had pulled from my own brain. The Yeerk sent the tiger body into a loping run. But after just 10 minutes, the tiger tired, and he had slowed down. Tigers are not distance runners. Which way? The Yeerk wondered. And then, once again, human scent, human sound. I looked through the tiger's eyes and saw nothing. The Yeerk once more turned from the human scent. The Yeerk searched my memories. South. I must go south. But which way is south? Anything else will send me deeper into the forest. I guess you're lost, I said. The first thing I had said to the Yeerk in a long time. Shut up, slave. Once the sun rises in the morning, I will know the way to go. 2 hours in a morph, I reminded him. If I'm stuck in tiger morph, then this body will be useless to you. Visser 3 will want my body morph capable. Don't tell me what Visser 3 wants, the Yeerk said. But the Yeerk knew time was passing. He had to morph back to my normal human shape. Moments later, I was watching the world through human senses. Night vision was less accurate. The ears heard too little. The human nose could scarcely smell a thing. The Yeerk walked, pushing on as fast as the human body could move with no shoes. In a hurry to go nowhere? I asked. I know where I'm going, the Yeerk snapped. Then he stopped. Ha! I should have thought of it. Of course. The falcon morph. I will simply fly away. I watched like it was a TV program. Like I was far away from my own body. I watched with interest as the body shrank. As wings sprouted, as talons appeared, as wham! The half-bird, half-human body went rolling end over end across the ground. What? The Yeerk demanded. What hit me? He looked around frantically. But falcon's eyes are for daytime hunting. They are stunningly good in the daylight. In the dark, they are nothing special. The Yeerk continued to morph. The falcon feathers grew. the wings became more fully formed. Wham! A shadow within shadows. A sense of something dark that disappeared before the Yeerk could turn the falcon's head. From far away, I realized the falcon's body had been injured. There was a deep, bloody gash in the right shoulder. The Yeerk was beginning to be afraid. Wham! A hammer blow! A ripping of flesh and tendons. The invisible enemy had struck again. The falcon would not be able to take wing. Not now. The falcon was crippled, disabled by a silent, invisible enemy. And then I felt hope come alive in me again, because even as the Yeerk, crying in pain, demorphed and returned to human form, I saw the enemy. It landed on a branch. It was outlined against faint moonlight and infrequent stars. The two little tufts on its head inspired its name. Oh, the great horned owl. Sorry, let me try that again. The great horned owl, I said to the Yeerk. I can read your every thought. You don't need to tell me what it is. The Yeerk snapped. Oh, but I enjoy telling you. It's a great horned owl. It flies without making a sound. Tobias watches them hunt sometimes. Tobias says they can hear a mouse burp from 100 yards away. He says they can see a bug blink on a coal black night. I laughed silently in the corner of my brain. I laughed at the Yeerk. As far as that owl is concerned, you might as well have a spotlight on you. Then, to my amazement, Cassie's thought speak was in my head, a voiceless voice that seemed to belong to a different life. Sorry I had to hurt you, Jake, but it was necessary. We realized the Yeerk would try morphing, so we were ready. Rachel only pretended to sleep. We wanted this Yeerk of yours to make his escape when we were most ready for him. You hang in there, Jake. The forest is full of your friends. The human the tigers had smelled, my friend. Then I felt it again. The sensation that filled me with a grim sort of pleasure. I felt the Yeerk's fear. It was good to know that he was afraid. It was very good. All right then. So how's that doing?
I think we're doing good.
I'm trying to be all comfortable with my speech and then trying to sucker punch you guys with the loud sound.
I like it. Watching the Babysitter
Let's
Club
see,
show that aired in the 90s. Yay! I need to cover that at some point.
Let's see. Where did I miss in chat?
Patrick says he's been watching the 90s Babysitters Club.
Yeah. Looking back, this Yeerk is reminding me so much of another obnoxious character.
Ugh, I hate not being able to live nor laugh nor love, right? I got a pin for my pin collection that's what's his name from why am I blanking on his name from He-Man, and it says live laugh love. Skeletor. It's Skeletor saying live laugh love. There we go.
I like the voice I give this Yeerk. It's very punny.
Yeah, the kids got really smart, and I love that for them.
I mean, they're war-forged child soldiers. Let's see, we got 6 chapters left. Alright then. I could feel the Yeerk opening my memories like a book again. He was checking through the list of all the morphs I ever had. Dog, fish, flea, seagull, dolphin, ant, wolf. I knew what he must be thinking. Which could he use to evade the watchful owl in the tree above us? The owl who saw through the night like it was day and heard the sounds no human could hear. She can't stay an owl more forever, the Yeerk said. She has a 2-hour time limit, just as I do. But of course, there's Rachel and Marco and Axe. You don't know how many of them are here. You don't know where they are or what they are. Can the owl watch a flea? I doubt it. Or an ant? The Yeerk smirked. True. But how far can a flea travel in the 2-hour time limit? 20 yards? 30? Then you have to demorph, and my friends will have no trouble finding you. Shut up! He yelled, losing patience. I reveled in his anger. It meant he was scared. It also meant something else. I could not control my arm or legs. I could not even keep my mind closed from him. But he could not stop my thoughts. He could not stop me from talking to him. And I had the power to annoy him, to distract him when he should be focused on escaping. You think you can harass me? He said, reading my thoughts as soon as I had them. You overestimate yourself. You understand us, Yeerk? You thought you'd just morph and walk away. You guessed wrong. And your 3 days is less than 2.5 already. Tick-tock, Yeerk. Tick-tock. Let's see whether your owl friend can handle a wolf as easily as she handled the falcon. He began morphing. The wolf form was one I had enjoyed. Wolves are not subject to much fear, and their instincts are easily manipulated, not like ants, or the lizard that was one of the earliest. I watched as my body sprouted gray, as my face bulged out to become a long snout, as my ears slid up the side of my head to rest on top. I see our owl friend is keeping her distance, Yeerk said. I thought as much. He set out at a fast trot. Unlike tigers, wolves are long-distance travelers. Can cover amazing distance at a run. And worse, the wolf brain seemed to have some interior sense of direction. It knew which way was deeper into the woods and which way led to the sea. We ran through woods, at night as dark as it can be. Clouds hung low over the forest, allowing only the palest glow of the moon. A quick jog back to what passes for civilization on this planet. Demorph to human, and your friends will be powerless to stop me, the Yeerk said. I wondered who he was trying to convince, me or himself. You're an arrogant bunch, aren't you? Sorry. You're an arrogant bunch, aren't you? You Yeerks, I mean. Arrogant? Why wouldn't we be? We are the most powerful race in the galaxy. Overlords of the Taxon, conquerors of the Hork-Bajir, and the Drom and the Mac. Soon to be the conquerors of the humans. Don't count the humans just yet, I said. And there are still the Andalites. We'll save the Andalites for last, he hissed. Sorry. Cher from Clueless playing Christy's mom, and then Netflix is one of the. Sorry. I just saw that. That's a great casting choice. They got Alicia Silverstone to play Christy.
Christy's mom, apparently. I didn't know that until right this minute.
I don't have Netflix, so I haven't seen the reboot. But my niece is into the Babysitter's Club.
Oh.
Yes, Derp. I love playing I love the voice I gave the Yeerk. Very snooty, very haha in your face. Meh. Okay then. He stopped and pricked up his wolf ears. There came a distinct howling sound, loud and not very far away. It rose and warbled and rose again before dying away. Second wolf. Another wolf? 2. the Yeerk said. I felt him contact the wolf's own submerged instinctive mind. What was the meaning of the howling? A notice. A warning to any other wolves that we are here. Don't come around unless you want to risk a fight. Suddenly, I realized what it meant. I laughed. This is an area we were in before, I said. As wolves, we discovered. Silence! I know what you found. When will you figure out that I can read your memories as well as you can? We found another pack of wolves. They think this is their territory. I went on, enjoying the fact that I was bothering him. Those howls you hear? Those are my friends. They're calling to other wolf packs. Better run fast, Yeerk. That big male who runs the other pack is tough. The Yeerk began running all out, pushing the wolf body for all the speed and endurance it had. The dark tree trunks were a blur as we ran through the night, followed by howls of wolves who were not wolves. Then a smell of the wind. Smell of another wolf. A male wolf. Wait, Patrick says we're buffering.
Hang on, I just saw that. We're buffering? Hang on.
Chat, are we good or are we still buffering? Natty's saying it might just be Patrick. Okay.
Yeah, I'm seeing us normal.
Okay. I believe that's my old friend now, I said, laughing. The Yeerk stopped running. Ahead, through the trees, a pair of glittering yellow eyes glared at us. The other eyes appeared. 5 wolves. 5 real wolves waited for us to try and move forward. Go ahead. I'm getting confused. Sorry. All right. Take 2. Go ahead. I taunted the Yeerk. Go kick his butt. Of course. That's the real wolf there. An alpha male. Leader of his pack. Which means he's probably been in a dozen fights and won them all. Go on, Yeerk. Tell him how the Yeerks are masters of the galaxy. I'm sure he'll be very impressed. I could sense the Yeerk's hesitation, his uncertainty. So many species on this planet, he said to himself. So many balances and connections. Everything preying on everything else. Every power is checked by some other power. Every advantage is canceled by some disadvantage. Yeah, Earth is a tough neighborhood. When we take this planet, we will eliminate these species. We will simply. Things should be simpler. Yes, much simpler. I have a newsflash for you, Yeerk. I don't think you're going to take this planet. I think this planet is going to take you. Just then, a human voice. So, you about done playing games? Ready to come back to the shack? It was Marco. He was shoeless and wearing his morphing suit. He had been one of the wolves who'd led us straight into the enemy pack. Marco shivered. Look, Mr. Yeerk, it's cold and I'm freezing. I always knew the situation with the morphing suit was going to be trouble someday. So come on, let's go back to the shack. For a moment, the Yeerk was so enraged he was ready to leap at Marco and tear out his throat. But then, lumbering behind Marco, came Rachel, a very large version of Rachel, with the trunk and big leathery ears and a few huge tusks. Marco seemed to guess what had gone through the Yeerk's mind. Go ahead, try something. A wolf pack ahead. A very large, surprisingly fast African elephant behind you, and more surprises in the woods all around you. Oh, and one more thing. Cassie is nestled down in your fur. sucking your blood, I imagine.
Ew.
She did the flea thing. I realized then that there is a very basic difference between Yeerks and human. A human will fight even when he can't win. Maybe our species is just a little crazy. But human history is full of cases where a handful of guys would fight an entire army. They'd get stomped, but they'd fight anyway. That's not the way it is for Yeerks. They are ruthless. They will do anything, absolutely anything to win. But when the situation is impossible, totally impossible, stop fighting. They figure that other Yeerks will carry on the fight for them. Different ways of looking at your. You are fools, the Yeerk said, having read my thoughts. It is madness to fight when you cannot win. Yes, it is foolish. It is crazy, I agreed, and it is why we will win. The Yeerk demorphed and returned to human form. My human form. Marco walked away into the woods. Rachel rumbled off, and a few minutes later, an owl appeared to lead the way back to the shack. I'm telling you, another main character. He's gonna be
Another
like,
main
okay,
character.
fine, I'll help you guys. Teach me more about this thing you call hope.
This has nothing to do with anything, but Spencer has been, his YouTube algorithm has been doing this thing where he's been getting these recommendations for videos that basically have like basically no views at all, and they're not from channels that he's ever like watched or shown an interest in. So he's like, I don't know what my algorithm is doing, but it's just like pinpointing me for these random videos. And so he sends me a screenshot, and I don't think anybody can see, but it's just a screenshot of the video that was recommended to him, and the video is just called March 2nd, and it has 1 view. And it's from a channel that he's never even heard of before, and he goes, ah yes, the classic banger, March 2nd, a must-watch sensation that the YouTube algorithm is rightfully boosting to well-deserved greatness.
I mean, the same thing's happening with when I'm looking at my for videos.
Yeah.
It's recommending people videos of like these kid channels, and I put literally on my thing, is this content for kids? And I put no.
Yeah, fun fact, we as YouTubers get to see some information as to like the top 10 most watched, like what other channels are being watched by people that frequently watch our channels. And it's weird when the channels don't match up at all, right? You're like, I have nothing in common with these channels.
I'm like, why do I have these children's channels next to my Phantom Investigator videos where I literally curse in them and talk about things like the crow, the curse of the crow, and all that.
Natty says, same, Spencer, like with only 4 views. Yeah, Spencer's been getting this all the time, and then he got really offended because like one was like this like alpha male shit, and he was like, blocked, not interested. How dare you, YouTube algorithm? What do you think I am?
He thinks you're an alpha male.
He's like, no. You don't want to know what I watch. YouTube is trying to see what videos will blow up. I do actually like that they try to blow up.
If that's the case, YouTube, why isn't my channel blowing up, huh?
YouTube.
Why aren't I getting interviews with Tony and Vivian?
I hate alpha male content. So does Spencer, which was why he was so outraged. He was like, how dare you, YouTube?
All right, then. 4 more chapters. 4 more chapters. Or 5. Wait. 23, 24, 25, 26, 5 more. All right, then. Chapter 23. The next morning, when it seemed like no one was watching, the Yeerk tried again. He morphed into an ant. He got 3 feet before running into a group of ants from a different colony. About 40 of them attacked. They were ripping the ant body apart when the Yeerk demorphed and returned to human form. This is a savage planet, he said. We will tame this world when we take it over. But I don't think even he believed it anymore. It was around 9 in the morning on Saturday. The Yeerk first took over my body and brain. By Monday evening, when the sun went down, he was growing distracted, unable to concentrate clearly. By the time the moon rose, clear, starry night, he was weak with hunger. His slug body cried out for Kendrona rays, the way a human would cry out for food or water. I could feel his arrogance evaporate. I could feel his despair. He still had fantasies of being rescued, but he couldn't make those fantasies end very well. Even if he was rescued, he would no longer be the big hero who had destroyed the animal. He would try to think of clever ways to outwit friends, but he could never be sure who was in the woods around us, or what form they might have taken. He tried. Why didn't? Sorry, I'm like, why didn't the Yeerk just wait till it was school time for him to escape? But then not all of them would have been there.
Right?
Come on, dude. You could have gaped. He tried to take on a bird shape again, reforming the peregrine falcon. The DNA had not been affected by the injuries Cassie had caused to the earlier morph. The falcon was fine, but it was daylight this time, and Tobias landed while the falcon was still half morphed. He grabbed the falcon head with his talons and simply explained that if the Yeerk did not demorph, he would be killed. Oh, that's a bluff. We all know that. He would not be sick.
Oh, yeah.
For the first time, the Yeerk broke his silence with the others and spoke as the Yeerk. If you kill me, you'll kill your friend as well, he warned. Yes, Tobias said, I know. You won't do it. Right from the start, we have all said the same thing. Better to die than to be a controller. They're freaking metal,
Jesus Christ.
Tobias said. But in any case, I don't need to kill you. I can simply put your eyes out. A blind falcon doesn't fly far. Freaking metal.
Jesus Christ.
The Yeerk surrendered and demorphed. We waited as the minutes and hours of the night ticked away. He still hoped for a miracle to save him. But his hunger was a terrible thing, growing every second. You think you'll win? He sneered at me. You won't win. Your people are blind to what is happening, and the Andalites will never return in time. Maybe, but you won't be there to see it, I said. It must be 4 a.m, 5 hours left. Tick-tock. You're a cruel little human, aren't you? I don't think so. No. You know I'm dying, and you laugh at me? What do you expect? Pity? He laughed. No. We don't offer pity, and we don't expect pity. We are the masters of the galaxy, conquerors of the Hork-Bajir, and yeah, I know, the mighty Yeerk Empire. After that, he said nothing to me. For a while. It was impossible to sleep. He sat with my eyes open. He was too hungry to rest. The hunger infiltrated my mind. It twisted his thoughts. The Yeerk homeworld is a simpler place than this planet. Simple and elegant. No more than 100 animal species. What do you have on Earth? 1 million species? More? What does the planet need with 1 million species? I didn't answer. His time was running out. Let him talk. We Yeerks evolved as parasites, not predators. Unlike you humans, we did not kill to eat. We were peaceful. We took many different species as our host, and as they evolved, so did we. Over time, the Ged evolved. They were a sort of like a monkey, I suppose. We were in the Geds till the Andalites first came. Some of our people still have nothing better than Geds for hosts. What about the Andalites? I asked. What happened when they came to your world? Of course, the Andalite has not told you their story, has he? What a pity. It's such a fine story. Ask your pet Andalite Axe sometime. Ask him about the story of the Andalites and the Yeerks. Maybe I will, I said. I hoped the Yeerk would keep talking, but he fell silent. Hours passed. Owl left, and I was replaced by another. The moon went down. Dawn was coming. Dawn Schaefer.
Not Dawn.
Coming.
No.
I could feel her.
Oh.
Yes, the Yeerk said, having read my thoughts. Dawn. Just a few hours left. Oh, he cried out in a silent pain. The fugue. It begins. Fugue. The final hours. You will not enjoy it, although you may learn a great deal, human. You may learn more than you want to. Oh. I was watching his pain from far away. I was an observer, close enough to know what he was feeling, but feeling none of it myself. At first, it was wave after wave of pain, starvation, and death by thirst, all rolled into one agony. The sun came up. Cassie stepped into the shack from the woods outside. She looked at me and nodded. It's happening, isn't it? I wanted to answer, but even now, my voice was not my own. Cassie came and sat down beside me beside it. Axe says this part is pretty rough. Just remember, when it's all over, I'll be here. She slipped her hand into my hand. I could feel it. So could the Yeerk. But he did not reject a small bit of comfort, even though it was intended for me and not him. His mind was deteriorating. His thoughts were becoming more visible to me, like a movie that kept drifting in and out of focus. I saw images from a strange place, as seen through strange eyes, liquid all around, shapes like squids shooting through the liquid. Yeerks, swimming in the Yeerk pool, soaking up Kandrona rays, and there were images of the first host, the Ged. So I thought, that's what a Ged looks like. I had seen a few aboard the Yeerk mothership, but I had not known what they were. They were humanoid, short and stooped, with webbed feet and 3 clumsy fingers. I saw the world as the Yeerk had through Ged eyes. Vision was dim. The hearing was better. The Yeerk had been excited at getting his first host. He had subdued the Ged mind with ruthless ease, crushing it with his superior intelligence and will. The memory made me sick. The Ged's bewilderment, his fear, and the Yeerk's fierce arrogance. I turned my attention away and back to the world around me. To my surprise, I noticed that my arms were shaking. My legs were shaking. Cassie had put her arm around my shoulder. Jake, if you can hear me, it's almost 8. 1 hour to go. Jake, the Yeerk in your head is dying. Yes, I wanted to say. He is. The Yeerk's life is flashing before his eyes.
Kill him. Kill him.
Okay, what did I miss so far? Because it looks like there was a bunch of stuff in chat.
Oh, wait, what did I miss? I looked away for 2 seconds.
Okay, so we were on. Okay, Tobias has caught the. Oh no, we're not. I'm not reading that. Actually, I'm gonna head out. Says Anton. Okay, he's not bluffing.
Good night, Anton.
Bye, Anton. Spoilers. Derp. You literally teased his brother while he was sobbing.
True.
I'm just providing Tobias' point. Peaceful? You're peaceful? What BS? All the same. Blot it out. Shush. Oh my gosh, the Yeerk is just manipulating you. Dawn is killing by a tiger. Oh, let me guess. Jake dies. The Yeerk dies. Kiss him, damn it. Kiss him, Cassie.
Oh, and Patrick says my coworker Holly is such a fan of the Box Cutter podcast.
Oh, really? That's great. That's great. Where is that? I don't see it.
It's up here a little bit.
Okay. Well, thank you, Patrick.
Let it
Appreciate
die,
that.
let it die.
I'm at 50 subscribers now. What a great milestone that is for me.
Yay!
All right, then. So, I'm sure the Yeerk will be their new ally. He's going to be like, this is better than death. I'd rather help the human than die. The fugue. Final hours of the Yeerk's life. I was watching him die. A lot has happened to me since I first saw the Andalite prince land in the construction site. Here we go again, another recap. More strange things than happen to most people in their entire lives. But the strangest was this, the saddest. The Yeerk cried in pain, again and again. And the visions came floating up, crystal clear, as if they just happened. Visions of the good times in the Yeerk's life. That time. The emotions were strange. Alien. I guess that's the word for them. There was no memory of love. I guess Yeerks don't do love. But there was affection, pride, fear, regret, those I could understand. And along with the Yeerks' own memories, I began to see the minds of the Ged who had a name no human could hope to pronounce. The Hork-Bajir warrior who had fought the Yeerk in his head every day of his life. The Hork-Bajir who had been forced to attack his own kind, to destroy his own friends, as an unwilling slave to the Yeerks. But it was more than just memory. It was more. The Yeerk had carried with him some small part of that Hork-Bajir warrior's being. Like a computer transferring a document on. I realized part of the Ged and part of the Hork-Bajir had been transferred permanently to the Yeerk. And to my shock, I knew that those parts were now being transferred to me. And then, the memories I feared most. Tom. He had joined the sharing for a simple, silly reason. A pretty girl he liked, remember. He had wanted to get close to her. He had gone to meetings. He played along with them, never guessing. All he cared about was that girl. He had stayed humble. He had stumbled accidentally into their secret leadership meeting. He thought the girl was seeing another boy. She was one of them. He had followed her, wandered into the meeting, and seen Visser 3. Visser 3 in his Andalite body. I saw the controllers grab a yelling, punching, kicking Tom. I saw they tied him up, carried him through the secret passageway to the great underground Yeerk pool. I saw him scream as he realized what was happening. I felt his fear. I felt his rage as the Yeerk slug crawled into his ear and wrapped around his brain. I felt every ounce of despair. And like the Ged and the Hork-Bajir, this human, my brother, became a part of me. Anger and pain. It was beyond pain. I opened my eyes and looked at Cassie. It happened so naturally. I opened my eyes by my own will. Don't know how she knew. I guess she did. She nodded slightly and met my gaze. For the first time in more than an hour, the Yeerk spoke. So, you win. Human. The Yeerk shuddered. I could feel it. Physical spasm. My voice changed. I felt hard to describe. Felt as if I were seeing through things, into things. Like I could see the front and back and top and bottom inside of everything all at once. And then I saw it. a creature, or a machine. Some combination of both. It had no arms. It sat still, as if unable to move, on a throne that was miles high. Its head was a single eye. The eye turned slowly, left, right. I trembled. I prayed it would not look my way. And then it saw me. The eye, blood red eye, looked straight at me. Saw me. It saw me. No. No. I cried in silent terror. I looked away, and when I opened my eyes again, all I saw was a weird glow. The glow faded little by little. I was trembling. Over, Jake, Cassie said. I rose slowly to my feet. I moved my own legs. I was in control of myself again. I looked down on the wooden floor of the shack. A gray slug, not 6 inches long, lay there, still. As we watched, it withered and shriveled and became nothing. Oh wait, there are only 25 chapters.
Oh.
Why did I see 27?
I thought 27 too. Wait, I'm so confused. Anyway.
In the off. Alright, so what happened in chat? Okay. Burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, everybody's just
Poor
cheering
Tom.
on.
I'm a hurt who hurt Tom. Those who hurt Tom. I feel zero empathy or sympathy for that evil. Poor Jake.
Yeah, I have no
Gamer
sympathy.
War. Okay, let me just. I'm a sympathizer. I'm sorry. I just felt like this was a young lad who wanted nothing more than to
Uh-oh. Oh, Daniel froze.
I froze or who froze?
You froze for a second right as you were going into why you feel sympathy, and I was like, oh no!
This is war. He is nothing but that young Yeerk was nothing more than a pawn within the greater war.
You think this was somebody coerced into war and like brainwashed? Could have been.
He was young. Did you not hear? He was excited to have a host.
Fair enough.
He was a young ducky wanting to go through the ranks. Everyone has their own life apart from war. We can't just see them as the enemy. We have to sympathize with them.
Chat is hard disagreeing.
This is how it is, my brothers and sisters.
I see what you're saying. I also see the chat's rage of like, kill it now. Oh wait, that's our thumbnail.
Kill it with fire. Kill it with fire. Kill it with fire.
Kill it with fire.
Nope. Gotta throw away the whole house.
Nope. Throw away the whole house. He had a host, one who sobbed to, right?
To not take his brother. So what? Tom uses the M word. We don't stand for somebody who uses the short stuff word.
We don't stand for ableists, racists, and the like. So, you know.
Yeah.
So what? Daddy says, so what? I mean, he doesn't deserve being a literal hostage of war. I still take issue with him for doing that.
Tom did it all for a girl. He deserved it. He did it for a girl.
Oh my goodness.
That's all I'm saying. He was reckless all for a girl.
Oof.
And it was his dumb stupidity of thinking, what if she's seeing another guy? That led him to his fate.
So it was his insecurity that led to...
He Jamesed it all. He was a James. He wouldn't leave that poor girl alone, and he had to freaking follow her. Like James.
Love is the noble of causes.
Some say love, it is a risk. It is a razor that cuts.
Daniel
you know
is
the song?
Natty just says again, Daniel is my Dinkleberg.
I am no one Finkelberg. I am just somebody who sees everything everywhere all at once.
Everything Everywhere All at Once is such a good movie. Off topic, but you know.
What if they accidentally deleted the last two chapters? Let me go back up really quickly. Okay, let me click on chapter 27. Nope, there is no chapter 27. Or actually, yeah. I don't know why it says that if there's no chapter 27. Let me just double check really quickly.
Go for it.
Just because it's like, okay. Animorphs book 6 on the Wikipedia. The Zeropedia. Zeropedia.
Harry is all powerful. She now has a cat door and can go pretty much anywhere in the house she wants now.
Okay, let's see. How many chapters is it? Doesn't say. It just said 154 pages. Let me see how many chapters. Sorry, chat. We're digressing a bit because I want to know how many chapters there are.
We just want to make sure we're not missing chapters. Great movie. My favorite world
Like-
was the Rock World. That was a good one. That was a very good one. That's, I think, where I started crying about. I might have started crying a little bit before that, for Rock World.
Nah, I was gonna say.
Almighty.
Oh, I totally forgot what I was gonna say. But it doesn't list anything, so I'm gonna go with what is on Lumen, and that there's 25 chapters.
Well, let's
All
see.
right then. All right, chapter 25. Jake, are you all right, sweetheart? I'm sure. My mom asked me that night at dinner. I was trying to go for more of that. You know, Kingdom Hearts 1. You played Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yep.
When Sora's mom is like, Sora, dinner.
Yep.
Trying to go for more of that voice, the Hey Arnold Miriam.
Yeah.
I looked up. I'd been staring at my food. I realized something with pasta and tuna fish. That sounds good.
Okay.
Maybe some Alfredo sauce on it, some bok choy. What? I asked. My mom and dad exchanged one of their worried parent looks. Well, you're not eating. Don't you like it? I shrugged. Sorry, it's fine. I was just distracted. My dad nodded. It's just a change from the last 2 nights. You've been eating like you were trying to eat everything in the house.
Oh no.
What? Tom cocked an eyebrow. What? Now you're going to pretend it didn't happen? So last night you sat here and ate 6 pieces of chicken and kept yapping about how great it was. Then you ate a pie, which is supposed to be for the 4 of us. I hid a smile. Of course, Axe. Andalite had played me for 3 days, 2 hours at a time. Axe was dangerous around food. I mean, don't introduce him to soul food because he will get violent. He will think it's so good he's gonna slap you in the face.
Because it is good.
That's how good food is not good unless it makes you violent. I'm gonna just say that.
Well,
I'm of the belief that if food is so good it'll make you dance, and if it's the best food you've ever had, it will make you so frustrated that you'll hit somebody.
Well, we've got this saying here in the South that you'll hear people say where it's like, oh, it was so good it makes you want to slap your mama, and it's like, what the fuck? What does that mean?
It means it's so good you are so mad at the world for not allowing you this great food. It's so good I had to beat you with a sack of dead rabbits. It's because it was on Mad TV. If you watch Mad TV, there was this skit called Reality Check with these two who was it? Deborah Wilson and Ari Spears playing these 2 hosts of this daytime show.
Mm-hmm.
And like every episode, like they'd make food for each other to eat. Like, oh my Toba, did you make this chocolate covered salt lick with the rainbow sprinkles? Ooh, girl, this is so good. I'd pop you in the boob with a tire iron.
It's funny. Sorry, I didn't mean to digress from you reading.
That was on my mind earlier when Axe is dangerous around food. I was gonna say, oh, I know that feeling. When something is so cute, you get cuteness overload that you want to hit something because of how cute it is. It makes you frustrated.
Axe is so pure.
Okay. The sense of taste was still amazing to him. When he was in human morph, you didn't want to get between him and a bar of chocolate or pie, I guess. You were a total pig, Tom said. Chicken, corn, potatoes, or as you kept saying, potatoes, toes, potatoes. I thought you'd gone nuts. And were you suspicious, Yeerk? I thought he said it out loud. I thought, looking at my brother, a new Yeerk was in Tom's head, another arrogant master of the galaxy. My brother was trapped in a small corner of his mind. I was able to see and feel, but powerless to do anything. I knew. I didn't sleep much that night. I did not want the dreams to come. I feared terrible nightmares of the eye that had stared at me from a different universe. But the only dream that came, familiar one. I was the tiger. My brother was the prey. But in the end, I was my brother, and he was me. On the news, the night there was a small report on the closing of a new hospital. There was no explanation, but I knew what had happened. The Yeerk knew their plan. They understood that we knew about it. We had hurt them pretty bad. But I knew better than to celebrate. Visser 3 would be more determined than ever to. The next day, I did something stupid. At least, Marco kept telling me. But he didn't object very much. He understood. We all met at Cassie's bar. I used her dad's cell phone to Tom at home. We went partly into wolf. I went partly into wolf morph. Just enough to make the small changes. Enough to change the shape of my mouth, throat, so my voice would sound very different. He picked it up on the third ring. Yeah? I have a message, I said in a thick, twisted voice that did not sound like mine. What? Don't give up, Tom. Don't ever give up. Hung up before he could say anything. Do you think Tom, the real Tom, heard it? Rachel asked. He heard. I answered. I wondered he would have the strength to. But I knew the answer. See, part of my brother was in my own mind now, along with the echoes of a long dead Hork and a simple Ged. And yes, even a bit of a Yeerk dreams of glory. Marco smiled his sardonic smile. And it was true. And is it true? Will we win? This is a very complicated planet. That's what I hear anyways. And it's a very strange universe. Anything could happen.
Woo!
Girl, I was trying to be like, no, don't start. Don't start with the don't give up. Don't make me start with the waterworks. Don't give up, Tom.
I know. Welcome to where I live, especially when we read California Diaries.
Nah, California Diaries is nothing to me. This is like, I feel like California Diaries is shoujo, and this is shonen. Okay, let's see. Axe the funny man. Oh my god, I love this pasta. Bam, you hit your sister. I hate myself. I did that. Axe was trying his best as Jake. If a dude broke my sister's heart, I'll break his legs. I'd break the man in that case, Derprex.
That is like, I'll Jake just break the whole man.
I hope for the future is bright. Duh, you have to hope, just like the story of Pandora's box. Everything else in the world, or everything in that box flew out except for the one thing that was dangerous to let out. And that thing was hope. If hope left that box, then we would have none in this. So hope is the most important thing for anyone to have.
True.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. There's merch in the lobby. Okay then, so how did everyone like that?
That was good.
How many stars out of 5? I'd say this was a 5 out of 5 book. Why? Because the kids actually use their damn brains.
That was true. I feel like these books just get better. So far, I feel like every book has been better than the book before it.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the Cassie's book, even though I love that book, was kind of boring because it's like they're in the ocean.
That book was kind of boring, but we did get Axe at the end of it, so that was good.
Yes, we did get Axe. New character unlocked. You have to go through the boring mission to get to the good stuff.
Daddy says 10 out of 5. Derprex says, oh, the Yeerk was dumb as hell.
Nah, I thought the Yeerk was dumb as hell. He had no hope, and that's what caused him to fail. He lost hope.
Well,
oh yeah,
like...
I just realized I was gonna say for the Goodreads, I don't think you gave a rating to the second book.
I probably didn't. I honestly forgot to give ratings to a bunch in there.
So I was gonna say, so far my top 3. First version I heard. Oh, sorry, I'm reading Christopher. The logic of the box makes no sense. The first book I heard made way more sense. Where what was in the box was perfect prophecy destroyed. Well, from what I recollect, because I haven't read or have heard the Fable of Pandora's Box, is that Pandora opened this box and all these plagues flew out, and she was able to shut the box to keep in hope from escaping. Because if hope were to escape, then again it would be, I don't know. That's basically what I know it as.
Well, it's like the Tale of Despero quote, right? Where it says the princess was not a prisoner because she had hope, and when you have hope, you're nobody's prisoner.
Yeah, like Princess Diaries. No one can make you feel inferior.
Yep.
Or what is it? Or something like that. But anyways, 5 out of 5. My top 3 so far are this one, followed by last book, and then it's a tie between book 2 and book 1. Because book 1 sets everything up pretty good, but book 2 is like the whole Chapman and Melissa thing, and that's pretty good book. But
yeah, that one.
The last 2 books were like 5 out of 5.
To distract myself from crying from 2. 2 was a lot. 2 was a whole thing.
Let's see. You are still streaming. It's almost 2 a.m.
We're getting off.
Where do we get energy from? We get energy from tag teaming.
We do.
Tag team.
We get energy
She
from
does
that.
one half, and then I get the other half.
Yep. And tomorrow, I'm back on with Gabe to read more of Imagines.
Yeah. I mean, hey, y'all can always like read and laugh about, my Power Ranger fan fiction.
But
I'm
yes,
just saying.
For those wondering, I believe this was our 72nd book covered on this channel. Yep, 72nd. So I had posted a every on Goodreads you have like a reading goal at the beginning of the year. I said 100 books because I thought that was challenging for us. We're like 17 or 18 books ahead of schedule on that. So
I'm like, you're 17 or 18 books. I'm barely reading 6 books.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't read that much these days on my own because I'm always working. But I have read quite a lot in covering books on the stream. So that's fun.
So next week we have California Diaries, and we have book 7 of Animorphs. Yeah, and then after book 7 we have Megamorphs.
Yep. I'm excited for the Megamorphs. I know that'll take a couple of streams at least, but it'll be fun.
I was gonna say, chat, vote on, or I was gonna say, Avery, make a poll and have chat vote on who they want to voice who.
Oh yeah, Yeah, that's how we should. Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's the fairest way, rather than okay, I'm gonna do all the fun voices and you get stuck with the girl.
You get stuck with the girls.
I play the dudes and you get the. Let's not do that. Let's let chat have fun and pick who they want to voice. Vote now on who you would cast on the audio version of Megamorph.
Well, yeah, because
Book
there's 6
8.
of them now, right? So it's 3 and 3, whichever way we divvy it up. Yeah, 3 and 3.
Yeah. But how would that poll work? Because there's only like 4 options on a poll.
It might not be a poll. It might just be a community post.
That would work. That would probably work better.
Figure it out, or I'll put something on the Discord or something. I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm sure we can just put a community post saying Megamorphs is coming up. Post on who you think should the 3 voices you want me to voice, and then the 3 voices you want Daniel to do for Megamorph.
Just working on publishing my first novel. Nice, congratulations. The only like reading on my own I do these days is just like webtoons, and half the time it's just like, oh, I can get coins by if I read like 6 chapters of this thing that looks marginally interesting. So
oh cool. Sorry, I was looking at my list of suggested videos. Aquamarine with Sarah Paxton, free on YouTube with ads. Space Jam, free on YouTube with ads. Osmosis
Yay.
Jones, free on YouTube with ads. Good Burger,
Yay.
free on YouTube with ads. Monsters vs. Aliens, free on YouTube with ads.
Yay!
The Pregnancy Pact,
Oh my god, no!
free on YouTube with ads.
No!
Alice in Wonderland, 1999. I think that one's the one with
Is that the one
the
that
girl
I
from
covered?
Napoleon Dynamite.
Wait, which is the one that I covered? I covered the one from the one with Gene Wilder and everybody, just literally everybody in that movie. Was the one
Isn't
that I
that
covered.
the one with like I said, isn't that the one with Deb from Napoleon Dynamite?
I don't remember. I'll have to go back and look. Jerprex says Avery is Tobias, Rachel, and Cassie. Well,
I know you like reading Axis stuff too as much as I do, so I feel like it's fair for it to be a community post.
yeah, we'll figure it out. I don't particularly care, but we'll figure out. We'll have it assigned.
No, you should care. You should care about. You should have strong convictions of who you like as characters.
What Planet 51 is that on YouTube? I'm not sure, but I can look. But for right now, since it's almost 2 where I am, I feel like we'll leave you here.
Yep. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the Yeerks infest you at night.
We'll see Daniel. Everybody say thank you to Daniel. We'll see Daniel next week. And I think Thursdays I'm just committing to California Diaries until we finish them, because we've got 6 left.
We're almost done.
We're getting there.
Damn. Apparently, I heard it's going to get a lot deeper, just like how Animorphs, we started off on the light stuff. Now it's going to start to get more complicated.
I know, and I'm stressed.
And you like shed tears, and I'm like, oh no, we're gonna.
Oh, it's gonna get so much worse.
I'm worried for your.
No, it's
well, actually,
gonna get.
I'm not worried, but I feel like I was gonna say I feel like it's important to let out sadness and the frustration. It's a good, healthy means of expressing it through reading a book.
Yep. Books are good like
All right,
that.
then. Good night, everyone.
But good night, everybody. We will see you soon. Thank you for hanging with us.
Then.
Bye.